Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Naruto opened his eyes. Seeing his parents again made him feel more at peace when he returned. He exited his soul space, then gathered the chakra of 9 tails into a huge blue chakra ball, placed it in a place of sealing, and sealed it with the 4 Mingshin gates. He would pick it up again when it was needed. Later, Naruto came to the sealed gate, looked at 9 tails with his eyes closed and snoring, and he sighed. "Old man, I'm sorry." Thinking about the past life, in order to resist Ci Xian's violent attack, he and 9 tails had to resort to the ultimate form, heavy particle mode. Because of this, 9 tails died. Looking at the weak and sleeping 9 tails in the seal, Naruto covered his navel and said firmly, "This time, 9 tails, let me protect you." Then, Naruto turned and left. Inside the secret room, Orochimaru, who had been paying attention to Naruto's condition, finally calmed down at this moment. "It's so scary." Naruto almost came out with all 4 tails, but fortunately, there was no danger in the end. All the chakra coat on Naruto took off and he became a normal Naruto. Konan looked at Naruto like this and asked uncertainly, Is it successful?" Although Orochimaru has studied tailed beasts, he is not very clear about the method and process of mastering tailed beast chakra. He frowned and said, "That's right. Anyway, if you don't go crazy, it means it's controllable and there's hope." As he spoke, Naruto opened his eyes. Then he stood up, stretched, and looked at Orochimaru and Konan with a smile. "Hey, senior sister Konan, Uncle Snake, I kept you waiting for a long time." Orochimaru smiled slightly, and when he saw Naruto in this state, he understood that he should have succeeded. Later, Orochimaru unlocked the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the 4 Purple Flame Formation. Konan hurried over, looked at Naruto, and asked with concern, "How is it?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Of course it will be done immediately." Orochimaru stood up, walked over, and congratulated, "Congratulations, Naruto, by the way, can you show me how to master the 9 tails chakra?" Naruto looked at Orochimaru and smiled slightly, knowing that he was curious and wanted to see what the 9 tails chakra looked like. Then, Naruto's mind moved, 9 tails chakra emerged, and he transformed into Golden Naruto. "This is my pattern with 9 tails chakra." Orochimaru surrounded Naruto as if he was looking at a work of art, and said in surprise, "This chakra, such a powerful life force." Konan said in surprise, "It is indeed very powerful. It even changed Naruto's original chakra attributes. I have to remember it, otherwise I may perceive it wrong in the future." Naruto smiled and said, "Speaking of perception, my perception state is also very sensitive in 9 tails chakra mode, and I can also sense other people's malice." Orochimaru made a sound and said in surprise, "You mean, being able to perceive the emotions of evil and hatred is different from any other type of perception?" Naruto nodded. Orochimaru mused, "So this is the power of the Jinchuriki to achieve control over 9 tails." Naruto added, "Not only that, now I have greatly improved my chakra capacity, speed of movement, and body size for performing ninjutsu." Konan asked from the side, "So, Naruto, your current strength is probably..." Naruto thought for a moment and replied, "If I were to calculate purely based on strength, I should be able to reach the shadow level now." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Naruto's current strength is at the Kage level." Konan said happily, "Really, that's great." Naruto withdrew from 9 tails chakra mode and said with a smile, "Senior sister, you seem very happy." Konan said, "You are the leader of the Tian organization. If you are not strong, Yuin village will not be able to defend it sooner or later, and there will be no long-term peace." Naruto nodded, "Indeed. Strength is the eternal principle of this world, oh no, even this universe. The Ōtsutsuki clan is very powerful, so they look at the humans in this world like they look at ants. Thinking of this, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, next, I need you to do it yourself." Orochimaru yelled. Naruto finally asked him to do something. Naruto nodded, and then took Orochimaru and Konan up to find Nagato. Because he wanted to borrow something from senior brother Nagato. Nagato listened to Naruto's suggestion and fell into a brief silence. Konan said anxiously, "No, Naruto, if you do this, what will happen to pain? For this country, it will directly lose its spiritual leader and barrier." And with that said, Konan looked at Nagato and said, "Naruto, your current strength is already at the shadow level, and you will become a super shadow level in the future. It is just around the corner. Although the Rinnegan can instantly strengthen your strength, for Nagato, pain is directly gone. This is equivalent to the Tian organization directly losing a shadow-level existence. Once something happens to you and you are unable to escape or return to Yuin village in time, who will protect our base camp?" Facing Sister Konan's inquiry, Naruto could not deny that it was indeed the case. However, he must do this. Because if he was not strong, the entire ninja world might not exist. Moreover, he also had other considerations for Nagato. Just as he was about to speak, Nagato spoke, "That's enough, Konan, since junior brother Naruto has decided this, he must have his intentions, and I believe him." After Nagato finished speaking, he looked at Naruto and said, "I think that if junior brother Naruto wants the Rinnegan, he must do something very heaven-defying. Between men and men, sometimes a look is enough." Meeting Nagato's gaze, Naruto nodded firmly. Seeing this scene, Konan sighed. She understood that since Nagato didn't object, she had no choice but to support it. "I'm going to change the clothes of the organization." Konan dropped these words and turned around to leave. Obviously, she didn't want to see Nagato lose his Reincarnation Eye in person. Orochimaru clicked his mouth, as if he was expecting some delicious food. For him, the fact that Naruto was going to transplant the Samsara Eye was really exciting. It was really the first time for him to do such a surgical operation. Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Don't worry, senior brother, I won't let you down with this decision." Nagato smiled slightly. Under the genjutsu of distinguished heavenly gods, he already regarded Naruto as a figure like Yahiko. In his heart, he felt that Naruto was the hope of the future of the ninja world. Since he can't see the future clearly through these immortal eyes, let him lend them to his junior brother and let him help him see clearly. In a room, Nagato was lying on the operating table, supported by Naruto. This is the place where Nagato made pain. Now, it has been transformed into a temporary research institute by Orochimaru, which is currently the operating room. Because when Nagato made pain, he had to use a lot of medical equipment. Therefore, Orochimaru used local materials and basically had all the surgical equipment needed. Nagato was very thin. Because he had a black rod stuck in his body for a long time and emitted chakra outwards, his body was drained a lot. The only thing that caught his eye was his pair of reincarnation eyes. There was a different kind of light in his eyes. "Junior brother, do you think Yahiko will one day be resurrected like Orochimaru?" Orochimaru, who was putting away surgical instruments, looked up and glanced this way. Naruto looked at Nagato and thought about his past life. At the last moment, Nagato chose to believe in himself and used the 6 paths reincarnation technique. So he said, "Senior brother, you already know the 6 paths reincarnation technique, why don't you?" The implication is why Nagato didn't choose to resurrect Yahiko. Nagato sighed and said, "Because this world makes me despair, even if Yahiko is resurrected, he will still make the same mistakes again, and the world will still be that world. I can resurrect Yahiko once, can I resurrect Yahiko a second time? What's more, the cost of the 6 paths reincarnation technique is the life of the caster. Even if Yahiko comes back, will he not forgive me for doing this?" Having said this, Nagato couldn't help but lower his head. Naruto looked at Nagato thoughtfully and replied calmly, "What if I said, Yahiko will come back?" Nagato slowly raised his head, looked at Naruto with his samsara eye, and said, "Will this world change?" Naruto smiled and nodded seriously. Nagato was very satisfied. He got Naruto's affirmative answer. This was a kind of promise. Although to outsiders, this promise seemed a bit illusory, but in Nagato's view, this was hope. The hope of the new world. Orochimaru put on surgical gloves, came to Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, let me go, I will remove the black rod from Nagato first." Naruto dodged sideways, then came to sit on the chair next to him. Orochimaru gave Nagato an anesthetic and then began to remove the black rod. After removing it, he applied medicine to Nagato and tied it with gauze. Naruto watched Orochimaru work, then noticed Nagato's feet, and subconsciously asked, "Uncle Snake, I remember that you have done some research on Hashirama cells, right?" Orochimaru answered while wrapping a bandage on Nagato, "Yes. When I was in Konoha, I started to study Hashirama cells. At that time, I still did it secretly under the guise of legality, but there were many failures. The only successful experimental subject, I think you should know, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded and said, "I know, Captain Yamato, right." Orochimaru smiled, as if he was recalling a very beautiful thing, or he was proud that he had made a good work of art. "Yes, I gave up on that experiment at the end. Yamato was able to survive, thanks to Danzo. He broke into the research institute I left behind, rescued Yamato, and took the root with him." Thinking about his inner thoughts, Naruto continued, "Now, Uncle Snake, will you culture Hashirama cells and transplant them?" Orochimaru stopped what he was doing, looked at Naruto and said, "Are you worried that you won't be able to suppress the Rinnegan, so you want to learn from Danzo and transplant Hashirama cells?" Nagato also looked over curiously. Naruto shook his head and said, "That's not true. Brother Nagato and I both belong to the Uzumaki clan. I can control the transplantation of the Rinnegan. What's more, I'm different from others." At this point, Naruto did not continue. In fact, he wanted to say that he was still the reincarnation of Asura, and with the bloodline of Sage of Six Paths, controlling the samsara I was not a problem for him. "Then you ask this too?" Orochimaru did not dwell on what Naruto said about why he was different from others, but continued to ask Naruto about the purpose of transplanting Hashirama cells. Naruto pointed at senior brother Nagato's feet and said, "I want Uncle Snake to use Hashirama's cells to grow 2 new feet and connect them to senior brother Nagato." Nagato looked at Naruto and sighed with some emotion, "Junior brother, you." Unexpectedly, Naruto did it for himself. Orochimaru frowned and said, "It's a bit difficult, because at present, my research and understanding of Hashirama cells, even if it is not to master the wood-style practice, if it is simply used as an organ transplant, the transplanted body is likely to be rejected in the original body. In severe cases, may die. As for Yamato, that's a very special situation. You know, just for Hashirama cell transplantation, I found a lot of experimental subjects, all with very special physiques, and basically all of them died." Nagato's eyes dimmed when he heard Orochimaru say this. Orochimaru said that he had found many experimental subjects, all with special physiques, but they all died. The implication is that although you, the Whirlpool clan, have strong vitality, you may also die. Naruto said confidently, "Well, Uncle Snake, don't worry, I know how to improve Hashirama's cells without causing rejection." Orochimaru looked at Naruto in shock and asked in disbelief, "Naruto-kun, are you serious?" Nagato also cast a hopeful look. Naruto smiled and nodded confidently. Naruto in his previous life lost his right hand because he stopped Sasuke during the Fourth Ninja War. Later, under the auspices of Granny Tsunade, Shizen's improved Hashirama cells were successfully fused with Naruto's cells, thus growing Naruto's organ right hand and successfully transplanting it. After Naruto became the Hokage, the confidential documents of Hashirama cell were naturally open to him. I originally wanted to make one for Sasuke too. Therefore, Naruto followed up and paid attention to this project very carefully, and Naruto also knew the key parts of the improvement. Moreover, at that time, Naruto also thought that this technology could be used to benefit mankind and be used in medical scenarios to help those with disabilities. Later, due to cost issues, civilian use has been stagnant and can only be used for military research. Now, for Nagato, Naruto's plan is to let him stand up again like a normal person, with help by his side. Orochimaru licked his mouth. Naruto-kun was getting more and more excited. He was looking forward to the wind taking him to witness the birth of truth and science. Orochimaru smiled and continued working. After following Naruto, Orochimaru suddenly felt that life suddenly had meaning because there were so many interesting things. Nagato was also very excited. During the battle against Hanzo, my legs were entangled with too many explosive talismans, and they were directly damaged and disabled. The nervous system in my feet was blown away, and there was no cure. Now, according to the junior brother, it should be possible to transplant a new organ into the foot. Nagato was very happy thinking that he could follow his junior brother and run together in pursuit of the new world. After Orochimaru helped Nagato wrap the bandage, he looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, you go over there too and get ready, I'm going to start operating on you." Saying that, Orochimaru directly formed a seal and used the shadow clone technique, and 3 Orochimaru were cloned to help as assistants. Seeing this, Naruto walked to the operating table next to him and sat down. Orochimaru took the needle and came to Nagato, motioned him to lie down, and then prepared to insert the needle into him to anesthetize him. Nagato looked at Orochimaru and said, "Trouble." Orochimaru inserted a needle into Nagato's shoulder, pushed the needle's pusher slowly, and said comfortingly, "Count to 8. Nagato looked at the ceiling and started counting, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Before counting to 3, Nagato completely stopped moving and fell asleep. Naruto was surprised, so fast. Orochimaru took out the needle, handed it to the shadow clone next to him, and said, "It's under general anesthesia. You'll naturally faint quickly. You should lie down, it's your turn." With that said, shadow clone Orochimaru next to Naruto began to come over and anesthetize Naruto. Naruto lay down and felt the needle entering his body. Then, a long-lost feeling of tiredness slowly came to his heart, just like the waves, each wave was stronger than the last. The feeling became stronger and stronger, and within a few seconds, Naruto also fell into a deep sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, he turned his head and glanced at Nagato next to him, and found that Orochimaru was already attacking Nagato's Rinnegan. I don't know how long it took before Naruto woke up leisurely. He stood up with difficulty, and soon someone came over to help him. "Junior brother, how do you feel?" It was senior sister Konan's voice. Naruto's hands involuntarily touched his eyes, and found that his eyes were tightly wrapped with bandages. Orochimaru spoke in time, "Naruto, don't try to open your eyelids yet. The transplant has just been completed, and the flesh and blood still need to be fused." Naruto nodded, and then said, "Senior sister Konan, I'm fine, I feel okay. By the way, how is senior brother Nagato?" Cough cough cough. Several coughs were heard, and Nagato said, "I'm lying on the bed next to you." Naruto listened to the sound, tilted his head in that direction, and asked with a smile, "How do you feel, senior brother?" Nagato responded with a smile, "It's not bad. I hope that after recovery, I can use my junior brother's eyes to see a different world." Having said this, Konan noticed a smile on Nagato's lips. Naruto laughed. Orochimaru successfully swapped his eyes with Nagato's. For Nagato, this is also a relief. Because of things like the Samsara Eye, Jiraiya had told Nagato since he was a child that this was something only immortals had. Therefore, Nagato has been burdened with a destiny since he was a child. Although this destiny was imposed on him by Uchiha Madara, there is no way. He was equipped with these eyes, which destined his destiny to be not simple. Now, Naruto carried this fate on his back, and Nagato, who transplanted Naruto's eyes, suddenly felt more relaxed. It's like letting go of something. He is no longer pain, he is no longer a person with the samsara eye. Who is he? He is himself, he is Nagato. At this moment, he was reborn. Naruto recovered quickly. Because the Nine Tails chakra itself has strong vitality and can quickly recover the injured body, this is also the reason why Naruto recovers from injuries faster than others. In his previous life, when fighting the Kirigakure ninja Momochi Zabuza, Naruto stabbed his right hand with a kunai in order to express his determination. At that time, Kakashi looked at Naruto's wound in shock, at a speed visible to the naked eye, healed quickly. Now, Orochimaru also witnessed how quickly Naruto healed his wounds. Uncle Snake, I think I can open my eyes. Orochimaru made a sound, put down the tools in his hands, came to Naruto, looked carefully, and asked, "Are you sure you can open your eyes?" Naruto nodded and said, "Make sure, my eyeballs can already move flexibly." Nagato sighed with emotion, "You are indeed my junior brother, he is much better and faster than me." Orochimaru thought for a while and said, "It should be the effect of the Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body. After all, such chakra has too strong vitality." With that said, Orochimaru removed Naruto's stitches, and then pulled out the gauze wrapping Naruto's eyes one by one. "Okay, Naruto-kun, you can open your eyes." Naruto rolled his eyes, and then slowly opened his eyes. Orochimaru said excitedly, as if looking at a peerless treasure, the lavender pupils, with 3 circles of reincarnation ripples, seem to be the eyes of an immortal that can see through everything in this world. "Naruto-kun, congratulations." The corner of Naruto's mouth raised, "I have to thank my senior brother for this. If he hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this power." Nagato smiled and said, "Actually, I want to thank you, junior brother. These eyes have given me so many missions. Since I can't see clearly, let junior brother pursue the light of the new world on my behalf." Orochimaru smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "I'm not afraid of your jokes. The first time I saw the Rinnegan I was when I was fighting pain. At that time, I used countless methods to get these eyes, but in the end, I was killed by Nagato. The manipulative pain was beaten badly." Nagato smiled deeply, it was indeed true. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and continued, "To be honest, when I transplanted your eyes just now, I almost ran away when I looked at the Rinnegan in my hand." Naruto groaned, and then asked doubtfully, "Then, Uncle Snake, why didn't you?" Orochimaru sighed, turned around and continued to pack the utensils. While packing, he responded, "In the past, I always wanted to be the wind and drive the windmill, but after meeting Naruto-kun, now I have experienced the joy of waiting for the wind. Moreover, things are always changing. I am very curious about the ending between you, Naruto-kun and Sasuke. Therefore, I choose to stay here and patiently wait for the wind caused by Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled knowingly and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Snake, I will bring you a new world of truth." Nagato listened to Naruto's confident words and Orochimaru's heartfelt words of surrender. He felt more at peace in his heart and felt that he believed in his junior brother's decision, which was so wise. While they were chatting, Konan walked in holding a piece of clothing. "Hey! Junior brother Naruto, you." Konan, who was about to say hello, saw Naruto's Rinnegan eyes and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Naruto asked in surprise, "Sister Konan, what's wrong?" Konan woke up from his daze, then shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I just saw your samsara eye for the first time, and felt a little inappropriate. I feel that you are a little more cold at this moment, and less of the warm big boy you were before." "Feel." Nagato smiled and said, "Junior brother has changed a pair of eyes, what a big change. Then after transplanting junior brother's eyes, I will become a warm boy in the future." Konan rolled his eyes at Nagato, then handed the clothes in his hand to Naruto and said, "It just so happens that your eyes are healed. How about you take a look at the clothes of the 10 organization that have been changed according to your request?" Naruto took it in his hand and looked at the style. "Not bad, very good. Blue sky and white clouds. This is the uniform that the celestial organization should have." That's right. Senior Sister Conan is so virtuous. As soon as an expert takes action, he will know if there is any. I am very satisfied. Conan's face turned red at Naruto's compliment. Then, I will finalize it according to this, then use rainproof material on the outside, and start making it according to your size. Naruto nodded and said, okay, I would like to give you a suggestion by the way. You can make dozens more sets according to common clothing sizes for spare use. Conan looked up at Naruto. The uniforms were made on such a large scale. It was obvious that the team was expanding its recruitment and was reserved for the newcomers to wear. Naruto met Conan's gaze and said, Sister Conan, you are right. If I am out that day and have something to do and cannot return to Yuin village, then someone attacking Yuin village will be a troublesome thing. Therefore, our team must continue to expand. Not only do I want to be strong, I also want to lead this team and become stronger together. One day, we will become the true heaven of this ninja world. It's so tiring. Sammy shook his neck, then pressed it with his hand, then turned around, looked at the two people behind him and said, hey, can you guys walk a little faster? Karui complained, it's not Omoi. He keeps dawdling and muttering something in his mouth. With that said, Karui walked over angrily, twisted Omoi's ears and walked forward. Hey, you didn't hear what Sammy said. Konoha is in front of you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What were you muttering about all the way? Omoi patted Karui's hand away and said, I was thinking about the tearful look of Reikage-sama when we left the village. What if we come back and find that the village has become as wet as Kirigakure? Karui looked at Omoi as if he were an idiot and said, I said, are you stupid? Those tears will flow into lakes. Do you know how many tears you will shed? Omoi retorted disapprovingly, but the other party is Master Reikage. If you have that level of strength, it will be a piece of cake to cry out of the lake. Maybe it will become a sea by then and the village will be flooded. I don't know how to swim, what should I do? After saying that, Omoi looked melancholy. Karui said impatiently, oh, it's so noisy. Your idea is really whimsical, and it's also very tiring. I feel tired just listening to it. Omoi once again said disapprovingly, Sammy has always said that her chest is heavy and her shoulders are tired. I can understand it. However, Karui, your chest is flatter than mine. I really. As Omoi spoke, he gestured and measured with his hands. As a result, before he finished speaking, Karui, who looked angry, kicked him away with a right whip. Bagayalu. You be asterisk 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 D. What do you know? Miss, my proud figure is called natural beauty. Omoi was kicked 5 or 6 meters away, lying on the ground, clutching his stomach and moaning, "Aw, it hurts so much." Seeing this, Sammy came over tremblingly and said, "Hey, you two, don't delay the mission time, Konoha is not far ahead, hurry up and continue on the road." Karui snorted coldly, glanced at Sammy's size, felt a little envious, and folded his hands to cover up his guilt. Omoi got up from the ground and said resentfully, "If you tell the truth, you will be." Seeing Karui's murderous eyes, Omoi decided to shut up. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Samui looked at Tsunade, and then took out the secret document he was carrying from his chest. This is a document submitted by our Lord Reikage to Lord Hokage. Seeing this, Shizun took the letter and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade opened it and then read it at a glance. After a few minutes, Tsunade put down the letter in her hand, closed her eyes and thought deeply, frowning. Sammy looked at Tsunade expressionlessly and said, "Master Hokage, we, Master Reikage, hope that you can give us a reply after reading this letter so that we can return to Kumoin village to take over." Tsunade thought for a moment and then said, "I already know Master Reikage's attitude. I will participate. At the same time, Konoha will send out chasing ninjas again. I hope Kumogakure can give us some time." Sammy nodded and said, "Okay, then I will reply to Lord Reikage in the name of Lord Hokage and take my leave." With that said, Sammy was about to leave. Tsunade said, "Wait a minute." Sammy turned around and said, "Is there anything else, Mr. Hokage?" Tsunade smiled and said, "Three of you have come from afar, and I haven't fulfilled my duties as the landlord of Konoha. At the very least, it's not too late to have a meal and stay one night before leaving." Karui frowned and said, "You Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha captured my master. My master's life and death are still uncertain. How can we survive?" Omoi nodded in agreement. At this moment, he thought about his master falling into Zhao's hands and not knowing what kind of torture he was suffering now. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart and even started to cry. It's so miserable, our master was burned directly with black flames by Uchiha's brat. Karui slapped him and said, "Can you stop crying every day? What are you doing? Master Curse will die." Samui looked at Tsunade and said, "Mr. Hokage, you can see that not only the two of them, but also everyone from Kyomogakure to this matter attaches great importance to this matter, especially Mr. Reikage, because Mr. Killer Bee is the most cherished by Mr. Reikage, younger brother." After saying that, Samui bowed his head and said in greeting, "Sorry, Master Hokage, we will visit Konoha next time." After saying that, Samui turned and left. Tsunade looked at Kyomogakure and his group leaving inside. Shizun frowned and said, "Is it about Sasuke?" Tsunade stood up, nodded and said, "Yes. It's really a wave of unrest. Naruto's things haven't been settled yet, and Sasuke's things have come up again." With that said, Tsunade said to Shizun, "Go find Kakashi and ask him to come to the office for a meeting at night." After saying that, Tsunade took Reikage's letter and left. Shizun asked, "No problem. By the way, Tsunade-sama, where are you going? Tsuna doesn't have a hand either. Kaido, go find that damn ghost." Shizun was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Oh yo, what a wonderful material. TSK, I really didn't expect that there are such towering mountains and rivers in Konoha village, it's really unforgettable. The leaves are almost dark, and the moon is above the treetops. It's 6 or 7 o'clock in Konoha, the bustling commercial street, people coming and going. At the end of the street, there is a famous bathhouse, outside the wall of the girls' bathroom. Jiraiya was hiding by the wall, lying in front of the hole he finally opened with a small drill, admiring the beautiful scenery inside. In the bathroom, the mist was lingering, and the birds, most of them wrapped in bath towels, were soaking in the hot springs, splashing water on each other and playing. This bathhouse focuses on young people's style, so all the people who come here are beautiful girls. Occasionally, some girls would fall off their bath towels because of their frolics. Because the water vapor in the sauna is too heavy, when you watch it, you feel like you are holding a pipa half covering your face. It was this hazy feeling that made Jiraiya instantly raise his gun, and even once wanted to lower his only hand to challenge the dragon. Such a beautiful scenery almost made Jiraiya's eyes pop out. The name Pervy Sage is indeed not for nothing. Jiraiya wiped his saliva and said with emotion, "It's really wonderful, what a pity." "What's the pity?" An unexpected voice sounded, and Jiraiya, who was so focused that he didn't pay attention, subconsciously replied, "It's a pity that they are all unbudded, and they are too pure, not mature enough, and there is no." As he spoke, Jiraiya, as a writer, was still thinking about vocabulary. "There is nothing?" The voice asked again. Jiraiya touched his chin and tasted the taste. "It doesn't have the charm of Tsunade, but I still like Tsunade's big and white ones. Hee hee." As he said that, Jiraiya started to laugh crazily. "Really? Let me see inside." Jiraiya was not happy anymore, waved his hand and said, "Go as you go, dig the hole yourself, don't." That's not right. People who ask themselves why their voices sound so familiar. The next second, Jiraiya looked back. It didn't matter what he saw, it almost frightened him out of his wits. Tsunade looked at herself with a smile and said softly, "What are you doing here?" This tone is so gentle that it makes people want to die. Jiraiya swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror and prepared to stand up tremblingly. I'm collecting novel material, hee. Although Tsunade was bent over at this moment, Jiraiya could see the scenery that he could not usually see, but he had no time to appreciate it now, because if he didn't run, he might die. In just these few seconds, he regretted not learning the Flying Thunder God of fourth generation. Tsunade said meaningfully, then stood up straight and tilted her head to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya noticed that Tsunade's hand had begun to slowly tighten, and he could hear the cracking sound of her finger joints. If you don't run now, wait until later. Excuse me. With that said, Jiraiya directly lifted up his pants and walked away. Unfortunately, Tsunade is not a vegetarian, after all, fifth Hokage. Jiraiya is strong, but after the battle with pain, his physical fighting qualities in all aspects dropped by 40%. As a result, Tsunade will inevitably get hammered. Hokage, office. Jiraiya-sama, what's wrong with your face? Kakashi asked with concern. Jiraiya, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, was mute and couldn't express his pain. He glanced at Tsunade, and then timidly said, "It's okay, the street lights in Konoha are not very bright. I didn't see the road clearly for a while, so I fell." Falled? Kakashi looked at Tsunade-sama with her hands folded on her chest and a serious look on her face, and then looked at Jiraiya-sama's miserable condition. He wouldn't believe it even to death. How could Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, be thrown like this? Shizun chuckled and went to the infirmary to find some medicine to reduce the swelling, apply it on it and take it for Jiraiya-sama. Okay, leave him alone Kakashi, let's have a meeting and talk about Sasuke. Tsunade spoke, looked at Kakashi and said, Reikage has submitted a document to me today. You have just read it. Can you give me your opinion? Kakashi took a deep breath and said, I hope Lord Hokage can try his best to communicate with Lord Reikage. After all, Sasuke is the only bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade nodded. During her reign, she never sent out ninjas to pursue Sasuke. This was because Senju and Uchiha themselves were the founding clan that established Konoha, and once Uchiha Itachi died, Sasuke became the only bloodline of the Uchiha clan. For Konoha, the meaning of his existence is very important, symbolizing the integrity of Konoha. If Sasuke dies, the Uchiha clan will be completely gone. Just like the Senju clan now, they are the only ones left. When you grow old or die in battle, will that kind of Konoha still be Konoha? Therefore, regardless of Naruto and Kakashi's emotional appeal, Tsunade also wants to keep Sasuke. Even if you are locked up in the village and become a mascot, it is better than dying outside the village. Tsunade sighed and said, I understand, I will try my best to negotiate with Mr. Reikage. By the way, I will go to the meeting this time, and the village will be left to you. Kakashi was a little stunned and said, I don't need to go, Mr. Hokage, the guards around you. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and said, I originally planned to take you there, but after thinking about it, I'd better keep you in the village. If you want to protect me, Jiraiya can just come with me. Jiraiya said in a loud voice, You want me to go? Tsunade frowned and said, What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Jiraiya thought of the fist that was as big as a sandbag and said in fear, No objection, no objection. Shizun pushed the door open at this time, came to Jiraiya's side and said, Jiraiya-sama, I'm here to treat you. Jiraiya smiled and said, It's troublesome. Tsunade frowned a little, then looked at Kakashi and said, You go down first. By the way, while I'm away, you can mobilize the Hokage's Umbu guards to help me keep an eye on Danzo. Kakashi nodded and obeyed, then stepped back. Tsunade came to Shizun, took the cotton swab and said, Shizun, thank you for your hard work, you can go down too. Shizun said oh, then picked up Juju and left in small steps, not forgetting to close the door. Tsunade dipped a cotton swab in iodine and wiped Jiraiya's red and swollen face. Jiraiya screamed in pain. What? I have an opinion. Jiraiya shuddered and said, no. No objection. While Tsunade was applying the medicine, her eyes were filled with resentment, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised as she teased, is that thing so attractive? Smelling the fragrance of Tsunade and looking at the large dining hall within easy reach, Jiraiya tried his best to control his eyes and not to wander around and said, ahem, it's okay, I won't do it next time. Tsunade stopped her movements and said sternly, is there a next time? Jiraiya quickly waved his hand and said, no, 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 no next time. He thought Tsunade was going to hit him again. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and was silent for a few seconds, then asked, is what you said by the wall true? Jiraiya raised his eyes and asked doubtfully, what are you talking about? Tsunade's ears turned red and she said, what do you think you have without me? Jiraiya thought for a moment, then smiled fearfully and said, I'm sorry, I was just joking, don't be angry. Tsunade glared and said, are you kidding? You mean I don't have one? Jiraiya waved his hands hurriedly, no, 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 I didn't mean that, I was. Jiraiya, who was explaining, suddenly stopped talking. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, his pupils were zoomed, his eyes were focused, and a surprised expression was written all over his face. Tsunade, who was standing in front of Jiraiya, bent down, put a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, turned her head away from Jiraiya, her ears were all red and her cheeks were pink. The materials you want will only be collected for you for 1 minute. Konoha village, at the entrance of the village. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and Shizune and said, I'll leave it to you two during my absence. Kakashi solemnly said, Tsunade-sama, please don't worry. Shizune was a little worried and said, Tsunade-sama, do you really not need me to accompany you? For so many years, Shizune has been by Tsunade's side. As long as she goes out, she is basically never leaving her. Now, Tsunade is going to attend the 5 Kage conference. Without her company, Shizune is a little worried. After all, Tsunade-sama's daily life has been taken care of by her for these years. Tsunade smiled and said, it's okay. This time, you will be in the village and assist Kakashi. Shizune looked at Master Jiraiya next to her, nodded and said, okay. Then let's say goodbye. With that said, Tsunade turned and left. Jiraiya was still in a daze, and it wasn't until Tsunade went over and kicked him that he came back to his senses. Ah, let's go now. Tsunade frowned and said, otherwise, what do you want to do? You are so absent-minded early in the morning. What are you thinking about? Jiraiya and Tsunade were walking and talking. When Jiraiya was asked what he was thinking about, the scene in Hokage's office last night suddenly came to mind. That picture really stayed in my mind for a long time. In particular, Jiraiya also saw a hint of cherry blossom red. This. Looking at Tsunade, Jiraiya was very depressed. How did she and Duan fall in love at that time? What were you doing at the time? You know, Jiraiya, as the best-selling author of Intimate Paradise, still has some research on this aspect. If you can see a hint of cherry blossom red, it means that Tsunade is still intact. Ha 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 ha. Thinking about Tsunade's attitude towards him last night, Jiraiya suddenly felt that life was full of hope. Not easy. After so many years, it is finally over. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's secretly amused expression and frowned. I said, why are you giggling there alone? Jiraiya tilted his head, scratched his head and smiled. I suddenly remembered something happy last night. Looking at his expression, Tsunade had already guessed it, and her face couldn't help but blush slightly. Then he strode forward, ignoring Jiraiya. Jiraiya carried his luggage and hurried to follow. He trotted and complained, hey, we were having a good conversation. Why did you speed up all of a sudden? Wait for me. I'm still carrying my luggage. Can you take care of the disabled people? Good. Konoha, roots. In the secret room, Sai, Aburame and Yamanaka were half kneeling on the ground. Not far in front of them, Danzo was sitting there, his only eye tightly closed. So, Tsunade and Jiraiya have left Konoha village. Yamanakafang looked at Danzo and replied, yes, Lord Danzo. Lord Hokage and Lord Jiraiya left Konoha half an hour ago to attend the Five Shadows Conference. Hearing the words, Conference of Five Shadows, Danzo's only left hand couldn't help but tighten the scepter in his hand. Five Shadows talk. He should have been the one to talk. As a result, because of this damn Naruto, not only did he take away Shirsue's eyes, he also cut off his right arm. You know, there are 10 Sharingans on that right arm. 10 pieces of Sharingan. You can activate Izanagi Jutsu 10 times, such a heaven-defying ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Danzo's heart was bleeding. After years of hard work, Hokage's position is all gone. The depression in his heart made his face so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. He opened his only eye, looked at Sai below and asked, how about letting you check Naruto's whereabouts? Sai lowered his head and reported, it is reported that after Naruto left Konoha, he seemed to have joined the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, there are rumors that Naruto seemed to have become the leader of Pain, and he also took Pain with him and the rebel ninja Sasuke, had a fight. Danzo frowned slightly, he was confused because he couldn't see through Naruto's intentions. Taking away his right eye and right arm, he could understand that Naruto wanted to gain power, but joining Akatsuki and becoming a member of Pain, what kind of operation is this and what is its purpose? Revenge against Konoha? Danzo felt that it was probably the case. After all, when Naruto was a child, he was discriminated against in every possible way in the village, and it was understandable that he would become a black man. Well, thinking about it this way, it seems that he can also think of taking action against himself. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death in Konoha, he had to take action. Sai, you go down, remember, continue to detect Naruto's whereabouts and news. Sai nodded and said, hi. After saying that, he turned around and went down. When Sai left, Danzo said, Fong, take root, you go out with me. After walking out of the roots, Sai walked in Konoha village, with the sun shining on his shoulders. At this moment, he felt a little heavy. Naruto-kun, what are you doing now? Also, you are so determined to dream of the Hokage, and you are so persistent in recovering Sasuke, why did you defect from Konoha? Sai suddenly felt a little sad. Since he was trained as a killing machine by Gen, he had no concept of emotions. It was Naruto's constant influence that made him recall the time spent with his brother Nobu, thus regaining the concept of emotions. Then came the idea of disobeying orders and helping Naruto bring Sasuke back. But now, the person who allowed him to have feelings has turned against him. Thinking of this, Sai was confused. He wanted to see Naruto, he wanted to ask him, why? Yuin Village. Under the guidance of Nagato, Naruto completely mastered the Rinnegan. Watching Naruto's skillful use of Shenra Tenjing and all-seeing heavenly influence of the heavenly Tao, human Tao, animal Tao, hungry Kido, hell Tao, and Azura Tao, Nagato was very pleased. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with an ant smile on his face, it was so perfect. Naruto-kun now has the Rinnegan, Sage Mode, Nine Tails Mode, Time and Space Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, this. In the past, if Orochimaru had such a configuration, he would laugh out of his dreams. Konan is also very happy. Naruto is now at the Super Shadow level, which means that if Naruto is willing, he can elevate the status of Yugikure to the same status as the 5 great ninja villages. Because Naruto-kun alone can defeat any ninja village in the ninja world. After Naruto finished the experiment, he returned to the high platform and came in front of everyone. Looking at the surprised expressions of several people, Naruto smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are everyone looking at me like this?" Nagato held his cane and said, "Everyone is happy for you." Naruto laughed, then looked at Nagato and said, "Senior brother, don't worry, Uncle Snake and I will let you run around the world normally as soon as possible." With that said, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and took out a scroll from his pocket, on which he wrote about the key to Hashirama's cell fusion breakthrough. Orochimaru met Naruto's eyes, then opened the scroll, looked at it a few times, his eyes lit up and said, "Oh, I see, that's it, no wonder, in the previous experiments, there was always rejection." As soon as Nagato heard Orochimaru's excited tone, he knew that his legs were in trouble. Orochimaru closed the scroll and said, "Naruto-kun, I may have to leave for a few days, and I have to get some of my things back." Naruto nodded and said, "I'm going to your laboratory to get something, right?" Orochimaru nodded and said, "Yes, I'm going to look for it. I don't know yet. Those laboratories are still there, but don't worry. I have many laboratories left behind. There will definitely be something you need. No problem, just be careful on the road." Seeing that Naruto trusted him so much and didn't even worry about running away, Orochimaru's favorable impression of Naruto increased even more. It even reminded Orochimaru of Jiraiya for a moment. That guy also trusted him so much. Be careful on the road. With that said, Naruto grabbed Orochimaru's hand, then rolled up his sleeve and marked it with the symbol of the sword of ninja love. Orochimaru smiled bitterly, "Naruto-kun, are you worried about me running away?" 1 second he was praising him, the next second he was doing this to himself. Naruto smiled and said, "Uncle Snake, don't think too much. This is reserved to save your life. If you encounter a difficult situation and you really can't get rid of it, inject chakra into this mark. I will sense the error of a few seconds. I'll be there. Besides, Uncle Snake, if you really want to get rid of this mark, there is nothing you can do." Orochimaru smiled, that was true, he could just change the curse seal and resurrect again. Shinigami can't even trap him, he's a swindler, that's it, Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru put down his sleeves and walked away. Konan looked at Naruto and said, "What are we going to do next?" Naruto thought for a while and said, "Let's refrigerate senior brother Yahiko's body first. I'll use it later." Nagato looked towards Naruto, and Naruto smiled and said, "Yes, it's the one you thought of." Konan couldn't help but cover his mouth. Could it be that Yahiko is really coming back? Senior sister Konan, senior brother Nagato, please stretch out your hands. With that said, Naruto also marked Nagato and Konan, and then said, "I have set up time and space barriers near this tower. Sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan have a limited range and can only protect this tower. The fake Uchiha Madara has completely failed to mark the time and space of this tower, but he can still sneak into Amigakure." Konan looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, you just said that the masked man is not the legendary Uchiha Madara." Naruto remembered that at this time, Konan and Nagato still assumed that Obito was Uchiha Madara. He smiled and said, "No, Madara, he has died a long time ago. The masked man is just the spokesperson chosen by Madara. Speaking of which, my relationship with him is quite messy." Nagato asked in surprise, "You know him?" Naruto nodded with a wry smile. "More than just acquaintance. If you really want to count relationships, they are a mess. Obito is his father's student. From this perspective, Obito and himself are brothers and sisters. However, Kakashi is his homeroom teacher, and Obito and Kakashi are classmates. At this level, Obito is considered Naruto's senior uncle. Here comes the coolest one. He is also a disciple of Jiraiya sensei, so if you think about it, he and his father Minato are the same generation, and they are brothers. Minato is Obito's teacher, and from this aspect, Naruto is Obito's uncle. By the way, not only Naruto, but Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, all of them." Thinking of this, Naruto looked at Nagato a little depressed and thought, "If I hadn't been reborn, you would be just like Obito, a guy who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors." Nagato saw Naruto looking at him like this and said in confusion, "Junior brother, this is..." Naruto waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about the identity of the masked man. I will talk to you about this matter in detail when I have time that day." Nagato nodded and said, "Although I don't have the Samsara Eye, I can still use the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Conan responded, my Shiki dance can quickly cover the whole village after the rain stops. Naruto thought, the masked man knows these abilities. If he really comes and you don't see anything right, just activate the mark and let me come back. Conan and Nagato nodded. Okay, that's all I have to tell you. By the way, senior sister Conan, you and senior brother Nagato can look for any good seedlings in the village and select them. Let's train them. As preparatory members of our Tian organization, I have to go out and it may take several days to come back. Conan nodded and said, okay, I guessed it when I heard you talk about making uniforms. Naruto chuckled and looked at each other's new heavenly uniforms. Naruto was very pleased. It started. After explaining to Conan and Nagato, Naruto was ready to leave. During this trip, he first went to meet Obito for a while. Naruto smiled slightly as he thought about the flying thunder god mark that his father had marked on Obito. Then start making seals and look for marking points. Found it. Naruto smiled slightly, and then flew directly towards the god of thunder. The secret base of the Baiju army. Obito was standing with Kabuto. So, this is your secret weapon? Kabuto looked at the endless white Zetsu army in front of him, with desire in his eyes. Obito's cold voice came from the mask. Over the years, a total of 100,000 white Zetsu troops have been created just to prepare for future wars. Do pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said, well, then I have to show some sincerity here. Obito frowned and said, what can you do? Kabuto smiled evilly and said, I can use someone's ability to help you strengthen these white Zetsus and make them more powerful. Obito said wondering what kind of enhancement Kabuto can do. Listening to Obito's tone, Kabuto knew that he was disdainful. So he said, Yamato of Konoha, he can use with style perfectly, I can help you capture him, and then use his body to strengthen these white Zetsu. Obito thought, this suggestion is indeed good. As for wood style, he can use it because he has half of Hashirama's cells. However, to strengthen such a huge white Zetsu army, he cannot do it without a thorough study of Hashirama's cells. From this point of view, the value of the pocket is indeed great. Kabuto looked at Obito and sneered, moreover, I can reincarnate through the dirt and provide you with a large number of combat soldiers. Many of them are famous ninjas in the past. Their combat prowess is very strong. Of course, this also includes members of the Akatsuki organization who have died, such as Uchiha Itachi. By the way, I'm also very envious of Uchiha Sasuke's body. Obito frowned. Itachi's body was clearly placed here with him. When did Kabuto leave it? Also, why is this guy so interested in Sasuke like Orochimaru? Are you a little too greedy? Obito snapped. Kabuto smiled coldly and asked, are you greedy? After saying that, Kabuto formed a seal with his hands and summoned a coffin. I'll show you something fun. As he spoke, the coffin lid fell. Obito looked at the person lying inside the coffin, his body suddenly trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Kabuto, you guy. Kabuto stood next to the coffin, looked at Obito and smiled and said, snakes have a keen sense of smell and can sense many subtle changes in the environment. It took me a lot of effort to successfully channel it. Moreover, according to Orochimaru-sama's previous research, coupled with my many years of exploration, this body is almost reincarnated in a perfect state of prosperity. Presumably, it will be more helpful to your and my plans. In this case, shouldn't you also be more honest with me? Looking at Kabuto's sharp eyes, Obito's chest rose and fell, and he was actually being manipulated. Because the person lying inside the coffin is none other than Uchiha Madara. This guy Kabuto actually channeled him. In this way, all the corpses he hid were found by Kabuto. This guy. Obito sneered and said, no problem, I can open my resources to you, and I am indeed not Uchiha Madara, I am his descendant, and this plan was also led by him. With that said, Obito took off his mask and looked at Kabuto with his true face. My real name, Uchiha Obito. Kabuto watched Obito take off his mask and reveal his true identity. Based on the information he had, he figured out many things in an instant. It seems that you and I are the same kind of people. We are both on each other's paths, looking for our true selves. Obito put on his mask again and said, since you think we are on the same team, let's officially start cooperation. Shao, today is different from the past. The talent has been withering to a great extent, which is why Obito took the initiative to seek cooperation with Kabuto. He is in urgent need of a powerful helper now. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for him to capture 8 tails and 9 tails with his current strength. What's more, Naruto already knew his identity, so many secret plans were not suitable for him to carry out. For example, look at it now, Kabuto has found out that he is not Uchiha Madara at all. As for Kabuto, Obito took the initiative to find him, which really surprised him. Because, since he got Madara's body and successfully channeled it, he is no longer afraid of the masked man. After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be a fake. Therefore, Kabuto also wanted to meet the masked man and talk about cooperation. Because Kabuto collected a large number of corpses and was reincarnated in the dirt, he was preparing to cause big things in the ninja world. On one hand, Kabuto wants to prove that he is superior to Orochimaru. On the other hand, Kabuto also wants to see the ninja world in chaos and killing each other. This would be better for a ninja like him who lives in the dark. Secondly, he also wants Sasuke's body to continue the research that Orochimaru has not completed. War can kill people. For someone like Kabuto, who is an SSS card collector, this is the best thing. Kabuto looked at Obito and asked, since I have chosen to cooperate, I would like to know what is going on with the Rinnegan now. According to the intelligence, Kabuto discovered that Pain seemed to have separated from Akatsuki. What was even more outrageous was that Naruto actually got together with Pain and established a new organization. Oh my god. This really makes Kabuto feel that the world is getting more and more lively. Obito frowned and said, I will handle this matter well. I will find a way to get the Samsara Eye back. Don't bother me. I'll give it to you when I'm done using it. Listening to the unfamiliar voice, both Obito and Kabuto were instantly alert. Who is it? Obito shouted. In the darkness, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and then slowly walked out. Those eyes. A glowing purple light in the darkness. Kabuto said excitedly. Obito frowned slightly. Is it Nagato's Pain who has arrived? When Naruto appeared, Obito's eyes widened. Naruto. Naruto raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Uchiha Obito and smiled. What's wrong, Obito? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you feel so strange when you see me. Kabuto was no less shocked than Obito at this moment. First, Naruto actually possesses the Rinnegan. Second, Naruto actually knew the true identity of the masked man. Third, looking at Obito's reaction, it is obvious that he didn't know Naruto was coming, so how did Naruto find such a secret place? Just as I was thinking, Obito spoke up, what did you do to Nagato? He actually successfully transplanted the Samsara Eye. Also, how did you find this place? Naruto chuckled, then walked aside and looked at the huge army of white Zetsu underground. He nodded and said thoughtfully, this looks like an elementary version, Kabuto. Remember to go to the wood, kidnap Captain Yamato and strengthen the white Zetsu army. Hearing Naruto's words, Kabuto's expression suddenly turned bad. Isn't this the plan he just proposed? So, Naruto has already arrived. That's impossible. He had already learned the sage art in the Ryuchi cave and successfully shed his skin from a snake to become a dragon. He only just sensed Naruto's arrival. There is no way that Naruto could stay by his side quietly for so long. Obito looked at Naruto with serious face, he really couldn't see through Naruto. In the past, Obito felt that Naruto was very similar to himself when he was a teenager, and even wanted to turn Naruto into a villain, thus letting Nine Tails join. But now, Naruto, who possesses the Rinnegan and looks like a leader inspecting something, comes here, making Obito feel extremely uneasy. He had only experienced this kind of uneasiness in Uchiha Madara. That kind of calm expression, with the whole situation under control, really annoyed Obito. Naruto. You haven't answered my question yet. Facing Obito's questioning, Naruto slowly turned his head, glanced at him indifferently and said, I came here just to talk to you. Obito sneered, did I hear you right? You who have always aimed to become Hokage actually want to talk to the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the ninja world. Naruto paced here and said, I'm not here to argue with you. I know that the two of you are here today to discuss how to start a ninja war. You, Obito, want to realize your Moon Eye project. You, Do, also want to realize your life meaning plan. And I, Naruto, will explain my position, and I can also help you realize your plan. After hearing what Naruto said, Obito and Kabuto said in unison, what? Naruto spread his hands helplessly and said, I know you don't believe me, and I don't need you to believe me. I came here to tell you that the Sky Organization, which is my consciousness, can accommodate your plan. If necessary, Obito, I can also give you the Rinnegan. Kabuto, I can also help you find your meaning in life. After all, your master and leader, Orochimaru, is right beside me. Kabuto was very shocked and asked, Master Orochimaru is resurrected? Naruto nodded and said, yes, I was the one who resurrected him. But Uncle Snake has much more pursuits than you. He keeps searching on the path of truth. Look at yourself. Don't think you have gone to the Ryuchi cave. I transformed from a snake into a dragon, and I felt that I had surpassed Orochimaru and was very impressive. Do was very angry and very frightened. He was angry because he was so awesome, but Naruto made him look like he was worthless. He was terrified because Naruto knew his trump card and even accurately described his change of mentality. Damn it, who is this guy and why does he know so much? In his previous life, Naruto, as the Seventh Hokage, had provided shelter to Kabuto, allowing him to find his own Kabuto and recognize his own Kabuto. He became the director of an orphanage and lived happily with his brother in the orphanage. Kabuto also talked to Naruto about his past, especially the battle between him and Itachi. Later, when Naruto, Sasuke and his crew fought the Uchiha letter, they also collected many clones with Sharingan and sent them directly to Kabuto's orphanage and handed them over to Kabuto. Therefore, Naruto knew everything about Kabuto. Naruto looked at Kabuto's angry expression, then said to Obito, by the way, Obito, the 5 Kage will be holding a meeting in the Land of Iron soon, and their target is Sasuke. Sasuke had a fight with me before, and his Susanoo evolved completely, but his Mangekyo's limit was not pushed out. You can plan it and stir up the seeds of hatred for genocide, so that he can have a more thorough understanding of hatred. Obito frowned and said, why don't you go there yourself? Naruto said helplessly, you also know the relationship between Sasuke and me. If I go, it will be counterproductive. Obito was silent. Then, Obito frowned and said, Naruto, what is your purpose? Obito no longer looked at Naruto with the eyes of a little kid, because at this moment Naruto had already stood at a height that seemed higher than him, and was doing things. From what Naruto said just now, we can see that he is playing chess. The fight with Sasuke before seemed intentional, even when he came to see me today, he was playing chess. This is scary because Obito knows that he may be on the chessboard, but he doesn't know what game Naruto is playing. Naruto sighed, thinking about his past life, finding his Obito and saving him. He looked at Obito wistfully and said, when you know, you will know. Then, Naruto walked out slowly, saying as he walked, I know you want the Samsara Eye to control some things. Don't worry, when the time is right, I will consider giving it to you. After saying that, Naruto jumped away. Naruto did not choose Flying Thunder God to leave. Because he wanted Kabuto and Obito to guess why he appeared out of thin air. Having a guess in your mind and actually verifying it are two different things. If you can't see clearly, you will be indecisive and fearful. Even if Obito guessed it, he wouldn't tell Kabuto. After all, who would take the initiative to expose scars? Then for Kabuto, Naruto's mystery is even stronger. What do you think? Watching Naruto leave, Kabuto looked at Obito and asked. Obito snorted coldly and said, anyway, at least based on what Naruto said just now, he should not be our enemy for the time being. Oh. Kabuto said meaningfully, and then said, so, it's possible to become friends? Obito thought about how Naruto just appeared here quietly, just like his Kamui. The only one who can do this is space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that Naruto had already discovered this place? Impossible, this place is so secretive, how could he find out? Looking back at Kabuto, Obito was no longer confident. Kabuto could find the corpses he hid, and reincarnated Uchiha Madara into the dirt. Naruto's sudden bug seemed to be explained here. Obito sighed and responded, whether we can become friends depends on God's will. Ever since Naruto revealed his identity, Obito has lost some confidence. I feel like my mask can no longer be worn. Because they used to be known as Uchiha Madara, they were a loud group and basically frightened many people. Obito, who hides behind the mask, is often very proud. You idiots, you guys must have been deceived by me. In fact, I, Obito, am the real boss. This feeling has the confidence of the players behind the scenes. As a result, now, he was killed by Naruto. After sighing, Obito activated Kamui, and the vortex of time and space began to suck in his figure. I won't send you off. If you are interested in this place, you can leave later. After explaining Kabuto, Obito disappeared. Kabuto smiled contemptuously, this guy was just as annoying as Naruto just now. Looking at Wuyang's Baizetsu below, Kabuto licked his tongue and said, you have to plan how to hunt Yamato and finish this big project well. In front of the Geto statue, a space-time vortex emerged, and Obito came out of it. As soon as it landed, a rustling sound came, and the combined black and white Jew came out of the ground, and the black, thick, big and long tree roots came out. You're back. How was your talk with Kabuto? Facing Black Zetsu's inquiry, Obito looked at Geto statue and said, there is no problem with Kabuto, but there is bad news. Naruto successfully transplanted Nagato's Rinnegan. Baiju asked in surprise, how is it possible that Naruto can withstand the Rinnegan? Obito responded, it's not surprising. Naruto and Nagato are both from the Uzumaki clan and have strong vitality. In addition, Naruto is a nine-tails Jinchuriki. Furthermore. At this point, Obito paused because he suspected that Naruto had that kind of power. The Uchiha clan's stone tablet predicted that Madara had told herself, and Obito had also studied it. The prophecy reads, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, the two forces merge into one, can create a more powerful force. He also discovered that there are indeed two invisible forces in this world, which are actually the souls of Indra and Asura reborn in the reincarnated body. Madara and Senju are the heirs of two of these powers. Later, Obito thought that after Madara died, he, as a member of the Uchiha clan, should have inherited the mysterious power of Uchiha. Then, he saw in Naruto the power that only Hashirama of the Senju clan had. From this, he doubted whether Naruto would also be the successor to the power of the Senju clan. So, Obito further studied the Uchiha clan, the last Sasuke. This research made Obito unconfident because he couldn't figure out who, between himself and Sasuke, was the successor to the power of the Uchiha clan that he couldn't see or touch. Therefore, Obito has been ripening Sasuke, allowing his Mangekyo Sharingan's power to evolve and reach the same level as him. In this way, he can see the future clearly. Thinking about what Naruto said to him, asking him to stir up the seeds of Sasuke's hatred, Obito felt a little hesitant in his heart. Because originally, after Obito discovered that 8 Tails had escaped, he planned to go find Sasuke and stimulate him. However, now Naruto directly asked him to go. This makes Obito feel bad. This is just like if you originally planned to do something, but suddenly someone you hate asks you to do it, you will suddenly be very resistant in your heart and feel like you don't want to do it. Baiju saw that Obito was talking and stopped talking, so he said, "Obito, what else are you talking about?" Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, "No matter what the reason is for Naruto's successful transplantation of the Rinnegan Eye, this is not a good thing for us. You must know that the Rinnegan Eye was specially left by Madara, and it is related to the entire Eye of the Moon project. Without the Eye of Samsara, there would be great resistance to the implementation of the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito said silently, "Of course I understand this, but even if there is no Reincarnation Eye, I can still implement the Eye of the Moon plan." Black Zetsu glanced at Obito and thought, is this guy planning to resurrect Madara? Obito walked to the Geto statue and started Kamui. After a while, the entire Geto statue was sucked in. Baiju asked in confusion, "Obito, what are you doing?" "Obito, please slow down a little, because sucking in such a big Geto statue at once will consume a lot of Kamui. Just in case, Naruto is elusive now, and he knows too much information. What's more, he now has the Rinnegan. I'm afraid he will steal the Geto statue." Black Zetsu agreed, "Well, it is indeed necessary to suck away the Geto statue. After all, there are 7-tailed beasts inside the golem." After Obito finished recovering, he looked at Baizetsu and asked, "Where is Sasuke now?" Baiju responded, "I seem to be on my way, and now I am in a forest." Obito nodded, and then the spacetime vortex opened again. "Let's go meet him." In the woods, the Eagle Squadron was galloping. The leader was none other than Sasuke, closely followed by Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo last. The four of them were running quickly among the treetops in the forest. In front of them, a space-time vortex suddenly appeared, and then, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the vortex. Starting from the eyes, to the mask, then to the entire head, upper body, and finally the feet. The whole process takes less than a few seconds. Sasuke was slightly stunned because he had noticed a familiar figure in front of him. The four of them stopped on the treetop in front of Obito. Xiangling looked at Obito in great surprise, and said in his heart, "I suddenly felt this guy's chakra, what's going on?" Shueisha covered her head and complained, "What an unlucky coincidence." Sasuke looked at Obito with some hostility and asked, "How did you know I was here?" Obito snorted coldly, "Don't underestimate me, I still have this ability." Seeing Xianglian's shocked expression, Sasuke's slightly angry tone, and Suigetsu's complaints, Obito was very satisfied in his heart. This is right, this is the normal reaction to seeing me. How is it like Naruto, who knows everything and doesn't give others any sense of novelty? Sasuke frowned and said, "Is there anything else that can happen now? Our eagle has left Akatsuki and has nothing to do with you anymore." Obito said, "You have not kept your agreement with me." Sasuke frowned and said, "What's going on?" "Obito, tailed beast hunting." Seeing this, Xiang Lu complained, "Didn't I already give 8 tails to you?" Obito said resentfully, "That was just a substitute, you were tricked by 8 tails." Hearing this, Shueisha and Xianglan were very surprised. Sasuke frowned, and his inner OS said, "I confirmed it with Sharingan, there should be no chance of using the clone." Afterwards, he quickly recalled the battle process, as if he thought of something, and exclaimed in his heart, "Could it be the only one with a severed tail that fell off his body?" Obito's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at the unsatisfactory quartet and said, "To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you." Shueisha complained, "In that case, what else do you want us to do? This has nothing to do with us anymore." Obito said loudly, "No. I hope you can finish it from beginning to end. Even so, forget about the 8 tails matter. There are other things that you need to deal with now." Sasuke said with hostility, "What if I say no?" Obito said calmly, "Then, let's fight here, which means you won't be able to go to Konoha." As soon as Obito finished speaking, Sasuke flicked his sleeve, stretched out his right hand, formed a seal, thunder and lightning flashed, and said sternly, "Then break in by force." Chidori gathered on Sasuke's right hand, and Sasuke directly jumped up and stabbed Obito directly. Obito stood there, not moving. Sasuke's Chidori passed through Obito's body, and then, Sasuke found that his whole body had passed through. Obito said calmly, "By now, it's too late for you to go to Konoha." After Sasuke passed through Obito's body, he stood up like a carp and landed on the treetop behind Obito. Sharingan was full of shock. He looked back at Obito and said in his mind, "It passed through my body, just like before. Is it this guy's ability?" Obito didn't even look back and continued, "It's a pity that your wish can no longer be realized." Listening to Obito's words, Sasuke wondered, "What's going on?" Obito turned around, looked at Sasuke and said, "Because of your hunting of 8 tails, the 5 shadows have held a meeting, and Hokage Tsunade has left Konoha to attend the meeting." Sasuke snorted coldly, "I am going to destroy Konoha and kill Danzo. As for Hokage Tsunade, I can stay at the end." Obito snorted coldly and said, "Danzo is indeed the culprit who hurt your brother Itachi, but Danzo is not the culprit that caused the tragic fate of our Uchiha clan." Sasuke looked at Obito with cold eyes and said, "What do you mean by that?" Obito looked at Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "If you investigate the fate that led to Uchiha being cursed, discriminated against, and ostracized, second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was the reason that led to Uchiha's final genocide." Looking at Sasuke's eyes, Obito knew that he had taken the bait. So, Obito continued to elaborate, "You should still remember that when you were a child, you lived on the edge of the village, right? It was very far away from the center of the city." Sasuke said, "What's the matter? What does this prove?" Obito snorted, "After the first Hokage died and the second generation was in power, Tobirama was afraid of the power of the Uchiha clan, so he put the Uchiha clan in a corner, and also set up prisons for criminals together, and even let the Uchiha clan become a police officer. On the surface, it seems that the security authority of the village has been handed over to the Uchiha clan. In fact, Uchiha is just the watchdog of the village. Uchiha has no say in the orders issued by the higher-ups. The Uchiha clan arrests criminals, maintains public order in the village, and mediates conflicts among villagers every day. Over time, when people in the village saw the Uchiha clan, they always looked fierce and had a fierce look on their faces, and could not see the kind faces of our Uchiha clan at all. The birth of any new system and the resulting dissatisfaction are all dealt with by the Uchiha clan. Who told us to be the police station? As a result, the Uchiha clan has become the most ferociously barking dog in the village. Tobirama is also very happy to see such a scene, because the villagers basically have no good impression of the Uchiha clan. If that Uchiha clan member does something bad, the reputation of the Uchiha clan and the police station will immediately become very bad. Many people will say that we are stealing from ourselves and protecting our families. What's even more embarrassing is that since the prison is located in Uchiha's residence, normal people don't want to get close to Uchiha. Some parents even ask their children not to go to Uchiha's tribe to play with friends to avoid trouble. When Sasuke heard this, his expression turned bad, because what Obito said was indeed true. When he was a child, many children were not willing to play with him because of their parents' reactions. Moreover, people in the village are really afraid of Uchiha and dare not get close to him at all. Obito saw that Sasuke was getting more and more angry, so he continued, "Because we, the Uchiha clan, are naturally excellent and long for sincere friendship and love, many Uchiha clan members feel that it is very unfair after being treated with contempt and hostility by other ordinary villagers. Why are we so good and doing our best for the village, yet we still have to be criticized by people who are not as good as ourselves?" As time goes by, more and more people become arrogant and domineering, and eventually the disgusting cycle begins, and eventually there are even people talking about the glory of the clan all day long. If this continues, after the second generation, the Uchiha clan will completely lose the support of the people, and the villagers will become more and more isolated from the Uchiha clan. Even after the person who was captured was released, he and his clan tried to take revenge on the Uchiha clan, which made it impossible for the clan's interpersonal network to develop. As for someone in the clan being able to become a Hokage, there is no need for wishful thinking. This is the purpose of Senju Tobirama, and it is his policy that is the culprit for Uchiha to be cursed, hated, and even, in the end, annihilated. As for Danzo, he was just the catalyst for the tragedy that followed. After Obito finished speaking, Sasuke's eyes were filled with the anger of revenge. It turns out that the tragic fate of the Uchiha family has been buried since second generation. Sasuke looked at Obito and asked viciously, "Why did you appear in front of me and say all this?" Obito sneered a few times and said, "You and I are both members of the Uchiha clan. Since the Senju clan has been entangled with us for so long, then, Fifth Hokage Tsunade, as the last person of the Senju clan in Konoha, who do you think should come? How about finishing her off?" Sasuke thought for a while, then smiled evilly. It is indeed an interesting thing to take off the Hokage's head at the Five Shadows Conference. Saying that, Sasuke looked at Kaso, Yugo, and Suigetsu and said, Team Hawk has changed their plan, changed their destination, and headed to the Land of Iron to take down the Hokage's head. Obito nodded, "That's good." Xiangling frowned and said, "But Sasuke, that's the Hokage. The four of us are going." Sasuke said disdainfully, "It doesn't matter, I just have something I want to try, and I haven't beaten anyone at the Hokage level yet." Suigetsu spread his hands and said, "But, we don't know where the Hokage is at all." At this time, a rustling sound came, and the black and white Zetsu emerged from the roots of the tree under Obito's feet, and then opened. Shueisha was about to draw his sword and said, "What is this?" "It's like aloe vera." Obito said, "Don't worry, this is my companion, Zetsu." Heiju said, "The Five Shadows are currently gathering in the Kingdom of Iron for a meeting. Let my clone lead the way for everyone." As he spoke, Black and White placed his hands on the tree, and then his body began to split. Xiang Lu looked at this picture and felt extremely sick. After the split, Baiju jumped out and said, "Everyone, follow me." Sasuke saw this and snorted coldly, "Eagle Team, let's go." Afterwards, Kaoru, Suigetsu, and Yugo followed closely behind Sasuke. Yugo rushed to Sasuke's side and asked with concern, "Is it appropriate to trust those guys?" Sasuke looked ahead coldly, and said while jumping, "Let's check the situation first. If anything suspicious appears, use Amaterasu to burn it." Obito breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, I guided him through it." Black Zetsu said with emotion, "Looking at Sasuke like this, the progress is going quite smoothly." Obito thought about the present situation and sighed, "I really didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto actually got the Rinnegan Eye from Nagato." Black Zetsu asked, "In your opinion, did Nagato betray Akatsuki, or?" Obito thought, Naruto chopped off Danzo's right hand and deducted his right eye. Danzo's right eye is Uchiha Shirsue's eye, which can display the strongest genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods. I doubt that Nagato the changes are related to this, but... Heiju asked, "What's wrong?" Obito thought, but Naruto did not transplant Shirsue's eyes. From the time I saw him, his eyes were normal eyes, without the Rinnegan. Moreover, now that he has successfully transplanted the Rinnegan Eye, Nagato and Konan still seem to be loyal to him. This means that Nagato's heart recognizes Naruto. Even if the genjutsu of distinguished heavenly gods is removed, he still supports Naruto. After all, there is another person beside Naruto who successfully transplanted Shirsue's eyes, but he didn't show up. Heiju asked in surprise, "How could that happen?" Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "In short, this is not good news for us. Moreover, Sasuke is indeed a good prospect, but if his development is as uncontrollable as Nagato, it will be very bad." Thinking of this, Obito said angrily, "It's all this Uzumaki Naruto's fault." Heiju said, "What? You want to take action?" Obito thought for a while, shook his head and said, "Let's take a look for now. Naruto's current strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, without the Rinnegan, the connection between me and Geto statue will also lose some support." In a mountain forest, on the edge of a hidden cliff, Danzo stood on the edge of the cliff, holding his cane and watching the sunset. Not long after, a swishing sound came, and Danzo knew that he was coming, because it was the sound of a snake walking, and he was all too familiar with it. Kabuto looked at Danzo and said with a playful smile, "I'm really surprised, Danzo-sama, you who have been sending people to look for me actually want to talk about cooperation." Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Today is different from the past. In the past, I came to you because I was guessing that you might have Orochimaru's human experiment data, and I wanted to obtain it. Now, I come to you to seek cooperation." Kabuto licked his tongue and praised, "Danzo-sama is really a quick talker. He is worthy of being a partner with Orochimaru-sama." Danzo raised his eyebrows and looked at Kabuto. This guy really knew what was going on between him and Orochimaru. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, looked at Sunset and said, "Tell me what you want to get." Danzo, who lost Shirsue's eyes and had 10 Sharingans, looked at Kabuto and said ambitiously, "I want to become stronger. Orochimaru has a lot of data on human experiments. I have also successfully transplanted Hashirama cells, and, from what I see, you must have transformed your body a lot." Kabuto smiled as he looked at Danzo with an expression longing for power. Because he seemed to see his past self. "Yes, I can help you transform your body, but what can you bring to me?" Faced with Kabuto's inquiry, Danzo smiled and said, "As long as you let me gain powerful power and help me seize the position of Hokage, I can help you with your experiments in the future just like I did with Orochimaru." Kabuto smiled slightly. This was somewhat interesting. It just so happened that he had something that he needed help with. In the land of iron, there is heavy snow. Under a cliff near the synagogue, next to the lake, Sasuke and his group stood here. After a while, there were ripples on the surface of the lake, and a head emerged from the water. It was Suigetsu who was good at water ninjutsu. Xiangling asked anxiously, "How is it?" Shueisha frowned and said, "It's not easy to infiltrate. Because of the Five Shadows Conference, the surroundings of the central tower near the conference have been stepped up." Seeing this, Sasuke spoke to Yugo next to him, "Yugo, use animals to find the least guarded route to the venue." Zhongwu nodded and said, "I understand." With that said, Zhongwu channeled an owl and then flew out. This venue has 5 floors. It looks like a pine tree structure on the outside, and is supported by many tall stone pillars on the inside. It is the center of political talks in the Iron Kingdom. At the entrance of the venue, under the stairs, Mifune and 2 of his men stood here, welcoming the distinguished guests. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Your Highness Hokage. I am the general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune." Tsunade smiled and said, "First time we meet, I am Hokage Tsunade." Mifune looked behind Tsunade and asked doubtfully, "His Royal Highness Hokage brought a guard?" Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and smiled, "Yes, one is enough, he is very strong." Jiraiya was carrying his luggage. When he heard Tsunade praising him, he suddenly felt a little arrogant. Then he couldn't help sneezing, then touched his nose and complained, "I'll go, it's really cold in the Iron Kingdom." Mifune greeted, "Come up and have a cup of hot tea first." Saying that, Mifune turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Tsunade smiled and said, "Thank you for the treat." On Sasuke's side, the flying owl flew back and landed on Yugo's left arm. Yugo came closer and exchanged information with the owl. Sasuke asked, "How was it?" Yugo looked at Sasuke and said, "You can go up from the west, where there are fewer guards." Sasuke nodded, then tilted his head and told Xiangling, "Xiangling, we will take action in a moment. You must always grasp the position of the chakra guarding to avoid collision." Xiangling said helplessly, "Should I go too?" Shueisha chuckled and said, "Zhongwu and I have already contributed our efforts just now, and now is the best time for you to use your own abilities." Xiang Phosphorus sighed. Seeing that Xiang Lian had no objection, Sasuke looked at Zetsu standing next to him and asked, "You are saying Zetsu, right?" Baiju responded, "What's wrong? We're going to sneak into the venue later, so come with us. I think Obito asked you to follow me, and you must have a corresponding role." Baiju chuckled, looked at Sasuke and said, "Okay, since you take the initiative to ask for help, I can't refuse." Seeing Baizetsu's agreement, Sasuke said, "Eagle Squad, take action." So, everyone went up from the west direction. During the march, Shueisha looked at the nearby terrain and wondered, "Tell me, why don't we prepare an ambush on the way Hokage comes up in advance, and when she comes, wouldn't it be better for us to deal with her on the spot?" Xiang Lu turned around and cursed, "Are you an idiot? There are so many guards. What if you are discovered when setting up a trap? Moreover, once a fight breaks out, the nearby guards will hear the sound and come. At that time, the other 4 shadows will be affected. He will also come. At that time, let alone killing Hokage, whether he can escape is another matter." Shueisha said helplessly, "Then let's sneak into the club and kill them, otherwise we are seeking death." Xiangling covered his forehead and sighed, "So, we are sneaking in beforehand to find out the enemy's strength, and then make a plan. It is best to take action on Hokage's way back. If you lay in ambush without even knowing your strength, you would most likely be seeking death. Isn't that right, Sasuke?" Saying that, Xiang Lian looked at Sasuke fawningly. Sasuke did not answer Xiang Lian's question directly, and said with a straight face, "Xian Lian, from now on, concentrate on sensing the location of the chakra around you, and stop chatting." Shueisha snickered and said, "Ha ha ha, you must have been trained." Xiangling looked at Shueisha angrily and said, "You be asterisk 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 d, you are so noisy. It's all your fault for raising idiotic questions." Baiju looked at Sasuke's members, then thought about Obito, and couldn't help but sigh, "Sasuke, it's really not easy for you to lead such a few people." Sasuke smiled slightly and walked forward. The group continued to sneak in. After they left, a figure walked out of the woods, wearing a uniform with blue sky and white clouds. Looking at the retreating figure, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Sasuke, you're still the same." After saying that, Naruto fled away. In the clubhouse, 5 shadows arrived one after another. Under Mifyun's reception, everyone entered the venue one after another. In the venue, water, rock, fire, earth, and thunder were surrounded by curtains from each shinobi village, hanging in the center of the venue. The 5 figures took their seats one after another according to the characters each represented on the curtain. Mifyun is sitting in the center directly in front. He is the representative of the neutral country and the host of this meeting. Mifyun saw that all the major Kages were seated, and their respective guards were also standing behind the curtain, so he stood up and announced, "Then, as a neutral country, I declare that this meeting of the 5 Kages has officially begun. I am the person in charge, Mifyun, and now we are starting the 5 Kage talks." As Mifyun's voice fell, Gaara, the youngest among the 5 shadows, Kazekage, spoke, "I'll say it first, and you guys listen to me." The eldest Tsuchika Jinoki heard Gaara's arrogant tone and immediately snorted in displeasure. The 5 Kages have really changed a lot. To become a Kage at this age is really a formidable career. Your Highness Kazekage, it seems that your father taught you very well. It's a pity that he has no education. After Anoki finished speaking, Kankuro suddenly felt unhappy behind the wind curtain. "Depend on." This old man Tsuchikage actually said that about his younger brother, and even insinuated that about his own father. If it weren't for his age, Kankuro would have just taken the crow and went down to F***k him. Kankuro said very unhappy, "Then what the hell is old man Tsuchikage?" Temari frowned and said, "Be quiet, this is the 5 Shadows Conference, don't talk nonsense." Gaara put his fists on his chin with his hands, his arms resting on the table, looking at Tsuchikage, and said calmly, "Yes, that's why I'm sitting here as Kazekage." Anoki was amused by the young man in front of him and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, he is such an arrogant guy." Mizukage Terumi Mei, who was slightly older than Gaara, said, "Tsuchikage-sama, please don't interrupt." After saying that, Terumi Mei looked at Gaara and said, "Master Kazekage, please continue." Among the Kage in the audience, apart from Gaara, who is the youngest, the second youngest is Terumi Mei. Therefore, as a Kage of the younger generation, supporting Gaara's speech is also expressing her own status and declaring the young shadows also have status. Ōtsutsuki snorted coldly and stopped talking. Seeing this, Gaara continued, I was once a Jinchuriki and was also detained by Akatsuki. These people are a group of power-hungry lunatics who can use any means to achieve their goals. Therefore, I think the existence of Akatsuki is very dangerous. I have made many requests to the five shadows, but they have been ignored, except for Lord Hokage. After saying that, Gaara cast a friendly look at Tsunade. Tsunade saw this and responded in a friendly manner and nodded. Gaara continued to elaborate, speaking of which, it is too late to plan to join forces after all the Jinchuriki are taken away from each country. After listening to this, Inoki said disapprovingly, after the ninja village of the 5 major countries was taken away from Jinchuriki, it is impossible to set an example for other countries, because this is simply a shame and humiliation. Generally, it is common sense to recycle it secretly. Once it is taken away, it is impossible to go to other countries. Looking for help. After Inoki finished speaking, he looked at Gaara as if he had come before, meaning, it is only you, a young brat, who has such childish ideas. Gaara sighed and sighed, property, prestige, and extremely boring and pedantic ideas. Inoki's eyes narrowed slightly, and his inner OS complained, humph. Young man. Seeing that the conversation was a bit broken, Terumi Mei quickly came to the rescue and spoke, let's not care about whether this is pedantic or not. As Mizuki, I admit that we are indeed too passive. But even if the tailed beast is taken away, it cannot be immediately regarded as a threat and controlled. Tailed beasts require skill, knowledge and time. Inoki saw that Terumi Mei had hit the point and answered loudly, indeed. Jinchuriki needs to grow up with the tailed beast and adapt to each other, but even so, it is difficult to control. After finishing speaking, Inoki did not forget to explain Gaara, yes, Your Highness Kazekage. Gaara looked indifferent and didn't answer the question at all. The time he spent with one tail was an eternal pain for him, and then being taken away made it even more painful. When Tsunade saw everyone talking about tailed beast control, she couldn't help but speak. When it comes to tailed beast control, the only ones who can truly control tailed beasts in a short time are Uchiha Madara and my grandfather First Hokage Senju Hashirama. The good ones who can grow up with the tailed beasts are 4th Mizuki Yagura and Reikage-sama's younger brother Killer Bee. But, speaking of Killer Bee, 4th Reikage clenched his right fist immediately, then raised his right fist high and stood up with an angry look. Behind the curtain, Jiraiya frowned. Mizuki's guard Ao said solemnly, Shangjuro. Chojuro drew his sword, here. Temari put his hands behind his back and prepared to jump. The other shadow guards also took action. 4th Reikage Ai stood up angrily and roared loudly, stop talking here. Then, the raised right fist came down directly, hammering a big hole into the hard solid wood table in front of him. In an instant, the guards of the 5 great shadows jumped down one after another, each took out their own weapons and started to confront each other. Jiraiya stood in front of Tsunade and looked at Reikage with very unfriendly eyes. In the venue, all the lights were on, for fear of missing any corner. Mifune sighed and said loudly, this is a place for discussion. Please be careful of any disrespectful actions. Reikage Ai snorted, knowing that Mifune was connoting himself. He took the initiative to sit down with his hands clasped in fists. After Darui and she saw their boss sitting down, they knew what the boss meant and jumped up and stepped back. Gaara said, Kankuro, Temari, stand down. Terumi Mei then said, Ao, Chojuro, step back, I'll be fine. Inoki gave Akatsuki and Kuratsuki a look. Tsunade called out Jiraiya's name. As a result, the guards of the 5 shadows retreated behind the curtain. Ching stepped back and looked at the Hokage curtain. The man with a broken arm, Jiraiya, suddenly frowned. Chojuro was very curious, because when he saw Ching's expression, he must have encountered something very shocking. What's wrong, Mr. Ching? Following Qing's gaze, Chojuro also looked over and asked doubtfully, "Is that man very strong?" Master Qing has such an expression. Qing said in a deep voice, "It's not very strong, it's extremely strong. It's completely shadow level, no, even super shadow level." Chojuro was shocked and said, "Really?" Ao had experienced the Third Ninja War, and when he was young, he had faced off against Konoha many times, and he said in a tone like someone who had been there before, "That's Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. A direct disciple of the Third Hokage, the master of the Fourth Hokage, pervy sage of Mount Myaboku. If it weren't for him not being interested in governing, the Fifth Hokage would be none other than him." Chojuro listened to Ao's name, thought about the stories he had heard, looked at Jiraiya, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Qing Rua thought thoughtfully, "No wonder Hokage-sama only brings one guard. This Konoha is equivalent to sending 2 Kages to attend the meeting. But who can break an arm of such a powerful person?" The lights in the venue dimmed again, and the only big light was turned on, illuminating the U-shaped conference table below. Seeing that the situation was stable again, Mifune said, "Let's continue the discussion." Without waiting for Hokage Tsunade to speak, Reikage AI spoke first, looking around the other 4 shadows in the field, naming them one by one. Konoha, Iwa, Sand, Kiri, and Akatsuki were formed by the rebellious ninjas in your village. Not only that, it was also found out that some of you, including my predecessor, have taken advantage of Akatsuki. Gaara said in surprise, "Used it?" Reikage AI glanced at Gaara, with an expression that only you know, and continued, "I don't believe you, and I don't want to negotiate with you, but the reason why I summoned the 5 shadows here is to hold you accountable." Facing Reikage AI's accusation, Gaara continued to ask the question just now, "How did you use it before?" Reikage AI said in a joking tone, "As a Kazekage, why haven't you been informed? Go ask the old guys in your village." As he spoke, Reikage became excited again, pointed his finger at Gaara and said, "You have used Akatsuki in wars in the past." Seeing Reikage talking about the past, Gaara didn't understand. Anoki became interested, leaned on the chair, looked at Gaara and said solemnly, "Now that the big countries have settled down, they have shifted from armament expansion to armament reduction. Because tensions between countries have eased, there is no threat of war. For the country, ninja villages with military power have become a heavy financial burden. Even so, there are certain risks in reducing the size of ninja villages at will. Once a war breaks out, there are also problems in relying only on ninja villages without actual combat experience. Will be defeated." After listening to Gaara, he said thoughtfully, "One of the ways to avoid risks is to hire the combat mercenary group Akatsuki." Anoki snorted coldly, and said in his heart, "Only now do you know, young man. There are still many things you don't know." Seeing Gaara's silence, Anoki continued, "It takes a lot of time and money to train excellent ninjas in your own village. Akatsuki, who live on war, are a frontline expert group, and they can take over the war at a low price, and can also bring about the most satisfactory results." Speaking of this, Anoki even showed a proud smile. Reikage AI saw this and scolded, "Don't just say something nice, Ōtsutsuki." Anoki sneered and stopped talking. Reikage AI glanced at Gaara, then looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunagakure used Akatsuki to destroy Konoha, that is Orochimaru. At that time, it was not determined whether he was separated from Akatsuki, but because of him, the 4th generation Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen also lost his life. Moreover, regarding this matter, according to the information that we, Kumogakure, have explored, on the surface it is Orochimaru who planned it, but secretly, there may be an insider in Konoha who is scheming behind the scenes." Tsunade frowned when she heard this. Tsunade had actually already guessed the traitor that Reikage AI was talking about, because after the death of the 3rd Hokage, Danzo was the one who danced the most. If Jiraiya and Shikaku hadn't jointly recommended him, and the daimyo of the Fire Country didn't like Danzo very much, preferring himself, the position of 5th Hokage might really be his under Danzo's control. "Got it." Reikage AI continued to speak, this time looking at Mizukage Tsurumi and said, "The most suspicious thing is Kirigakure. You Kirigakure don't engage in diplomacy. Rumor has it that you are the birthplace of Akatsuki." Tsurumi, who was accused, had an expression of silence on her face. Then she sighed, looked up at the crowd and said, "In that case, I will tell the truth." Behind the Mizukage curtain, Ching opened his mouth slightly in surprise, and said in his heart, "Could it be that the fifth Mizukage-sama wants to give that matter to?" Tsurumi said with dark eyes, "The previous one was the fourth Mizukage Yagura. We suspect that he was manipulated by someone, probably Akatsuki." Speaking of this, Tsurumi said with a very painful expression, "So, we don't want to make a big fuss." Reikage Ai heard this answer and said disdainfully, "They are all the same stuff. Onoki can't stand listening anymore. People have taken the initiative to uncover their scars, and you still talk like this. Watch your words, Reikage." Looking at Reikage Ai, Onoki continued to accuse, "Speaking of which, in this era of armament reduction, it is all your fault for seeking strength and collecting ninjutsu at all costs. In order to compete, we have to hire Akatsuki." Hearing what Onoki said, Reikage stood up excitedly and said, "What did you say?" Onoki is not afraid of Reikage at all. He snorted and said nothing to Reikage Ai. In all his life, he has never seen anyone or anything. Tsunade watched the meeting, which was going on, with everyone blaming each other, so she said, "I think we should not speak from our respective positions, but should return to the issue itself. So far, Shao has given each the ninja village has caused serious harm, so can we consider cooperating to jointly eliminate this existence that threatens the stability of the ninja world?" When Reikage saw what Tsunade said, he immediately said unhappy, "Humph, Tsunade-sama said to eliminate it, right? Among the Akatsuki, there is the traitorous ninja Sasuke that you have never pursued. I don't know how Hokage-sama is going to eliminate it." Seeing Tsunade's silence, Reikage Ai said angrily, "My brother Killer Bee was kidnapped by Sasuke. I tell you, Hokage. Sasuke, if you don't want to die, you must die. If you Konoha doesn't kill me, I, Kumogakure, will come and help you clean up the door." Seeing that Reikage was about to start accusing and arguing again, Mifune coughed and said, "As a neutral country, let me tell you that the leader of Akatsuki is very calculating. He used the suspicions of various countries hidden under the surface of stability to rapidly expand his strength and caused irreparable damage to all the major ninja villages." After saying that, Mifune looked at everyone and said, "There are too few opportunities for the 5 Kages to gather together. How about everyone, why don't we put aside our respective prejudices and form an unprecedented ninja alliance of the 5 major ninja villages to jointly destroy this ninja world? The Hidden Danger Corps. Coalition Forces." Reikage, who is naturally sensitive to rights, was the first to express his voice. "Humph. That's easy to say. If we form a coalition, then who will have the command?" Seeing Reikage ask this question, Onoki did not refute, but spoke in support, "Yes, who will give this command to?" Mifune said, "If you discuss it, you will chatter endlessly. Why don't you all listen to the suggestions of me, a neutral country? Right now, the only tailed beast still under control is Nine Tails, and Nine Tails belongs to Konoha, so how to control such an important power is also the key to successfully fighting Akatsuki. Therefore, I recommend that the command of the coalition forces be given to Hokage-sama. What about Tsunade?" Tsunade was slightly surprised when she heard that Mifune actually recommended her. Gaara heard that the commander was Hokage Tsunade, and he was very satisfied and said, "I agree, Hokage-sama is the first to respond to my proposal, and also the first to discuss with me to fight against Akatsuki together." Tsurumi looked at Tsunade. She had heard of Tsunade's name in her early years, one of the Sannin, the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the princess of Konoha. We are all women and are naturally talkative. It is not a bad idea for her to be the commander of the ninja coalition. By the way, Tsunade is so good at looking good, she looks so young. I need to ask for advice from now on. Therefore, Mizuki's Terumi may also expressed support. Anoki looked at it. No one objected. Shouldn't you choose your own? Whether it is qualifications or experience, I am far superior to those present. While he was depressed, Reikage became angry and shouted, "No, how can the command of the Ninja Alliance be given to a woman?" Terumi Mei was unhappy and said, "Reikage-sama has a prejudice against women." Seeing that this attack was not enough, Reikage changed his mind and continued, "In the Akatsuki organization, Konoha has the most rebellious ninjas, including Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Moreover, the fifth Mizukage just said that the one who controls the fourth Mizukage may also be Akatsuki. Only Konoha's Sharingan can achieve such high power and control Jinchuriki with tailed beasts. And Uchiha Itachi had not yet joined Akatsuki at that time. In other words, there may be an Uchiha from Konoha in the Akatsuki organization." Seeing Reikage finish speaking, both Tsunade and Terumi Mei were a little silent. Indeed, in the current ninja world, the only one who can control the tailed beast Jinchuriki is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Anoki sneered, "It seems that Kumogakure has indeed collected a lot of intelligence over the years." Reikage Ai Ling snorted and said, "Looking around the 5 great ninja villages, I am the only one who has never had an Akatsuki rebel ninja, O Kumogakure, so the command of this coalition should be given to me." "You are unconvincing." Mifune directly shattered Reikage's idea. Reikage looked at Mifune with an unhappy face and said, "What did you say? Why can't it be me?" Mifune calmly raised his hand, pointed at the smashed table and said, "In order to lead the strong, you naturally need some temperament and strength. I am also very clear about this, but everything is driven by emotion and doing things with brute force. People like this will only make the Union Army as disorganized as this table." Reikage gritted his teeth. Facing Mifune's words, he wanted to refute, but he had nothing to say. Then, Reikage turned to look at Anoki, and then he seemed to have thought of something, pointed at Anoki and said, "Then why not recommend Tsuchikage? He is the oldest person among our 5 shadows." Mifune said, "Tsuchikage-sama is indeed the oldest person and has rich war experience, but Tsuchikage-sama seems to respect the Akatsuki organization very much, and has even hired the Akatsuki organization. In addition, Tsuchikage-sama is old. My body may not be able to handle large-scale command operations." Hokage Tsunade saw that Reikage was still struggling, so she stood up and said, "First of all, thank you Mifune-sama for your trust and Kazekage and Mizukage for your support. Secondly, I personally have no interest in commanding the coalition forces. Just like me, the same goes for Hokage's position. If it weren't for some things, I wouldn't want to sit in this position." After thinking about Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru, Tsunade firmed up her thoughts and said, "It is precisely because we have endured some hopes and responsibilities that we, the 5 shadows, stand here today. For our common good, the enemy, Akatsuki, came for a negotiation. My grandfather once organized one. He always believed that a world where the ninja world understands and loves each other will eventually come. Well, as the successor of the fire consciousness, I also firmly believe in my grandfather's ideals. Therefore, Tsunade, have the confidence to do a good job in commanding this ninja coalition. Moreover, I will also actively listen to everyone's opinions. After all, we are the Ninja Alliance." As soon as Reikage heard what Tsunade said, he immediately jumped up and said, "Okay, Your Highness Hokage, I will ask you a question. If you catch Sasuke, what will you do? As long as you answer this question to my satisfaction, I have no problem with you being the commander-in-chief." Tsunade frowned and closed her eyes in thought. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade like this and knew that she was struggling in her heart. After a long time, Tsunade opened her eyes and said firmly, "We will deal with the rebellious ninja in Konoha personally and give everyone an explanation, but we will not kill them, because in that case, the hatred will not disappear forever." "What did you say?" Reikage Ai was immediately furious. Just as he was about to explode, a magnolia appeared in the middle of the venue, and then unfolded. Baiju appeared with a playful smile, danced and shouted, "Hello." Suddenly, all the lights in the venue turned on again, and the guards of the Five Shadows arrived in an instant. There was a sound at the Five Shadows conference hall, and Hello Baiju made his debut. Reikage AI looked at Baiju in the field, gritted his teeth and said, one after another. Tsunade frowned and said, "It's Akatsuki." Anoki glared and said, "Yes." Baiju looked at the Five Shadows, and he was already using ninjutsu secretly. Unfortunately, the Five Shadows and these guards didn't notice it at all. The attention was all on it, so it would have to attract more attention. Looking at the atmosphere of the meeting, it's very depressing. Let's play a game. Listen, Uchiha Sasuke is here. Let's find out where he is hiding. Reikage AI heard this and immediately said excitedly, "What did you say?" Gaara said thoughtfully, "Sasuke." Temari said in surprise, "Why would that guy?" Chirumi Mei looked at Tsunade and said thoughtfully, "That Sharingan from the Uchiha clan?" Ao asked doubtfully, "Is he the one who killed Shiro and Zabuza?" When Chojuro heard this, he looked at Chin with some surprise, and he couldn't help but clench the two swords in his hands. Akato stood behind Anoki. His burly figure made him look like a glaring King Kong. He stared at Baizetsu in the field and asked, "Who is he?" Anoki responded, "I remember, he is one of Akatsuki's members." Seeing that everyone was so nervous about his arrival, Baiju twisted his body even more show-off, and shouted happily to the sky, "Everyone, come together, let's find Sasuke." Oh my, oh my. Reikage couldn't listen anymore, so he rushed over, grabbed Baizetsu's neck, and stopped Baizetsu from enjoying himself. Then he pulled him up like a chicken and asked with a fierce look, "Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Answer me." Baiju's neck hurt from being strangled. He looked at Reikage in shock and said in surprise, "This guy is very agile." Seeing Bai, he refused to speak. Reikage increased the strength of his hands and said angrily, "If you don't answer, don't blame me for being rude." Baiju chuckled and said with difficulty, "I really can't help you, so let me give you some tips." Reikage saw it beeping so crookedly, so he directly broke its neck, then tilted his head and said, Let's start." After hearing the words, she immediately obeyed the order and began to close his eyes and form seals to sense. Chirumi Mei was very dissatisfied and said, "Master Reikage, there is no need to kill him. If he is caught and interrogated, we may get information about Akatsuki." Gaara looked at Chirumi Mei and said, "Akatsuki members will not reveal secrets, they are all one-minded guys." Mifune saw that this happened in his own place. As a neutral country, first of all, his security was not in place. So, he immediately ordered Ōtsutsuki, Sadakaku, quickly order to track down Sasuke. Order all samurai to enter the second combat posture. Ōtsutsuki and Sadakaku said in unison, "Yes." At this time, Nozomi had the result and immediately opened his eyes and said, "Master Reikage, we found it, it's in this meeting place." Seeing this, Reikage said directly, "Then what are you waiting for? Lazy, let's go." After saying that, Reikage turned around, dodged to the wall, and then punched the wall with a heavy right punch, breaking through the wall. Darui felt a little embarrassed, turned around and looked at everyone and said, "I'm really sorry, our boss is more impatient. I'm sorry for such a good table and wall." Seeing that Darui was still chatting, she urged, "Lazy, don't worry about this, the boss is gone." Anoki shook his head and said, "What a rough guy. Yuning's troublemaker is still the same even if he becomes the Five Shadows." Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who nodded and said, "We'll go too." Outside the meeting room, inside the venue, Sasuke and his group were discussing plans behind the pillars. At this moment, Xiang Phosphorus sensed something strange. Sasuke said, "What's wrong?" Xiang Ling said, "The warriors started to act in a panic, as if they were looking for us." Shueisha said doubtfully, "No way, we infiltrated so well and didn't do anything to expose our whereabouts." Chongo said, "It must be Zetsu who disappeared just now." That guy must have done something. Seeing this, Sasuke already made a decision in his heart. At this time, the sound of armor was heard not far away, which was the sound of warriors in action. All the samurai in the club began to disperse and search. One samurai discovered that a piece of clothes appeared behind a pillar. The samurai immediately drew his sword and rushed over. It turned out that it was a kunai that nailed the clothes to the pillar. "Have you escaped already?" The samurai lowered his guard and looked around. At this moment, Sasuke fell from the pillar and struck a secret punch, knocking the samurai unconscious. It turns out that Sasuke stayed here alone to create noise, allowing Kaso, Suigetsu, and Yugo to escape to the upper floor of the club and take shelter temporarily. The three of them are now hiding safely on the upper floor. Shueisha is lying on the wall, secretly observing the situation below. Xianglong is still sensing the situation below, and said in frustration, "No, there are too many enemies. If this continues, we will be defeated." "Caught." Shueisha said angrily, "That guy is called Ju, remember it for me, this be ***************** D. Below, the nearby samurai had noticed Sasuke's movement. They all gathered around and drew their swords. The leader of the team stood up and shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the swords in all the samurai's hands were filled with a layer of blue chakra sword energy. Seeing this, Shueisha sighed, "Is chakra being used indiscriminately like this?" Sasuke slowly walked out from behind the pillar, came to the warrior, and said gloomily, "I am very angry now. If you come, I will not show mercy." It was the first time for several samurai to see Sasuke showing off. They felt it was so offensive that they couldn't stand it any longer and started driving right away. The leader crossed his swords, then slashed and swung them out. Two powerful sword energies, chakra, merged to form an X shape, cutting towards Sasuke. Sasuke stood there motionless until the X-shaped sword energy chakra came in front of him, then he opened the Sharingan instantly, drew the sword behind him in seconds, put the lightning-style enchanted sword on it, and swung it high. With a bang, the samurai's attack was directly deflected. Under the crackling lightning, the bangs on Sasuke's forehead swayed slightly with the blowing wind. Several warriors were shocked, and the captain said, "Did it bounce off?" The younger samurai behind him said in surprise, "It's very similar to our sword skills." Looking at Sasuke again, still standing there, he used one hand to pull out the knife. The samurai are ready to prepare. This ninja is very strong. The corners of Sasuke's mouth curved slightly. "Oh, warriors, you have successfully aroused my interest. Hang Phosphorus, don't worry about the samurai, go and sense the Hokage's position." Xiangling tilted his head, looked at Chongwu and asked, "How are the warriors going to deal with this?" Yugo raised his head and said, "I will be their opponent. Anyway, Hokage's position is important." Xianglong did not listen to Yugo, but looked at Sasuke carefully. Suddenly, Xianglong was very surprised and said, "Sasuke's chakra is different, it has become so cold." Below, several samurai rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke slowly lowered his lightning-style sword, but they still stayed there, motionless. The leading samurai rushed over with a sword in hand, roaring in a low voice. Sasuke slowly raised his head, and Sharingan opened his eyes. When the samurai's sword came over, he turned slightly sideways, and then slashed directly, causing blood to splash everywhere. The samurai yelled and jumped directly into the street. Sasuke jumped up, made a beautiful turn in the air, landed, and came to the crowd supporting the samurai. Then he started the massacre, stabbing a child. Even the samurai's sword had no chance to collide with Sasuke's sword, and he was directly killed. "Take away." Click. Click. Sasuke's sword cut mercilessly on the samurai's bodies. Ah. Oh. Aha. With screams one after another, the warriors fell down one after another. Shueisha looked down, couldn't help but clenched her right fist, punched the wall, and complained, "This guy clearly told me not to kill people, but he was happily chopping vegetables down there. Zhongwu looked down and said in shock, "This is it." Only Xiang Phosphorus was hiding behind the wall, shivering, because she could clearly feel the changes in Sasuke chakra. The current Sasuke was not the Sasuke in the past at all. The entire chakra was actually thicker than when he was in Curse Seal State 2. And there is a coldness that penetrates into one's bones. Among the samurai, the 3 captain samurai saw their men falling one after another. They were anxious and angry. They immediately joined forces. The 3 of them jumped into the air together. Each of them clenched the chakra knife in their hands and took action together. Wave sword chi slash. Sasuke held the knife and looked calmly in front of him. There was no emotion in the 3 Magatama Sharingan. With a bang, the sword energy was blocked, causing a burst of smoke. The 3 captain warriors fell from the sky and looked ahead. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Yugo, who was half sage transformation. It turned out that the attack just now was blocked by his sage transformation sword with his left hand. One of the captain warriors saw this and said solemnly, "There are still accomplices." On the floor, Reikage was running quickly with Shi and Darui. Nozomi reported while sensing, "There is a chakra that is madly destroying the samurai chakra." "That should be Sasuke." Reikage asked hurriedly, "Where?" "Nozomi." She sensed it and confirmed, "It's right down here, Lord Reikage." As soon as he finished speaking, Reikage directly covered his whole body with lightning-style chakra, instantly activating his cells. Then he stopped on the spot, raised his right fist high, and then slammed it to the ground. Darui began to sweat on his forehead, and said in his heart, "Boss, you are demolishing it by force again." With a bang, Reikage directly penetrated the floor on this floor. Xiang Ling suddenly became alert and said, "Something is coming, and it's very powerful." There was a rumbling sound, and Sasuke and Yugo were instantly aware of it. Looking up, they saw countless rocks falling from the building. Sasuke and Yugo jumped up quickly and dodged away. Xiang Lu and Shui Yu also heard the sound and looked over quickly. Reikage came down with Shi and Darui. He glanced around and saw a person over there, holding a sword. The sword was enchanted with lightning-style chakra. He couldn't dodge. "Look at those eyes again." "Wrong. No. It's him." Reikage gritted his teeth, took off his clothes, and threw them away, revealing a powerful belt. His upper body was naked, and his muscles were crisscrossed. The lightning-style chakra floating on his body was instantly strengthened, and his cells were even more activated. "Kid! Let me show you what angry fear is." Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore. "How dare you pretend to be cool in front of me, the king?" After saying that, he rushed out with the sword in his backhand. Suigetsu shouted hurriedly from upstairs, "Sasuke, don't mess around alone." Zhongwu said nervously, "He lost his calm." Even when facing Reikage, Sasuke showed no signs of weakness. He jumped up and prepared to slash with the lightning-style knife. Reikage stood there, motionless, seeming to take a good look at the man who took away his younger brother. Next to him, Darui was not as free as Reikage. He immediately entered a fighting state and formed a seal with his hands, water style, water barrier. When Sasuke rushed in front of Reikage, Darui spurted a large amount of water from his mouth, forming a water column barrier, and Sasuke was blocked. Immediately afterwards, Darui formed the seal again. Lightning style, emotion wave. A bolt of lightning was emitted from his hand. Because the water flow conducts electricity, it followed the water spit out from his mouth and covered the entire water column. For a moment, Sasuke was shocked by crackling electricity when he was blocked by the water flow. Sasuke's attack was forced to stop, and he was directly knocked back, falling back to Yugo. Seeing Sasuke acting like he was fine, Darui reported, "Boss, as the intelligence said, this guy has thunder and fire attributes." She chatted, "You should be able to use fire style later, lazy, you always have water style ready." Darui responded with a stern response, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing this situation, Xiang Lian said, Sasuke's battle information seems to have been leaked. Shueisha saw the person clearly and said in shock, the one in the middle, that can't be. Yugo was beside Sasuke, on combat alert, and explained to Sasuke, the one in the middle covered in lightning-style chakra is Reikage, and the two next to him are Kumogakure's Jonin. Sasuke, the opponent is very strong, so don't attack easily. I hope that Darui has just taken action, and he will be next. Watch me immobilize you. Then, she began to form seals. Yugo bowed slightly and warned Sasuke urgently, the other party is about to take action. Thunder Fantasy. Lightning Pillar. Suddenly, countless rays of light emitted from behind she, like a flash bomb, so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Yugo covered his eyes with his hands, and then opened his eyes with difficulty to check the situation. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he saw Reikage flying directly over, and then punched Sasuke next to him directly into the floor. Zhongwu was shocked, how could it happen? At this moment, there was a sound of Sharingan turning. Sasuke said in a deep voice, Yugo, wake up. Only then did Yugo realize that it was Genjutsu just now. A smile appeared on the corner of Nozomi's lips, and she praised in her heart, not bad, those pairs of Sharingan, but even if you see through my Genjutsu, it's already too late. Here, Reikage and Darui attacked Sasuke directly under the cover of Nozomi. One left and one right, heavy punch and broadsword, double attack, quick attack. Even Zhongwu next to him was not included in the attack target. That's what Sasuke did. A thud. Darui's broadsword collided with Yugo's left-hand sword which was half-sage transformation, causing sparks to fly. Reikage's heavy punch was blocked by Suigetsu's decapitating sword. Suigetsu struggled to hold the sword with both hands. Because of Reikage's punch, he had to liquefy his hands to disperse the pressure. Even so, the punch force passed through the beheading sword and pressed down on his entire body. Suddenly, the slate bricks under his feet were cracked. This shows how powerful Reikage is. Ha! Reikage screamed, someone dared to stop him from killing Sasuke. Suddenly, the heavy fist was pressed down again, and the decapitating sword suddenly made a clicking sound because there were already cracks in it. As Reikage's fist continued to pressurize, the decapitating sword suddenly made a clicking sound. With a bang, the beheading sword broke and flew out. Seeing that the situation was not good, Suigetsu shouted, "No, Sasuke, retreat quickly." Seeing this, Sasuke pulled Suigetsu and Yugo, stepped out, and retreated directly. Reikage's right fist finally landed, creating a large crater on the spot, causing flying rocks to fly and dust and mist to rise. The three people who exited stood up again. Shueisha held the beheading knife in his hand, with only one handle left, and said sadly, "Damn it, my beheading knife." Yugo looked at it and said, "The knife had a chip in the last battle with 8 tails. This time it should be a recurrence of the old injury." Xiangling hit on it and said happily in his heart, "Sasuke is saved, Suigetsu, you did a great job." Sasuke held the knife, looked at Reikage and said coldly, "You guys, don't meddle in other people's business." Suigetsu put his hands on his hips, looked at Sasuke, and complained, Hey, it's rare for someone to save you, why do you talk like this, even though you are such a person?" Witnessing all this, the samurai hiding behind the pillar in the dark side, the battle of the ninjas is so messy. They are really a group of scary guys. Reikage raised his head in displeasure. Seeing the boss's expression, Darui turned to Shi and said, "Shi, see if there are any companions nearby. It's really annoying to keep coming out like this." She responded, "There should be one more person, but if I concentrate on going there, I won't be able to participate in the battle." Darui frowned and said, "You are not needed. Boss and I are enough." Hearing this, Xiang Liao lowered his head in fear, stopped peeping, squatted behind the wall, hugged his legs with both hands, and the frightened OS said, no, if you continue to sense the position of Hokage like this, you will be called Shi. Discovered by people. Below, Shueisha looked at Shi and said, that guy Xiang Phosphorus must be hiding his chakra, probably, after all, this is her ability. Here, she was still sensing carefully, and finally he discovered that the person hiding behind should be the sensing type, so there was no threat. Sasuke's sword was about to be swung again. When Yugo saw that Sasuke was really going to strike, there was nothing he could do about it. He was going to do it for real. Yugo started Sage Transformation and said, there is no other way but to destroy him first. As he said that, the fiery red curse seal transformation began to sweep through Zhongwu's entire body. Darui and Nozomi couldn't help but be slightly startled when they saw such a change. The war is about to break out. Wuyin Conference Room. Mifune subordinate Ōtsutsuki is checking Baizetsu's body. Watching Hokage Tsunade and Jiraiya leave, Temari asked, Gaara, what should I do? After all, I am assisting Konoha in recovering Sasuke. Gaara murmured softly, Sasuke. In a daze, he thought of Naruto. If Sasuke was killed here today, Naruto would be very sad. No. He Kazekage Gaara, cannot let his benefactor Naruto sad. With that said, Gaara jumped out and followed him. Seeing this, Kankuro complained, hey, you idiot, you were left alone to run away without your own bodyguards. Temari sighed. As a sister, sometimes she felt really tired looking at these two younger brothers. I should have known better not to mention Sasuke. She had no choice but to follow him. Chojuro held the knife, looked at Mizukage and said, Mizukage-sama, we are going too. Terumi May thought for a while and said, forget it, we won't interfere. Reikage, Hokage, and Kazekage are all gone. That's enough. Akatsuki watched Hokage and Kazekage leave, and lowered his head and asked, Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do? Go fight? Anoki tilted his head and cursed, idiot, what should I do if my back pain gets worse? Kuratsuchi said mischievously, old man, I want to see Sasuke who killed Deidara's brother. Facing his granddaughter, Tsuchikage lost his temper and said, it's up to you, but be careful not to get involved in Reikage's battle, someone will die. Kuratsuchi clenched his fist happily and said, okay. Then, Kuitu looked at Chitu and said, Brother Chitu, what about you? Akato responded, I want to take care of Tsuchikage's old waist, so just stay here with him. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi said goodbye and followed him out. On Sasuke's side, Yugo from Sage Transformation makes his full appearance. His whole body was gray. Due to the Sage Transformation, his body absorbed a large amount of natural chakra. It was extremely strong. His hands became as sharp as eagle claws. The fangs at the corners of his mouth were exposed. His eyes were full of murderous motives. There were 6 protrusions behind him. The blowholes emit blue chakra gas, just like a V6 engine. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill you. Darui frowned a little. Compared to his appearance, I feel that this guy's personality has really changed a lot. In just a moment, he is so crazy. Nozomi has always been in a state of perception, and he can clearly find that Yugo's chakra has begun to skyrocket since the Sage Transformation began. Tsing 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 sword. He sternly said, lazy. Hit the spirit, this guy, the amount of chakra suddenly increased terribly. Shueisha took 2 steps back, looked at Chonwu in front of him, and said with a playful smile, I finally exposed all my murderous impulses. Then, he looked at Sasuke uncertainly and asked, that guy Yugo, must he know that we are his companions? Don't deny us, and even kill us when he goes berserk. Yugo laughed crazily, looking at Reikage, Darui, and Nozomi in front of him as if they were prey. So, who should we start with? Zhongwu spread his hands and roared crazily, and the 6 jets of jets on the left and right behind him exploded instantly. The violent waves of chakra were blowing, causing Sasuke and Suigetsu to close their eyes tightly. Reikage gritted his teeth, shook his arms and neck, moved his muscles, and made a clicking sound. Then, the lightning-style chakra cells were activated, and he stepped out with one kick, shattering the floor. The body came at me with lightning speed, and he hooked up with a heavy punch. Reikage roared. "Don't be proud, boy. I don't know if it's because I'm with Sasuke, but every time I finish showing off, I get a severe beating." Before Yugo of Sage Transformation even started to move, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag, which was already close to his face. There was a bang. Reikage's fist hit Zhongwu firmly, and the huge impact pushed Zhongwu backwards. He was directly driven into the wall behind him, stirring up a large cloud of dust. After the dust and mist cleared, it was discovered that Yugo's hands had formed a solid human shield, blocking him in front of him, and Reikage's hand, due to its strength, directly hammered into Yugo's human shield and got stuck. Reikage frowned, secretly exerting force, and kept thrusting his fists. It was very difficult for Zhongwu, his human shield was constantly being squeezed, and he began to roar in pain. Here, Shi's pupils suddenly dilated and she turned her head quickly. Because, Shueisha took advantage of the gap in Shi's perception, grabbed the blind corner of the field of vision, raised the remaining handle of the sword, and slashed directly at Shi. Succeeded. Just when Shueisha was feeling lucky, a big knife blocked his attack, and it was Darui who dodged over. In mid-air, Sueisha's broken sword and Darui's big sword collided together, creating fierce sparks, and the two people looked at each other. Seeing this, she hoped to take the opportunity to run away. After landing, the two men fought with each other with knives. Shueisha gritted her teeth and said, "Your sword is pretty good." Darui grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, took advantage of the long knife, pressed it down, and coldly snorted, "Don't think that if yours is broken, I will give mine to you." Here, Reikage's chakra has quickly condensed on the left fist, and the entire hand is pressed against the human shield and has been attached to Jango's body, because Jango's hand has been pressed so hard that he can't lift it up. Reikage snorted coldly, a burst of lightning flashed on his left arm, and his left fist rushed forward again, hitting Yugo directly with an inch of force. Chonwoo was so shocked that he vomited blood, his eyes became blurred, and then he fainted. Reikage slowly raised his head and looked at Sasuke, who had taken the opportunity to jump on top and absorb the wall when he had just attacked. At this moment, he was opening Sharingan, keeping his hand in hand seal mode, and staring at Reikage. Reikage said disdainfully, "I won't be caught by any Sharingan. The speed of nerve transmission and reflection in my body is only comparable to that of your Konoha yellow flash." Nozomi stood aside and looked at Sasuke as if he was watching a good show. Master Reikage is right, especially when the reflection-activated lightning-style chakra is used on the body, even Sharingan cannot keep up. Reikage was about to withdraw his hand to deal with Sasuke, when Yugo's body began to protrude 14 gun holes, evenly distributed from head to toe, from left to right, all aimed at Reikage. The cannon hole began to condense golden energy cannons. Reikage noticed something strange and lowered his head for a moment. Zhongwu shouted excitedly, "Go to hell." Darui looked hurriedly, "Boss." She said in horror, "Zero distance." But Reikage didn't even move. The sound of chirping came as 14 golden energy balls condensed in the cannon holes, and then they all rushed towards Reikage. There was a loud bang and it exploded from close range. The explosion produced a huge flame and a powerful air wave, which blew up everyone present. They couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands, waiting for an opportunity to take a look. Shueisha narrowed her eyes and said, "Did it succeed?" Nozomi covered her eyes with her hands and said in shock, "That guy took a blow from Lord Reikage and is still alive." Just as he was about to sense the boss's condition, a ghostly black shadow instantly appeared in front of him, and she opened his eyes in horror. This is Sharingan. Later, Nozomi found himself in a dark space, with a huge Susanoo giant condensed with dark blue chakra in front of him. He raised a hand and grabbed himself as if looking at an ant. Nozomi was caught unable to move. He looked at the giant in front of him and said in shock, "Is this Uchiha's Genjutsu?" These guys actually used the motives of their companions as a cover. I made a mistake, damn it. The dark hand wrapped around Shi, and countless tentacles sprouted from it, wrapping around Shi's head and immobilizing his mind. Nozomi was shaking all over and his eyes were dull. He was also a genjutsu user, and he understood that he had been tricked. My body can't move. She felt weak all over and fell down limply. Darui, who was fighting, saw his companion fall and shouted in panic, "Hi!" This distraction gave Shueiwa a chance, and Shueiwa jumped up and slashed at him with the broken knife. Damn it, I don't have time to go to the rescue. There was no other way, Darui had no choice but to challenge Shueiwa first. While fighting, he kept dodging and shouted, "Shi, what are you sleeping on? Stand up quickly." On the high platform, Sasuke was half-crouched, covering one eye and panting. Obviously, he had some difficulty performing the genjutsu just now. On Yugo's side, Reikich's figure disappeared. Yugo happily jumped out of the sunken wall. Although a big blood hole was hammered out of his chest and it was still bleeding, he still couldn't hide his excitement. "Ha ha ha, I was killed, I was killed." Xiangling took a long breath and praised, "I didn't expect that guy Yugo to be quite capable. Now that it's done, I can sense the Hokage's position without being discovered. It doesn't matter if she doesn't sense the fragrant phosphorus seal, it just scares her." No, Reikage is not dead yet. And below, Zhongwu had spread his hands again and shouted wildly, "Who is next?" With a bang, a lightning flashed, Reikage hit at high speed, and struck with a right elbow, directly sending Yugo flying, and he was knocked into the wall not far away again. Reikage put down his hands and looked at Yugo with gritted teeth. His whole body took on the shape of a large character and sunk into the wall. Below, there was rubble on the ground. Reikage snorted and turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke stood there proudly holding the lightning-style enchanted sword, which immediately made Reikage feel unhappy. He really deserves a beating, this guy's appearance is so good. Sasuke's Sharingan reveals a different kind of indifference. Then, Sasuke got up and rushed directly towards Reikage. Taking advantage of Sharingan, he got out of the way and went around behind Reikage like an assassin, and then slashed directly at him with a horizontal sword. His eyes revealed his determination to kill. Reikage turned his head slightly and glanced, not caring at all. There was a thud. Sasuke's sword seemed to have hit something hard. Sasuke was a little surprised. Sharingan turned and found that the chakra coat on Reikage was so thick and strong. Then, the thunder and lightning on Sasuke's sword and the lightning on Reikage's body reacted, mutually repelling each other, and a huge momentum came. Sasuke's arm was numb from the shock, and the sword flew out directly. Sasuke hurriedly retreated, and after landing, he quickly formed a seal. Chidori. Chidori's chirping cry sounded, and Sasuke's left hand gathered lightning and rushed directly towards Reikage. Reikage could not wait any longer, and his cells were directly activated, and he attacked again with heavy punches. Heavy storm flow. Reikage roared and struck flatly. Taking advantage of Sharingan, Sasuke lowered his head in advance and avoided Reikage's fist. Chidori thrust forward and directly hit Reikage's chest. Blood flowed to Sasuke's palm. Reikage groaned, took the opportunity to grab Sasuke's back belt with both hands, looked down at his chest, and said, using lightning style to increase the power and penetration of the attack, "Is it possible to touch the same ninjutsu as Kakashi Hamatoki? If you meet me wearing lightning style armor, boy, you will die with no regrets." Here, Suigetsu and Darui were slashing at each other. He glanced at Sasuke and found that this technique could not penetrate Reikage. He was surprised and said, "Isn't it possible?" Darui snorted coldly and said, "It seems that it is really not possible. In this case, Sasuke is already dead." Suigetsu was distracted with worry and glanced at Sasuke. Xiang Phosphorus also sensed the changes in Reikage on the high wall. "What's going on, that chakra?" Here, Reikage grabbed Sasuke's small waist with both hands, threw it above his head, raised it high, and then grabbed the lower waist with both hands again. The lightning-style chakra on Rakich's body surged, and thunder and lightning broke out around him. Bomb me. Rakich roared crazily, and then threw Sasuke heavily to the ground. With a bang and a throw, a big crater was made on the floor. Thunder and lightning exploded out of 6 paths, causing rocks on the ground to scatter in all directions. A huge wave of air exploded from the center, sweeping across the entire place. There were flying gravel everywhere in the air. Darui looked at Shueisha and said, "It's over." Suigetsu looked over in horror. At this moment, Darui's sword was enchanted with lightning style, and with a big move, he also struck Suigetsu. Shueisha returned to God, gritted his teeth and said, "No, it's lightning style." After the dust and fog dissipated, behind the pillar in the corner, the only surviving samurai poked his head out, looked at the huge stone pit in the field, and said in horror, "That's Rakich's taijutsu. Under such a heavy blow, will Sasuke be able to do it? There may be survivors. It seems that the reinforcements I called were a bit redundant." In the field, Rakich was slightly stunned because Sasuke, who was thrown by him, did not fall to the ground, but stayed in mid-air in front of his body. Dark purple exoskeleton ribs actually grew on his back to block him. That blow just now. Damn it. Rakich was unwilling to give in and was about to raise his fist to attack again. Sasuke's exoskeleton ribs grew again, directly growing a huge hand-bone arm to defend his chest. With a bang, Rakich's fist was blocked by Sasuke's exoskeleton fist. Sasuke also took over and rushed out of the stone pit. Rakich raised his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke stood there, with exoskeleton ribs and arms. This was the first stage of Susanoo, the skeletal stage. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Rakich coldly. Rakich was slightly stunned, and said in his heart, "Is that Mangekyo Sharingan? It seems that he is going to take action." Saying that, Rakich directly increases the activation of his own cells. Here, Darui finally solved Shueisha, came to Shi, and asked with concern, "Shi, are you okay?" She said sadly, "Lotzi, have you done it over there?" Darui took one of Shi's hands, helped him up, looked at the field and said, "I'm done, but Mr. Rakich, I really didn't expect that he could still be alive after taking that thunder bomb. Man, he is really the first. So is that Bones, what is going on with this guy?" Nozomi chatted, "I failed in the genjutsu match." Saying that, she tried to move his hands, but his muscles were still weak. "No, my body can't move flexibly yet." Nozomi thought of Itachi, Shisui before, and Sasuke now, and couldn't help but sigh, that kind of genius still appears occasionally. At this time, a large number of warriors came from the entrance. Seeing this, the warriors hiding behind the pillars in the dark finally came out, drew their swords, and rushed over. Reinforcements are finally here. The samurai surrounded Sasuke. Sasuke glanced around, then looked at Rakich in front of him, and his cellular hair stood on end. Ever since, the pupil of Sasuke's left eye began to slowly enlarge, and bloodshot eyes began to crawl from around the eyeball to cover the entire eyeball. Darui looked at the field, feeling a little unhappy and said, "Hey, Shi, that guy Sasuke's eyes seem to be different from before." Nozomi felt it carefully, and then exclaimed, "Mangekyo Sharingan, no wonder Rakich-sama wants to activate his cells to such an extent, because he wants to use the teleportation technique to fight against it." Rakich roared, the activation of lightning cells increased to the highest level, and his hair stood on end because of the lightning. Xiangling hid behind the wall, trembling and said, "Rakich's chakra has become so scary, it's almost catching up with the tailed beast." At this moment, Suigetsu was nailed to the wall by Darui's sword with lightning style. His whole body was as soft as ice cream. He gasped hard, "My resistance to lightning style is still too bad, my whole body is numb. It can't be liquefied anymore." Then, Suigetsu looked towards the field and said in his heart, "Sasuke, you have to hold on." Sasuke's left eye began to seep blood slowly, then filled up, and then dripped directly from the eye socket, across Sasuke's handsome face. Snap, snap. It dripped directly to the ground. There are 2 blood marks on Sasuke's left cheek, purple ribs and whiskers surround him to protect him, and the Amaterasu technique on his left eye is ready. Reikage gritted his teeth and looked at Sasuke and said, "Come on, kid." Sasuke targeted Reikage. Amaterasu. In front of Reikage, a ball of black flame appeared out of thin air, like a snake, and rushed towards him. Reikage, who was at the highest level of cell activation, dodged the black flames in an instant. As a result, the samurai standing behind him was hit. Black flames flew in, burning the warrior's armor, and the warrior shouted in pain. "Aw!" The warrior lay on the ground, waving his limbs constantly. A fellow warrior nearby hurried over and shouted, "Come and put out the fire." The captain of the warrior rushed over and stopped him loudly, "Don't move, don't get close to him, this is not an ordinary black flame." Nozomi stared closely at the samurai who was burned by the black flames, and said in disbelief, "It's Amaterasu that comes from the site. This is the black flame that is said to never go out." Darui glanced at she and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sasuke stood there, searching for traces of Reikage. He noticed movement on the right and just turned his head. As a result, Reikage appeared from the left at an incredible speed. Reikage raised his head and prepared to attack Sasuke. Lateral bolt of pain. Sasuke didn't even look back, his whole purple ribs were quickly filled with black flames. Reikage hurriedly braked and stopped the attack momentum. Xiangling, who was peeping on the high wall, couldn't help but clenched his fists in excitement, and praised in his heart, "It's amazing, this is the black flame shield. It's impossible to catch up with Reikage's teleportation speed. If you can't catch up, just do an escape that is untouchable. That would be nice, so Sasuke can't be attacked easily." Seeing such a scene, Nozomi's mouth opened slightly in shock, and she couldn't believe it in her heart. "Have you controlled the black flames? Can you also control the form? Are you better at black flames than Itachi?" Sensing that Reikage had stopped attacking, Sasuke tilted his head slightly, Mangekyo Sharingan filled with disdain. Reikage suddenly felt extremely humiliated. "Don't underestimate Reikage, you guy." With that said, he punched directly in, breaking the protection of the exoskeleton, and hit Sasuke directly in the face. The black flames burned Reikage's hands, but Reikage felt extremely happy inside. "Finally, I put my fist on this brat's face from close range. It's so refreshing." Xiangling screamed in surprise, she didn't expect Reikage to be so tough. Nozomi yelled, "Master Reikage, is it possible?" Darui showed a fearless smile and said, "I actually sacrificed my right hand." Sasuke was hit hard by Reikage and flew to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the pupil power of his left eye instantly weakened, and the black inflammation slowly faded away. At this time, Reikage had already leapt in front of Sasuke, raising his left foot high and accumulating power. "All die. Righteous Thunder Axe. Kick your left foot straight down." Sasuke covered his left eye in pain, gritted his teeth and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye, and the black flames burned up again. Flame Shield, Flame Control. The black flame directly forms a cross-protective shield. Darui was surprised, that guy actually. Xiangling was so scared that he closed his eyes. The seal was sensing Sasuke's condition and he didn't dare to see it himself. Reikage looked at the black flame shield below, with no intention of stopping the attack. He just stepped forward. He wanted to let Sasuke die. Even if he lost a hand or a foot today, he would still let Sasuke die. Just then, a huge ball of sand flew in and stood between Reikage and Sasuke. Reikage's feet landed on the sand and he said in surprise, "Sand?" Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, was also slightly shocked, "This is it." Later, the people around realized that it was Kazekage Gaara who had just taken action. Gaara crossed his arms and walked out calmly, surrounded by sand, followed by Hokage Tsunade and Jiraiya. "Sorry, Your Highness Kazekage." Gaara nodded and said, "You're welcome, Master Hokage, even if you don't want to help, I will take action." Tsunade smiled slightly, because she knew that Gaara was doing this for Naruto's sake. Reikage received the power of sand and jumped to Darui and she sighed. Sasuke got up with difficulty and looked at Gaara. He also noticed the Hokage Tsunade and Jiraiya next to him. "Oh, no need to look for it yourself, Hokage is already here." Here, Kankuro came to the samurai and manipulated the chakra thread to attach to the samurai's armor. Temari saw this and unfolded the fan. The Kamaita no Jutsu. Several different air currents swept toward the warrior from bottom to top, blowing the black flames upward. Seeing this, Kankuro took the opportunity to pull the chakra thread, pulling out the black flame-burning armor from the samurai's body and throwing it aside. Kankuro frowned and said, "This is the fire that is said to never go out, Amaterasu." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and said, "Try hard." Jiraiya nodded and walked towards Reikage. Then, Tsunade looked around and said, "Samurai, please retreat. This is a battle between ninjas. You are here, but your sacrifices are in vain." The captain warrior helped the warrior who had just been rescued and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Hokage, Lord Kazekage." Shueisha looked at this situation and wondered, what's going on? Reikage looked at Hokage and Kazekage and roared, "Tsunade! Gaara, what do you two Kage mean? Why do you want to interfere with it? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will deal with you too." I hope you heard Mr. Reikage's crazy speech. Although I am not worried about Mr. Reikage's strength, declaring war on two Kage all at once is tantamount to directly declaring war on two countries. Lord Reikage, think twice. Darui also hurriedly said, "Boss, calm down." Without waiting for Tsunade and Gaara to reply, Jiraiya slowly walked over and said, "If Kazekage hadn't stopped you and you continued to attack, the black flames would only corrode your body even more." Reikage snorted and looked at his burning hands. Jiraiya sighed and said, "Let me take care of it, Reikage-sama, otherwise your hands will be really useless." Reikage hummed and looked at Jiraiya in surprise. "Do you have any idea?" Jiraiya took out a blank scroll from his pocket, pulled it open, and flattened it on the ground. Then he took out an ink pen, glanced at Reikage and said, "Why should I come to you if you have no choice?" After saying that, Jiraiya dipped his pen in saliva, lowered his head, and began to write the terms of the seal. Darui said in surprise, Hey, I heard you right, isn't this black flame never extinguished?" Nozomi looked at Jiraiya and said, "Maybe he really has a way. After all, he is as famous as Hokage-sama and one of the Sannin, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya finished writing, and then made the seal with one hand. Although it was not as simple as the two-hand seal, it took a little more time. Sealing techniques, sealing fire seal. Jiraiya slapped his palm in front of the written scroll. On the scroll, a blue chakra slowly seeped out from the 4 arrow marks, accompanied by a low chirping sound, like a blue smoke. Floated out and went straight to Reikage's arm. "Reikage-sama, please don't move." Reikage stood there, looking at his arm. The blue smoke floating over covered the burning black flames. Then, Reikage was shocked to find that the black flames were slowly disappearing, as if they were being sucked in by the blue smoke. "It's like leaving. This is." The blue smoke absorbed all the black flames, and then drifted back into the scroll. Then, the 4 arrow signs changed into a circle with 12 water chestnuts, and in the circle, a red seal appeared. The black flame was sealed within it. When the technique is completed, the red color of the seal fades away. Jiraiya immediately put away the scroll, then took out a rope, bit one end with his teeth, held the scroll in his other hand and began to wind it, tie a knot and tie it up. Nozomi was excited when she saw Jiraiya actually helping his Reikage-sama to extinguish the black flames. He broke away from Darui, came to Jiraiya tremblingly, bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." Reikage is well informed, and when he saw such sealing techniques, he couldn't help but said, "If I guess correctly, these are sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan." In this world, the sealing techniques that can seal such a flame can only come from that terrifying sealing clan. Jiraiya put away the scroll and complained, "Reikage AI, I kindly helped you extinguish the black flames, but you didn't even thank me." Reikage snorted coldly, then looked at Nozomi and said, "Nozomi, help me heal him quickly, then continue to kill Sasuke." Although the black flames were extinguished, Reikage's hand was severely burned by the black flames. It was considered a severe burn. Nozomi, yes. Reikage-sama. With that said, Nozomi came to Reikage and treated him. Darui followed beside him, fearing that she would fall. Seeing that nothing happened to him, Jiraiya returned to Tsunade. While Nozomi was treating Reikage, she was mentally analyzing Sasuke's information. She was able to touch Reikage-sama, who was wearing lightning-style armor. He survived after 2 big moves. His left eye was Amaterasu, and his right eye was probably able to control Amaterasu Black. The ability to change the form of fire, from this point of view, was really captured by Sasuke. In the world of ninjas, there is a world beyond the sky. Here, Tsunade was about to step forward when Gaara said, "Hokage-sama, wait a moment." Tsunade turned around and said, "What's wrong?" "Your Highness Kazekage." Gaara said, "Can you let me talk to Sasuke first?" Tsunade was a little surprised, then agreed to Gaara's request and stepped back slightly. Gaara crossed his arms across his chest, walked up to Sasuke, glanced at Sasuke, and sighed, "The look in your eyes is still the same as before." Sasuke's left eye was bleeding and closed tightly. He opened his right eye and looked at Gaara. He knew what Gaara meant when he said this. When he was a teenager, when Chunin was taking the exam, Gaara once said to him, his eyes were the same as his, pursuing power, full of hatred and murderous intent, wanting to kill the person who pushed him into a lonely hell. And the eyes that are ready to move. Gaara couldn't bear to look at Sasuke and said, "Taking revenge as food for survival will not solve any problems. I have experienced all this. You still have time. Don't be swallowed up by hatred and lock yourself in a lonely world. You won't be able to come back from this." Sasuke showed a rare serious face and said, "Then, even if I go back, what will be there?" Seeing that the two of them were still arguing, Kankuro reminded him in a low voice, "Stop talking about Gaara. If you can convince me, Naruto will not fail. He is now a criminal who has become a member of Akatsuki. With you it's different, let Mr. Hokage handle it." Temari also spoke on the side, "Moreover, Reikage and the people hurt by Akatsuki will not let him go. He was already wanted internationally before the attack on the 5 Shadows began. He has no future anyway." Gaara was silent for a few seconds. He took a deep breath, looked at Sasuke, and continued, "Sasuke, you are very similar to me. You have been walking in the darkness of this world, so even a weak light should be able to shine into your eyes. It was before and now. 2. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. "I have already closed my eyes. My goal only exists in the darkness." Seeing that Gaara was still about to speak, Kankuro whispered, "Don't include personal invitations, you are Kazekage now." Gaara exhaled, looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, one last thing to tell you, I really feel unworthy for Naruto." After saying that, Gaara stepped aside, looked at Tsunade and said, "Hokage-sama, you will handle it next. If you need assistance, please tell me as soon as possible." Tsunade nodded and said, "Your Highness Kazekage, you're welcome." Jiraiya returned to Tsunade, looked at Sasuke, frowned slightly and said, looking at him, "There is always a familiar feeling." Tsunade knew what Jiraiya wanted to say. Gaara said that Sasuke is very similar to him, so he has empathy. In fact, Sasuke is very similar to one person, Orochimaru. For Tsunade, why didn't she want to save Sasuke? Tsunade looked at Sasuke with mixed feelings. Strictly speaking, Sasuke is Orochimaru's direct disciple. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are all disciples of the 3rd generation. According to their relationship, Sasuke should call Tsunade aunt sister and Jiraiya uncle sister. It is impossible not to feel sad when seeing my descendants becoming like this. Sasuke, give up your resistance and follow me back to Konoha village to stand trial. When Tsunade said this, everyone in Kumogakure and Sand Village was a little surprised. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and thought tenderly, Tsunade, in such a situation, you still want to save Sasuke and bring him back. Village. Then, Jiraiya looked at Sasuke and thought of Naruto who resolutely left the village not long ago. If one day, he stood in front of Naruto, would he be like this, even in such a situation, still wanting to take him back to the village? Over there, the Reikage who was still being treated was the first to explode. Tsunade, what do you mean? You're still thinking of bringing him back to the village? I'm telling you, it's impossible. I'm going to kill him right now. She watched as the Reikage turned away and said hurriedly, Master Reikage, the treatment is not yet complete. The Reikage said angrily, that's enough of Sasuke. If you keep treating him, he'll run away. Nozomi ignored the Reikage and continued to come to his side, treating the Reikage's hand. Seeing she so persistent, Reikage said to Darui beside him, lazy. Go over there and keep an eye on me. Darui, yes. Sasuke looked at Tsunade and sneered. Amaterasu. Without any warning, Sasuke suddenly launched an attack. A ball of black flame instantly appeared in the air and rushed toward Tsunade. Jiraiya noticed it instantly and was about to attack, but a ball of sand waterfall directly blocked Tsunade and everyone else. Jiraiya looked in surprise and saw that it was Gaara next to him who took action. At this moment, he had a calm expression. Jiraiya smiled slightly. A good young man with the same potential as Naruto. Sasuke stood up with interest, showing a playful smile, and teased Gaara, you can actually defend against the Inferno style, and your absolute defense is still alive, Gaara. Gaara looked at Sasuke expressionlessly, he knew what Sasuke was teasing. During the Chunin exam, Sasuke used a Chidori thrust to break his absolute defense, causing him to be injured and bleed. Kuratsuchi, who was peeking from the side, couldn't help but show an admiring expression and said, how amazing. You are worthy of being the one who killed Deidara's brother. Tsunade was really angry. This Sasuke is indeed Orochimaru's disciple, a traitor. How dare he attack her, his senior sister and Hokage? It seems that talking alone is not enough. That's right, if talking had an effect, Naruto would have persuaded him to come back long ago. Tsunade began to make hand seals and looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, since you are so stubborn, I will break your arms and legs and take you back to face the trial. Ninjutsu, Creation and Regeneration Technique, 100 Healing Techniques. Jiraiya said in surprise, Tsunade, you are going to use this. Tsunade hummed and responded, Sasuke's current strength should not be underestimated. Jiraiya, you should also help and try to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Jiraiya nodded and said, I understand. He understood what Tsunade meant. He had to use his absolute strength to defeat Sasuke as soon as possible and take him away. Otherwise, he would die at the hands of the Reikage sooner or later. The curse seal on Tsunade's head began to activate, and then spread all over her body. Reikage frowned and said, that is. He had only heard of it before, but today was the first time he saw the Hokage of Konoha use his own ultimate move with his own eyes. She was watching from the side, and then explained to Reikage, the fifth Hokage is a famous medical ninja in the ninja world. In order to make up for the lack of his own combat power, he used the creative regeneration combined with the 100 healings technique to research this ultimate medical ninjutsu in combat mode. When activated, the curse marks are spread all over the body, and the moment of being hurt, continuous, rapid, high-speed, and automatic regeneration begins, and it does not affect the rhythm of the attack. The Reikage was slightly stunned, looked at Shi and said, then this, isn't it the infinite health recovery of immune to death? She smiled bitterly and said, theoretically, this is the case, but to activate this technique, a large amount of chakra must be accumulated in advance, and if it is used once, it will cause certain damage to your lifespan. Reikage looked at Tsunade again, looking at this woman for the first time. She is worthy of being the granddaughter of first Hokage Hashirama, and she is really good at it. Darui jumped to Hokage Tsunade and said, I'm here to help, friends of Hwagakure and Sunagakure. With that said, regardless of whether he agreed or not, Darui directly started to form seals. I'll take the lead for you. Storm style, encouraging frustration and suppressing harsh elements. With a snap, Darui clasped his hands together to form a big fist. Then, the big fist exploded into circles of blue light shields from weak to strong. Then, countless lightsabers were transformed and headed towards Sasuke comes directly. Gaara glanced at Tsunade and said, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded and said, please take action too. Then, looking back at Jiraiya, Jiraiya understood. Gaara's sand floated up, Shigure continuously flicks the sand. Countless sand bombs were shot out. Temari's iron fan unfolds, great scythe Itachi. Strong winds capable of cutting through walls are blown out. Kankuro's scorpion unfolds, red secret technique, machine triangle. The scorpion puppet's body mechanisms unfolded and shot out countless killing ninja darts. Jiraiya formed the seal, fire-style fire bullet. A powerful pillar of fire erupted from Jiraiya's mouth. Tsunade clenched her fists and looked coldly at Sasuke who was about to be attacked. As for Sasuke, before the attack came, his left eye, which was bleeding and closed, opened instantly. Bang bang bang. Multiple attacks were mixed together and continuously hit Sasuke's position, creating bursts of black smoke and huge blasts of air that scraped the sleeves of everyone present. On top of the high wall, Xiangling shouted worriedly, Sasuke. Then, the fragrant phosphorus in perception suddenly felt something bad. This is. The dust mist slowly dissipated, and Tsunade couldn't help but frown, sure enough. Darui, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro also saw the situation inside clearly, and said in unison, what? How could it be? A huge purple body appeared from the smoke. This was the half-skeletal form of Susanna Samsara. The half-skeletal giant put his hands in front of Sasuke for absolute protection. Sasuke sneered, Gaara, this is an absolute defense that is even more powerful than yours. Reikage was still healing, looking at Susanoo and thinking deeply, is that the one who blocked my attack? Nozomi frowned and said, this chakra is the same as what I perceived during the Genjutsu battle. Suigetsu, who was nailed to the wall, smiled and said, it seems like Sasuke has become more powerful. Yugo, who had been knocked into the wall, had woken up. He opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at Sasuke in the distance, and murmured, this is the trick I want to try. Only Xiang Lian had a serious look on his face and said worriedly, this chakra is no longer the Sasuke it was before. It's even colder than just now. Gaara looked at Sasuke and whispered, is this the power of darkness? Tsunade clenched her right fist. This was it. She had seen it in a scroll before. It was the same Uchiha Madara that her grandfather Senju Hashirama fought against, the evil Susanoo. With a thud, Tsunade stepped up on the spot and jumped out quickly. The floor was broken into pieces due to the pressure. Jiraiya said worriedly, Tsunade. Tsunade jumped up with a ruthless look on her face and raised her fist to attack. Wake up, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** very disdainful when he saw Hokage coming over to beat him. That's it. It seems that he is another reckless man like Reikage. Sasuke didn't even open the black flame shield. I'm standing in front of you, let me see the power of the Hokage. Result. There was a loud bang, and Tsunade's heavy fist landed firmly on the chest of the half-skeletal giant Susanoo. Click. Kaka. Click, click, click. Reikage's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. How is it possible that the Susanoo who blocked Laozi's heavy burst and Raiga bomb was cracked open by this B******''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Susanna's chest began to crack at this moment, and the cracks continued to expand. Sasuke panicked, raised his huge skeletal arm in his left hand, and grabbed Tsunade directly. Gaara said in shock, "What a powerful monster." Jiraiya stood aside, he seemed to recall some bad memories. Tsunade looked at the huge bone hand grabbing at her, and it was true. She was a dignified fifth generation, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a disciple of the third Hokage, and one of the Sannin. She had more than just a reputation. Tsunade took the opportunity and grabbed the huge bone hand with both hands. Sasuke was slightly stunned as to what he was doing. Ah! Tsunade roared angrily, held her hands hard, and spun her body on the spot. Sasuke immediately frowned in pain and grinned, "How is that possible?" With a click, Tsunade twisted off the huge hand bone and threw it aside. Sasuke panicked, "What is going on? Why is there such a powerful power?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Sasuke's left hand bone had been removed, and he still had his right hand. He controlled his right hand, and suddenly, a long purple sword arrow appeared from the right hand bone. Nozomi, the perceptive ninja, was the first to notice something was wrong and shouted, "Lazy, Jiraiya-sama, Sand Shinobi, please retreat quickly." When everyone saw this, they immediately entered a state of alert. Sasuke looked at Tsunade, his right skeletal arm controlled the sword and swung it towards everyone. Die! The huge purple sword arrow, like a knife, slashed towards everyone. Jiraiya was always paying attention to Tsunade's movements. As a result, Sasuke's attack did not attack them at all. Bang! 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 Jiraiya looked up and saw that the pillars holding up the ceiling were cut off one after another. It turned out that Sasuke's target was the supporting pillars. The samurai who remained on the field panicked. The target is the pillar. The ceiling won't be able to hold up if this continues. As the pillars broke, the ceiling began to crack, and huge stones fell one after another. Several warriors had no time to escape and were knocked down. Suigetsu, who was nailed to the wall with the lightning-style knife, was struggling wildly at this moment, complaining, "What the hell is this guy Sasuke doing? I'm not free yet." On Zhongwu's side, because he was too seriously injured, he woke up and fainted again. As the wall cracked, he fell from the wall pit. The high wall where Xiang Phosphorus was standing also collapsed, and the whole person fell directly. A huge hand bone stretched out, grabbed Xiang Phosphorus, and took him away directly. Xiang Ling was so excited that Sasuke did not forget himself. As a result, Sasuke's cold voice came, "Xiang Phosphorus, don't be in a daze, pay attention to the enemy's movements." It turns out that Sasuke brought her with him to facilitate the fight. After all, carrying a fragrant phosphorus is equivalent to carrying a radar and a mobile medical kit. Seeing the load-bearing plates above their heads falling towards everyone, the gourd Gaara was carrying on his back began to spray a large amount of sand, directly forming a sand pillar top above everyone's heads, catching a large number of falling stones. Tsunade looked at the rocks falling one after another, smashed them with her fists, and then attacked Sasuke. "Don't even try to run, Sasuke." Jiraiya hurriedly shouted, "Tsunade." Then, he dodged back and forth and chased after him. Sasuke dodged quickly, raised his huge hand bones, hammered open the wall in front of him, and fled outside. Hokage Tsunade's strength is indeed strong, but that doesn't mean he can't kill. It's just that there are Kazekage and Reikage next to him. Once he breaks out, Hokage will be weak, and others will definitely intervene. So, he wants to lure the Hokage outside. The entire structure on this level completely collapsed. After the dust settled, Darui looked at the scene. The boss Reikage punched out from under the floor and broke the covering stone slab. Just now, Reikage used the lightning-style chakra outer armor to directly catch a falling ceiling. Cover, protect hope. At this moment, two people came out. Looking at himself again, Darui thanked Gaara, "I'm so sorry, Kazekage-sama, thank you very much." Kankuro looked at Darui and said, "That guy Sasuke must have been frightened by the Hokage's hammer and ran away." Temari held her big iron fan with one hand and said worriedly, I don't know what's going on with others like this. Gaara controlled the sand, waved his hands forward, tilted the top of the sand, and dumped all the rocks forward. Then, the sand slowly returned to Gaara's gourd. Seeing this, Reikage said, Lazy, come here, follow me, and chase Sasuke immediately. Darui, yes, boss. She sensed it and said, it should have gone outside. At this moment, Gaara was a little silent, he missed Naruto a little. Naruto, if it were you, what would you do now? The huge Susanoo hit the wall with punch after punch, breaking a hole and jumping out. Outside, there is heavy snow. Obito and Heizetsu stood not far away and said in surprise, did the battle extend to the periphery? I still plan to go in and have a look. The huge vibration sound caused the building to shake, making Mizukage, Ōtsutsuki, and Mifune in the 5 Kage conference room also feel that something was wrong. Mifune asked in a deep voice, what happened? Ōtsutsuki listened to the voice coming from the microphone, and then reported, Sasuke and Reikage had a fierce battle on the first floor, and Reikage almost lost a hand because of it, but fortunately Hokage and Kazekage joined the battle later, and Sasuke was defeated. Already escaping. Mizukage Terumi was surprised, Reikage-sama is actually injured. You know, Reikage is by far the most capable among the 5 shadows in terms of combat power. Because he is a pure warrior. He actually got injured while fighting Sasuke, and Hokage and Kazekage had to join the battle. This Sasuke, so powerful. Chojuro swallowed a gulp of saliva. He was worthy of being the person who killed Zabuza. What would he do if such a person faced Mizukage-sama? Mizukage-sama is so gentle and kind to me, and Mizukage-sama is so beautiful. Chojuro shook his head and threw away those evil thoughts. In this life, he just wants to protect Master Mizukage. He is not afraid of anyone who comes. Ching frowned and said, Mizukage-sama, do we want it? Terumi thought for a while, looked at Ōtsutsuki and said, Master Ōtsutsuki, let's go together, there is no point in staying here. Ōtsutsuki snorted coldly, thinking about it, it was right, the 3 Kage were beating Sasuke, it was really boring to stay here. Okay, you might as well go over and watch the show. Just as he was about to stand up, a sudden voice came, we can't let you interfere in Sasuke's battle. Ao and Chojuro instantly stood in front of Mizukage, and Akatsuki also stood in front of Anoki. Ōtsutsuki was shocked, and quickly stepped back, came to Mifune-sama, pulled out his katana, and stood with Satakaku. I saw Baizetsu, who had just been killed by Reikage, slowly stand up, shake his broken neck, and then laugh like the first time he came here. He, you guys, just stay here obediently. Ōtsutsuki said disdainfully, the members of the Akatsuki organization are really shameless in their talk. Akatsuki, deal with him completely. Akatsuki, okay, Ōtsutsuki-sama. Just as he was about to form the seal, white bumps began to appear on Chita's body, and they became bigger and bigger. This is, what's wrong? Immediately afterwards, Anoki, Terumi, Ao, Chojuro, Mifune, Ōtsutsuki, Rido, and everyone present had white bags appear on their bodies, and they were getting bigger and bigger, and they continued to grow until there were several. The same head as Baizetsu. Terumi was so disgusted that she blew out a breath and her white hair instantly melted. Mizukage specializes in the water-style series of techniques. The gas blown out contains melted acid mist components. As a result, one Mizukage melted away as soon as it blew, and another one grew immediately. This is, my chakra, this thing grows by absorbing chakra. Baizetsu chuckled and said, this is the spore technique. You 5 shadows are really stupid. Your attention was all on Sasuke, and you didn't even see through this technique. Mifune said with difficulty, when was this performed? Anoki pondered, the timed ninjutsu set before being killed by Reikage. Mizukage snorted coldly, don't underestimate the movie. As he spoke, the chakra all over his body rioted and steam came out. Boil style, the art of transpiration. This is a chakra product that utilizes the evaporation of sweat in the body to produce acid mist, which corrodes the body. The effect was very good. The spore Baijue was melted by the acid mist and began to slowly become limp. Baizetsu exclaimed and praised, "Not bad, Mizukage, but..." With that said, Baizetsu stepped forward, preparing to take the opportunity to kill Mizukage. Anoki frowned, "There is danger, Ōtsutsuki, we will also join the war." Earth style, weighted rock technique. The white zetsu on Anoki's body was instantly petrified, and then Anoki broke away directly. The petrified white zetsu was broken into stones on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Onomu floated up directly and formed the seal. Dust style, the art of peeling off the original world. Anoki's hands appeared in a square shape, and then they were directly aimed at Baizetsu. Just when Baizetsu was about to touch Mizukage, he was directly covered, and then a burst of white light appeared, and Baizetsu was directly decomposed by the molecules in place. Chojuro sighed. Chin was also frightened for a while. If something happened to Mizukage, the two guards wouldn't be able to return to the village. At this time, Mizukage also broke away, looked at Tsuchikage and said, "Thank you, Lord Tsuchikage." Tsuchikage snorted coldly, twisted his waist and said, "Although I am old, my fighting spirit is still there." On Chitu's side, a stone giant spit out from his mouth, pulled the spores on his body, swallowed them repeatedly, and successfully came out. Mizukage took action and rescued Chojuro and Ao. Anoki also came to Mifune and rescued him and his two subordinates. "Thank you, Tsuchikage-sama," Mifune said. Anoki smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, Anoki looked at Mizukage and said, "Since this Baizetsu doesn't want us to go there so much, I have to go and have a look." Mizukage recovered chakra and said, "That's exactly what I meant." With that said, a group of people rushed over. Outside, Sasuke is still running deep into the woods. Tsunade followed closely behind her. Jiraiya saw something was wrong and hurriedly made a seal. Ninja technique, the technique of random lion's hair. Jiraiya's hair quickly grew longer and formed into the shape of a lion's head. He quickly bit Sasuke who was running forward. Sasuke who was running suddenly found that his Susanoo was actually entangled. Jiraiya said sharply, "Stop." As he spoke, he pulled Sasuke back by his hair and threw him into the air. Sasuke snorted coldly, and used his left eye Sharingan to show his power. The left hand bone that was torn off by Tsunade grew directly out. The sword in his hand reappeared and was cut off with one blow. At this time, Tsunade was already approaching. Let's see what's going on. Tsunade hammered Sasuke continuously with heavy punches, directly hammering Sasuke into the snow. The Susanoo was directly cracked by the hammer. Sasuke's left eye pupil power weakened again, and the half-body orthopedic giant Susanoo state disappeared and was replaced by it is the rib protection state. Sasuke lay on the ground, covering his left eye and breathing heavily. Because the half-skeletal giant disappeared, the phosphorus fell from the bone palm of Sasuke's right hand and fell to the ground. Sasuke. As soon as Xiangling stood up, she looked at Sasuke with concern, because she noticed that Sasuke's chakra had weakened a lot. At this moment, Sasuke felt that all the cells in his body were in pain. He was breathing heavily, thinking in his mind, this is the side effect of Susanoo. Will it happen after long-term use? I am already in so much pain even though I am not in full form. What on earth did Itachi go through? Just as he was feeling this, Tsunade and Jiraiya had already arrived in front of Sasuke. Tsunade looked at Sasuke and said, "You must have been tortured enough in the battle with Reikage. If you continue to fight, you should be able to guess the result. Sasuke, put it down, accept the seal, and follow me back to the village. There is a glimmer of hope." Sasuke raised his head and snorted, "You asked me to put it down, let it go. Put down the evidence that Itachi was used to death by you, put down the blood feud that the Senju clan oppressed our Uchiha clan until they were exterminated." Tsunade frowned slightly. Jiraiya said from the side, he is different from Orochimaru. Orochimaru left in pursuit of the truth. He has been completely dazzled by hatred and hatred. Go to hell, little devil. Reikage came from a distance, and a heavy burst of water came directly towards Sasuke. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, jumped up, and met Reikage head-on. There was a bang. In a duel between two shadow-level figures, they directly punched each other in mid-air and blasted out an air cannon. After they landed on the ground, Reikage said angrily, "Hokage. Are you going to be my enemy?" Tsunade's hand was recovering quickly, because she didn't have Reikage's lightning-style armor, and her hand was smashed and injured during the fist fight. This is a rebellious ninja of Konoha. Don't bother Reikage-sama to clean up the family. Reikage gritted his teeth and said, "What did you say?" Nozomi, who came over, quickly tried to dissuade her. "Master Reikage, calm down and think twice." Darui was on the side and said without any hesitation, "We have a new combat target." She scolded, "Stop saying a few words. Now, Killer Bee's life and death are unknown." On Konoha's side, there are two shadows with the strength, and Konoha also has the only tailed beast 9 tails. Although the intelligence says that he left the village, he broke up with Konoha. This is not the same. A good thing. Sasuke stood up slowly and said to Xianglan, "Xianglu, go aside." Xiang Phosphorus felt that Sasuke's chakra was starting to get cold again, and knew that he was going to use his ultimate move again, so he left quickly. Here, several people from Gaara also came and stood not far away. Since the Hokage said to clean up the door and do it themselves, they wouldn't interfere. Mizukage and Tsuchikage also came to the scene at this moment. Anoki floated in the air and snorted coldly, "Reikage, why haven't you dealt with this brat yet?" Reikage snorted and said, "It would have been over long ago if this guy Tsunade wasn't trying to protect her family. Humph, I want to see how she, Hokage, cleans up the rebellious ninjas in her village today." In the open space in the distance, Obito stood up and said, "It seems that it's time for me to appear." Heiju said, "Are you going to go?" Obito's space-time vortex started to activate, and his figure faded and said, "Well, in front of the 5 shadows, Sasuke may be killed at any time, so don't be careless." On the high tower of the clubhouse, under the protection of the human world and sage mode, Naruto has become one with nature and cannot be sensed. He looks at the situation in the distance and feels very uncomfortable. It turns out that Sasuke was in such pain back then. According to his previous life, he should be living with Captain Yamato and teacher Kakashi in a hotel more than 10 miles away from here. It was also at that time that Uchiha Obito, disguised as Madara, came to see him and told him the truth about Itachi, the 2 sons of the Sage of 6 Paths, the dispute between the heirs of the ninja sect, and the fate of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Obito said that Sasuke and himself are the chosen ones in this life. What he has to do is to continue to mature Sasuke, let him grow in hatred, continuously enhance his strength, and complete his understanding of hatred. Under Obito's conscious guidance, Sasuke bears all the hatred of the Uchiha clan. When Naruto came back from rebirth, he originally wanted to change the trajectory of Sasuke's development. Later, the incident with Nagato gave Naruto some different thoughts. It is impossible to make all the important figures in the ninja world, all distinguished heavenly gods, obey your orders. On the one hand, the CD cannot be cooled down. Distinguished heavenly gods completely changes a person's consciousness. The time interval between activation of this technique is too long. The second aspect is, using this method, what is the difference between myself and Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Kagaya? Therefore, after changing Nagato, Naruto determined his future path. He, Naruto, was still the same Naruto who targeted the Hokage and swore to protect the entire ninja world and his family. He wants to use his profit to unite the entire ninja world and lead the entire ninja world to jointly obtain and fight against Ōtsutsuki's power. Therefore, he founded the day. Let's start with the growth of the Tian organization. After all, anything you do without your own team is in vain. Truth comes from the barrel of a gun, and truth is always based on strength, without strength. Even if Naruto runs to the 5 shadows to tell the truth about the future, Gaara is probably the only one who believes in him. But there are elders from Sand Shinobi under Gaara, and they have to discuss things with their subordinates. Therefore, Naruto obeyed a certain law of development and let Obito continue to guide Sasuke, let Obito come to the 5 Kages to tell them the secrets, and let Obito declare war on the 4th Ninja War. Because there is no union without reason. Only when people feel pain can they understand pain, fear pain, and then unite to prevent pain. Have you had enough chatting? Sasuke stood up, looked at the 5 shadows, and said with hatred, "It's you so-called high-level people who are the reason why there are so many disputes in the ninja world." After saying that, Sasuke opened his Mangekyo Sharingan with full power and shouted loudly, "Today, I will kill the Hokage here, and anyone who stands in my way will die." Susanoo emerged, and the half-skeletal giant reappeared. Then, Sasuke roared, and the blood in his left eye flowed more. The half-skeletal giant grew and developed again, and the half-adult Susanoo was born. Shield and bow in the right hand, arrows in the left hand. Nozomi looked at Susan in front of him in surprise and exclaimed, "Tougher than before." Darui complained, "What kind of monsters are the Uchiha people?" Reikage gritted his teeth. If Tsunade hadn't stopped him, there would have been no chance for this kid to show off. Xiangling hid behind the tree, feeling that Sasuke and chakra had almost changed. Jiraiya came to Tsunade, frowned and said, "Tsunade, Susan in this state, be careful of his bow and arrow, that one is very fast and difficult to dodge." Tsunade nodded and said, "I know." Sasuke sneered, that's the scared look he wanted. Obito, who was dissolving, couldn't help but said in surprise, "Very good, as the hatred increases, the power becomes stronger and stronger, and the body also responds. It's going in a good direction. It seems that I can watch it for a while longer." Without further ado, Sasuke bent his bow, nocked an arrow, and shot toward Tsunade. The speed is too fast, beyond everyone's imagination. "Tsunade, get out of the way." Jiraiya had already prepared it, and Sage Mode was on. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya in Sage Mode was extremely sensitive to attacks. He directly attacked the center of the arrow shot by Sasuke, changing the flight direction of the arrow and staggering away from Tsunade. As one of the former Sannin, Tsunade and Jiraiya have always had a tacit understanding of fighting. Seeing Jiraiya change his attack, Tsunade took the opportunity and rushed directly towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Seeing this, Sasuke knew that the second arrow would definitely be too late, so he directly chose to block it with a shield, and Susanoo's giant hand was in front to protect himself. With a bang, Tsunade's strange power attack directly cracked Sasuke's escape. Sasuke was attacked by a powerful punch, and he complained in his heart, "How is it possible? Susan's protective shield, which is half an adult, can't resist it. How can this woman be more powerful than Reikage's fist?" Sasuke regretted it, he should have used the black flame shield. Tsunade's attack did not stop. Even if her hand was hammered and the bones of her hand were broken due to the attack, it didn't matter. It could heal quickly. She changed her hand and struck with another heavy punch. Sasuke and Susan were immediately knocked out. Seeing this, Jiraiya made another seal. Sage Art, thousands of wool needles. Jiraiya lay on the ground like a frog, and then his hair expanded rapidly, and then transformed into thin needle-like needles one after another, and then shot towards Sasuke's Susanoo quickly. Sasuke, who was in mid-air, was shot with needles all over his body. Some of the needles even shot through Susanoo's cracks and shot directly in, hitting his body. As expected of Sannin, who is as famous as Orochimaru, he is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. Just as he was about to land, Tsunade's attack came again. In an instant, she was on top of Sasuke, raised her right foot, and was ready to kill him with a heavy blow. Sasuke gritted his teeth and blood flowed from his right eye. Flame shield, flame control. Black flames covered his body again, protecting his body. Reikage gritted his teeth and watched this scene, because just now, his attack was almost the same as Tsunade's right now. Hey, Tsunade, you will be like me, so keep doing it. At this moment, long white hair came over, wrapped around Tsunade, and then threw Tsunade behind her. Later, Jiraiya appeared in front of Sasuke. Fire-style toad oil flame bomb. The fierce flames rushed directly towards Sasuke, burning his Susan. Because toad oil was used, the oil fire wrapped around Sasuke's Susanoo and burned like crazy. Darui was on the side, wiping his sweat and said, "What a terrifying strength, continuous attacks, the cooperation between the man named Jiraiya-sama, and Hokage, it's such a tacit understanding." Nozomi nodded aside and said, "Ah, they worked together for a long time during the Third Ninja War. Moreover, they are from the same sect. Ninjutsu know each other well." Fire Style's package temporarily caused Sasuke to lose the oxygen inhalation around him. At this time, the pupil power of his left eye weakened again. Ah! Sasuke screamed and covered his left eye. Susanna Samsara immediately weakened and retreated from a half-human body to a half-skeletal state. Jiraiya seals again. Necromantic technique, the technique of house collapse. The giant Toad Tadashi appeared above Sasuke out of thin air, fell directly from the sky and made a jump. He landed heavily and sat firmly on Sasuke's Susanna Samsara. He directly knocked Sasuke down and fell to the ground, vomiting a lot of blood. The condition of half of the body's bones was completely dissipated, leaving only the weak rib bones to survive. Jiraiya lifted the psychic spell, and Sasuke was almost ready to rest at this moment. Naruto was watching not far away, and he understood that if the Master and Granny Tsunade hadn't held back, Sasuke would have died. From the battle until now, the main attack point of the Master and Granny Tsunade has been Sasuke's defense, and they have not used direct fatal techniques. It seems that he is also preparing to show up. Sasuke refused to admit defeat and wanted to get up tremblingly. Tsunade dodged over and punched him. With a click, Sasuke's eyes widened. His whole body was beaten from the middle of the waist, his head and legs were raised, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kaoru exclaimed, "Sasuke!" Sasuke's ribs, Susanoo, were directly smashed by the hammer, and the bones of his body were directly broken, and the whole person passed out. Jiraiya came to his side, glanced down, and then formed a seal directly on Sasuke's body. Seal. The spell covered Sasuke's body, directly sealing Sasuke's chakra, leaving only those alive. Sasuke's Mangekyo dispersed instantly. Upon seeing this, Reikage attacked directly and punched Sasuke with his fist, but Tsunade caught him. "Master Hokage, didn't you say you wanted to clean up the house? What are you doing now?" Tsunade grabbed Reikage's arm tightly, and then slowly moved it upward. "I said, Konoha will solve its own problems." Reikage gritted his teeth because he could feel that his own strength was no match for Tsunade. This woman actually has such powerful power. Darui was astonished as if he had seen something extraordinary. Did you see it? My eyesight is not blurry. The boss tried his best, but he couldn't beat Hokage. With a cry, in the state of perception, he understood that the old Yamato Hokage did not use chakra, pure power. Hokage Tsunade, what a monster. Here, Tsunade gave Jiraiya a look, and Jiraiya understood that it was the look that asked him to take Sasuke away. Jiraiya was just about to squat down. A human head emerged from Sasuke's body. "Sasuke can't be left to you." Jiraiya, surprise. Reikage, confused. Tsunade, frowning. With a whoosh, Obito's spacetime vortex started, sucking Sasuke in directly, and then his whole body slowly emerged from the ground. Reikage, Tsunade, and Jiraiya saw this and took action one after another. The lightning-style armor once again possessed itself and directly attacked Obito's head. Tsunade's strangely powerful punch hit Obito's chest directly. Jiraiya's lion hair technique was activated again, preparing to trap Obito's legs and lower body to prevent him from escaping. As a result, all three of them failed. Because it was a frontal impact, Tsunade's entire body even passed through Obito's body. She just happened to encounter Jiraiya's random lion hair technique and was tied up. Reikage's eyes widened. How is it possible that his own attack actually passed through? Look at the Hokage again, passing directly through the enemy's body. What is this ninjutsu? Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately moved away from tightening his hair, turned around and pulled Tsunade out of the way. The enemy in front of him had unknown strength, and he wanted to protect her by Tsunade's side. Moreover, this dress is too familiar to him. It's Akatsuki. Jiraiya was well aware of how weird Akatsuki's gang was, as he was missing his left hand. Therefore, he hurriedly led Tsunade out of the way to prevent any accidents. Obito watched the three people calm down and snorted coldly, "Don't just fight and kill at every turn. Since it is the Five Shadows Conference, of course we have to talk." Inoki floated over and said, "If I guess correctly, you are a member of Akatsuki." Gaara looked at the person in front of him, and then prepared the sand in the gourd, because the pain Akatsuki gave him was too profound. If it weren't for Naruto and Granny Chiyo, he wouldn't be standing here. Obito looked at Inoki and said, "Oh, the brat I used to be is now like this." Inoki's heart skipped a beat. What did this mean? Tsurumi Mei took a step forward and asked, "Who are you from Akatsuki?" Obito said calmly, "I am the leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara." As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell silent instantly. Tsunade was the first to question, "How is it possible? Uchiha Madara died in a battle with his grandfather decades ago. How can you be him?" Obito slowly tilted his head, as if reminiscing about something. "Ah, my name is Tsunade, I can indeed see Hashirama's figure in you. You are right, I did die in that battle, but, that's fake death, Hashirama doesn't know it." Tsunade stood up and said calmly, "No one can fake death at the hands of my grandfather." This sentence is confidence in the strength of First Hokage. Obito said, "That guy is indeed very strong, but as a Hokage, you should have heard of the Uchiha clan's forbidden art, Izanagi." Tsunade trembled when she heard this. Jiraiya began to alert his entire body. He has also heard of that technique. Gaara asked in confusion, "What technique is he talking about?" Jiraiya looked at the masked man and explained to the people present. "When we were young, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I, because we were disciples of the third generation, secretly took the key to the third generation, ran into the Hokage archive's secret room, and read a lot of secret history. Izanagi. Born from the application of ninjutsu, all creation, of Sage of Six Paths, it is the ultimate pupil technique that can reverse the situation of the battle. Its function is to record the state of the caster with Sharingan at the moment it is activated, and then within the effective time of the spell, any damage suffered by the caster, even the death of the caster, can be saved. It is physically restored to the state recorded by Sharingan. Tsurumi Mei was shocked. How is it possible that there is such a heaven-defying technique? Ao, who had dealt with Uchiha Shisui, said in disbelief, "How much mysterious power does the Uchiha clan have?" Chojuro clenched the sword in his hand and leaned closer to Mizukichi. No matter how powerful a person is, nothing can stop him from protecting Mizukichi-sama. Inoki also read it in the clan history and said nervously, "Yes. In ancient times, the Uchiha clan had a war with the Two Scales clan. On the battlefield, many Uchiha clan members used this ninjutsu." Kuratsuchi groaned and complained, "Old man, you never told me such a story when I was a child." Chitu snickered on the side. Inoki said angrily, "You idiot, this is a secret history, not a story." Darui wondered, "Why haven't you heard of such heaven-defying ninjutsu?" Tsunade added, "Because this kind of heaven-defying ninjutsu requires a price. After using Izanagi's eye, it will permanently lose its light, so it is classified as a forbidden technique." Lose the light. Everyone present looked at Obito subconsciously. Yes, he was wearing a mask now, with one eye exposed. Seeing everyone looking at him, Obito smiled. He was happy telling this perfect lie, but it was better to make them truly believe that he was Uchiha Madara. Obito flashed to Xianglan and said, "Xiangan, come out." Xiang Liao came out tremblingly. Seeing so many terrifying chakras in front of her, she felt a little panicked. Before he could open his mouth, Obito sucked him in. Before sucking him in, Obito told him, "Go and heal Sasuke's wounds." Seeing this scene, Kankuro asked, "Is that Madara's ability?" Temari sighed, "Space-time ninjutsu." Here, Xiang Lian disappeared with a sound. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Sasuke lying in front of him. "Sasuke. Sasuke, how are you?" After feeling it with his hands, he found that Sasuke's waist ribs were directly broken. This injury must be too serious. Look around again, there are cube-like things everywhere, this should be the masked man's alien space. Reikage took a step forward, looked at Obito and said, "I don't care what Madara or who you are, I ask you, where is my brother?" Obito walked on the snow, found a rock that was raised due to the battle, swept away the snow on it, sat down and said, "Let him run away, 8 tails failed to capture, after all, so far, your brother is the most perfect Jinchuriki ninja I have ever met. He is indeed your brother." When Reikage heard this, his eyes suddenly turned white, and he was a little panicked because of his joy. Darui sighed on the side, "I vaguely noticed that he has more tricks than adults. You can tell from the songs he wrote, how could he be captured by Sasuke?" She was a little embarrassed that he had made a wrong judgment. After Reikage was overjoyed, he immediately felt angry in his heart and said angrily, "That idiot, second-rate guy, I'm so sad for what I've done to Lousy. He actually took this opportunity to go play outside the village. It's unforgivable and must be punished with iron claws." Obito looked at Reikage going crazy and said, "Okay, the madness is over, let's have a meeting. It just so happens that all of you 5 shadows are here. Taking this opportunity, I want to tell you my plan, and wait until you understand. Now, tell me your decision." Reikage waved his hand and said angrily, "There is definitely nothing good in your Akatsuki plan, they are a group of war criminals and traitorous ninjas." Anoki floated to Reikage and said, "Calm down, Reikage, there's nothing bad if you listen. Let's see what he says." Seeing that the other Kage didn't say anything, Obito said, "So, are you all willing to listen?" Gaara, who had been silent all this time, was the first to speak. "Why did you want to tame Sasuke?" Obito sighed and said, "Sharingans who can open eyes to Susanoo are very rare. Of course, good eyes require good inventory management. I want him to practice his pupil power in the actual battle with the 5 Kages, and, I was the one who sent Sasuke here. I originally wanted to let him weaken the 5 shadows and take them hostage, or it would be good to kill 1 or 2 shadows, but now it seems that it is too much." Terumi May frowned. Not long ago, in the meeting room, if Ōtsutsuki had taken action in time to kill the White Zetsu, she would have either died or been seriously injured. She looked at Obito and said, "Seize the hostages, or kill them, why would you do that?" Obito responded, This is what I am going to tell you next, in order to make the Eye of the Moon project proceed smoothly." Anoki looked at Obito, as if he wanted to see him through. His forehead was a little sweaty, because the shock Uchiha Madara gave him before was so profound. "Madara. I didn't expect that you are still alive." Obito looked at Ōtsutsuki and sneered, "Boy with 2 scales, you are not bad at all, you have become Ōtsutsuki." Thinking about Uchiha Madara's past achievements, Anoki said puzzledly, "For someone as powerful as you, there is no need to use these roundabout ways. With your ability, you can execute any plan." Obito couldn't help but give Anoki the best compliment in his heart. "Very good, this question is asked." Obito looked at Anoki and said, "During the battle between First Hokage Hashirama, I was seriously injured. I lost one of my eyes alone. Moreover, in order to maintain my life, I also had to pay a high price. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to survive until now, which means I have little power now." With that said, Obito looked at Tsunade and said, "To put it bluntly, it's just a shell." Hearing this, she immediately analyzed and asked, "The plan you mentioned is not a plan for your own recovery, right?" Obito thought for a while and said, "Well, you can also say that." After all, the real Uchiha Madara told Obito to remember to resurrect him. Tsunade took a step forward and said, "I will never let a big devil like you be resurrected." Obito looked at Tsunade and said, "My recovery is only a small part of the plan." Mifune asked, "What are your intentions? What exactly is the Eye of the Moon plan?" Obito changed one leg, then crossed his legs again, stretched out a finger and appeared, looking at the crowd and saying, "Everything merges with me, becoming a complete body that unifies everything." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone had different expressions. Gaara, shocked. Terumi Mei, confused. Reikage, I feel bad. Anoki, that's ridiculous. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, they are always ready to fight. Combining two into one, unifying everything, are you kidding me? Anoki looked at Madara, just like before, he started spraying. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said eloquently, "Uchiha has a stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation, and it is still underground in Konoha. There are secrets written on it by the Sage of Six Paths. Without the power of eyes, it cannot even be deciphered. Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Samsara Eye, the contents of the interpretation will also increase." Anoki frowned and said, "Your words are getting more and more bizarre, Sage of Six Paths and so on." Obito retorted, "This is a fact. He existed and left a stone monument." Reikage got angry and said, "I'm off topic, what does your plan have to do with Sage of Six Paths?" Obito said, "Do you know the reason why he became a legend and was worshipped as the god of ninjas? This is the relationship between my purpose and this man." Terumi Mei asked, "Uchiha Madara, you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Akatsuki also has the Samsara Eye, so you should know everything." Anoki fell from mid-air, looked at Obito and said, "Tell me, Madara." Obito glanced at Tsunade and said, "Before I say anything, let me tell you one more thing. Akatsuki's Rinnegan Eye has been taken away by Uzumaki Naruto, and that guy also kidnapped two of my Akatsuki members." "Really?" Jiraiya asked in shock, "What did you say?" "Naruto took away Nagato's Rinnegan." Tsunade frowned and said, "Impossible, how could Naruto do this?" Gaara didn't believe it at all. "You said that Naruto took away the Rinnegan and also kidnapped two Akatsuki members. So, Naruto betrayed Konoha?" With that said, Gaara looked at Tsunade and said, "Hokage-sama, is this true?" Although Tsunade didn't believe it, she thought of Naruto taking away Danzo's eyes and cutting off his hand in the village, so she couldn't help but nodded. Gaara said in disbelief, "How could it be possible?" Seeing Gaara's sad expression, Temari called comfortingly, "Gaara." Gaara waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." Reikage said angrily, "Hokage, what is the situation in your village and why do you always have such rebellious people?" Anoki frowned and said, "This is not good. The most powerful tailed beast is out of control." Terumi Mei wondered, could it be the same as fourth Mizukage, also being manipulated? Jiraiya said sadly, No, Naruto is acting entirely based on his own consciousness." Jiraiya was a little silent, he was thinking in his heart, what was Naruto going to do after he gathered so much power and even took away Nagato's Rinnegan? Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Obito and said, "Madara. Tell me about the Samsara Eye, the stone tablet, and the Sage of Six Paths. I want to hear it. Perhaps, there are clues about Naruto's intentions in Madara's mouth." Seeing this, Obito continued, "Sage of Six Paths once saved the world from a certain monster." Jiraiya frowned and said, "Monster?" Obito nodded and said, "Yes, like Gaara who is here, he was just a part of the monster that was sealed before." Hearing Obito talk about himself, Gaara raised his head and asked, "What do you mean?" Obito said, "From one tail to 9 tails, that monster is just a branch. As the collection of all tailed beasts, it is the existence with the strongest chakra, and its name is 10 Tails." Temari questioned, isn't there at most 9-tailed beasts? Obito looked at Temari dissatisfied. He could tell that he didn't pay attention to the lessons in ninja school when he was a child. I told you, that is the collection of all tailed beasts. Shikaku, 1 tail of Gaara's tailed beast. The 2 tails of Yuki, the monster cat of fire, Kumikage. 3 tails of the previous generation Mizukage. Lava Styles Lao Z 4 tails. 5 tails of the Iwagakure domain. 6 tails of the defected ninja Shigata. Takigakure no Kaze's 7 tails. Reikage's younger brother Killer Bee's 8 tails. Also, Konoha's demon fox, 9 tails. 1 tail to 9 tails are all products of 10 tails chakra that was dispersed. They were all created by Sage of 6 Paths. Kankuro frowned and said, the direction of the topic is very annoying, that's why Akatsuki wants to collect tailed beasts. Obito said, Sage of 6 Paths developed some kind of ninjutsu in order to protect the world from 10 tails. Now this ninjutsu is still secretly inherited, Jinchuriki's sealing technique system. Yes. Sage of 6 Paths is Jinchuriki of 10 tails, who sealed 10 tails in his body in order to suppress 10 tails. The immortal who saved people from the pain caused by the 10 tails beast is worshipped as a god by people. However, the overly powerful and evil chakra of 10 tails will definitely break the seal after his death and come out to cause trouble again. Out of fear of this, Sage of 6 Paths used his last power before his death to divide the chakra of 10 tails into Jofen is scattered everywhere. The body of 10 tails, which lost its chakra, was sealed and sent to the sky beyond its reach, which is the moon. Speaking of this, Obito's eyes revealed a strange look. It was the worship of divine power. Darui frowned and said, the topic is too grand. Can humans really do this? Obito, becoming Jinchuriki of 10 tails, Sage of 6 Paths, is already a superhuman existence. Mifune looked at Obito and asked, you want to collect those scattered 9 chakras, that is, all the tailed beasts, and get superhuman power, right? I'm curious, what will you do after you get that power? Obito smiled slightly, this was the right question. He said, resurrect 10 tails, become Jinchuriki of 10 tails, use that power to strengthen his eye power, and then activate some kind of ninjutsu. Anoki said in a deep voice, activate some kind of ninjutsu, what ninjutsu? What do you want to do? Obito looked at Anoki and said, the large genjutsu that projects his own eyes onto the moon, infinite Tsukuyomi. Apply genjutsu to everyone on the earth, and I will control everyone in genjutsu, making the world one, without any barriers. A world without disputes, everything becomes one with me, everything is unified, this is my Eye of the Moon plan. After hearing this, Reikage became furious, are you kidding me? I will not leave the world to people like you. Gaara also said, the illusory peace is just a lie. Peace is meaningful only when it is realized in the real world. Terumi may also express disgust, what's the point of living in that world? There are no dreams, just escape. Anoki frowned and said, unify the world, Madara, I remember you said this type of thing before, but at that time you were obeying the unification of Konoha, but now, you want to pull the whole world into your genjutsu. What is the unity here? This is basically creating the world in your eyes. Obito couldn't help but sneered, then what contribution do you 5 shadows have? In fact, you should have understood long ago that there is no hope. Hope is the same existence as giving up. Hope is a perfunctory lie. Hand over the rest. 8 tails and 9 tails, assist me in my plan, otherwise, there will be only war. Tsunade frowned and said, you just said it yourself, Naruto took away your Rinnegan and left Konoha. How did you ask us to give it to you? Obito looked at Tsunade and said, Naruto, I need you Konoha to catch him yourself, and then send the seal to me. Otherwise, I can only destroy you Konoha before implementing the plan. Tsunade, you. Jiraiya sneered and said, as the leader of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara actually wanted to force Naruto to submit at the cost of the village by threatening the Hokage. It seems that, Uchiha Madara, Naruto must be giving you a headache. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. Reikage waved his hand and said, "Are you kidding? I will never hand over my brother to you." Tsunade also said, "Even if Naruto has not left the village now, I will not hand him over to you. Moreover, you want to destroy Konoha. Have you asked me whether I agree or not?" Gaara also said, "Even if Naruto leaves Konoha village now, I will find a way to protect him and will never let him fall into your hands." Kankuro and Temari looked at Gaara, but they didn't say anything this time because they thought so too. Terumi May also said, "Me too." Anoki saw that the four shadows were so united, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly, and looked at Obito and said, "Madara, look, what are you going to do with this answer?" Obito said without any panic, "Although I have no power, the power of the tailed beast I have so far is enough for me to destroy everything, including that Naruto. However, I don't want to go to that step yet, so I want to follow you guys talk. When I get really angry, you won't even have the chance to go to the world in your dreams." Gaara stepped forward and said sternly, "We will not give up hope." Obito sighed, then stood up, flicked the snow on his body, then looked at everyone and said, "Okay, then, I hereby announce that the Fourth Ninja War will begin from now on." Reikage's mouth opened in surprise. "I went there, and for the first time I met someone who was tougher than me. He picked 5 villages by himself." Anoki frowned and said, "The Fourth Ninja War, are you serious?" Obito's space-time vortex began to activate and his figure began to fade. "Next time, let's meet on the battlefield." Then, disappeared in front of everyone. Obito's direct declaration of war made everyone present a little confused. Anoki looked at Obito leaving and proactively said, "So, what should we do next?" Gaara responded, "We can only form a ninja alliance to fight against the power of the 7-headed tailed beasts." Terumi May said, "Master Reikage just objected. Reikage, my brother seems to be fine, and I don't want to be led by Akatsuki anymore. Let's form a coalition and end it in one go." Anoki looked at Tsunade and said, "Hokage, what do you say about 9 tails? It seems that Akatsuki's goal is 8 tails and 9 tails." Tsunade raised her head and said, "Konoha will use all its power to bring Naruto back to the village and protect him." Nozomi hurriedly said, "In this case, Reikage-sama, let's arrange a search for Bai-sama as soon as possible." Reikage nodded and said, "Well, organize a search team immediately and let them search Bai." Yes. Darui said, "We should also inform Team Han. Both Chong and Ching should be very depressed." Terumi May suggested, "In order to stop Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, 9 tails and 8 tails must be protected, so our coalition must first find 8 tails and 9 tails and hide them." Chojuro supported his Mizukage and said, "Yes, if 10 tails or something is really resurrected." After thinking about it, Anoki said, "No. The power of the 7-tailed beasts that Madara has collected now is unimaginable, and they will probably use the tailed beasts' techniques or other killer tricks." Chidu added, "Otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant, picking 5 villages by himself." Anoki said, "So, on our coalition side, it is better to treat 8 tails and 9 tails as combat effectiveness. But the tricky thing now is that 9 tails is out of control, and Akatsuki seems to want to get him." Gaara denied it, "This won't work. This is a war to protect those 2 people. The reason why Madara collected the 7-tailed beasts to start the war is probably because the currently weak Madara and Akatsuki members alone cannot achieve the goal of capturing 8 tails and regarding 9 tails, otherwise, why did he threaten Hokage here just now? He could have caught Naruto himself. Therefore, Madara wants to use war or diplomatic threats to draw out 8 tails and 9 tails to achieve her goals. All in all, letting 8 tails and 9 tails join the battle is not a good idea." Terumi May echoed, "I think so too." Reikage rarely nodded and said, "I agree with Kazekage. Just in case, it's better not to put 8 tails and 9 tails in front of the enemy, besides, fighting is too far away for my brother from 8 tails. Those things may cause some trouble, which may make the battlefield more chaotic." Tsunade agreed. Furthermore, the current status of Nine Tails is unknown. Even if it is captured, it is unclear what the effect of participating in the war will be. Therefore, I agree to protect 8 Tails and 9 Tails in the form of detention. Ōtsutsuki saw the 4 shadows and all decided this, and he said, okay, since everyone agrees with this, then let's do it. Reikage, I will provide information about my brother to Iwa, Kiri, Sand, and Konoha. Please notify me immediately after you find it, because my brother will only listen to me. Gaara looked at Tsunade and said, Konoha, what does Naruto say? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. After listening to Obito's words, Jiraiya kept thinking because he remembered what Naruto said when he left. God consciousness. The God who possesses supreme power and is superior to all living beings. Those words, after listening to Madara's words, now that I think about them, they actually become less incredible. Jiraiya frowned a little. Naruto once said that if you tell us the reason, we will find it incredible, even very ridiculous. Instead of doing this, it is better to bear it alone. Thinking back to the Madara just now, Jiraiya felt that Naruto had become like him, immersed in the world he understood. However, Naruto said that he had not changed. He was still the Naruto who aimed at the Hokage and protected everyone. People. Well, it's also about gathering power. Madara wants to draw everyone into the world of Genjutsu and make the world pain-free. Where is Naruto? What is the purpose of Naruto gathering power like this? Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something, and he seemed to feel that he was beginning to understand Naruto. Since Naruto said that he has not changed, then he is still the same Naruto who cherishes his friends and protects everyone. Then is he gathering strength to protect everyone? It's just that only Naruto has seen that crisis, and no one has seen it yet, so Naruto will say it, but if he says it now, everyone will find it incredible. The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more he felt so. Jiraiya, Jiraiya. Tsunade kept calling Jiraiya, and Jiraiya woke up from his meditation and asked, "What's wrong, Tsunade?" Tsunade sighed and said, "Everyone has decided to find 9 tails and 8 tails and protect them. Naruto may need your help. I also look at the Crouchita, no problem, I will provide you with information about Naruto and 9 tails, and find him together. No need to look for the teacher, I'm already here." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked around in surprise. I saw Naruto from the woods, step by step, and came out. Naruto? How come he is here? Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Gaara was very happy to see Uzumaki Naruto appear, and took the initiative to walk forward and greet him, Naruto. Naruto saw that it was Gaara, and he was very happy and walked over to him affectionately and shouted, "Gaara." Seeing Naruto extending his hand as usual, Gaara looked at it, and then, without any hesitation, smiled and shook it. Then, Gaara looked into Naruto's eyes and asked in confusion, "Naruto, your eyes, and your clothes." Naruto smiled and said, "It's okay. I had a minor surgery and changed my skin." Jiraiya took a step forward, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, you really did transplant Nagato's Rinnegan." Naruto turned to Jiraiya and smiled, "Yes, sensei, but Nagato-san also volunteered." Jiraiya frowned and asked, "What do you call Nagato?" "Senior brother." Naruto nodded. Jiraiya said depressedly, "Have you forgotten how he treated me? The pain he created. Pain is a thing of the past, sensei." Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, "Nagato, deep down, he is still the one who longs for peace, but like Sasuke, he was used by someone with ulterior motives on his way to growth. As for the 6 pains, they have become a thing of the past. Now Nagato and Konan have become members of our organization and have nothing to do with Akatsuki anymore." Anoki floated up and frowned, "The 10 organization, isn't it the same organization as Akatsuki?" Naruto looked at Anoki and praised him, "Grandpa Ōtsutsuki, your ninjutsu is very good. Besides Gaara, you are the only one who can fly freely. Not bad, I am very interested. Although I don't need it, I can bring it here and have a look. Naruto thought that he could use it to train and use as members of the future organization. Anoki snorted coldly and said, "You mean I should hand over this ninjutsu to you?" Naruto ignored Anoki and turned to look at the Reikage, sizing up the Reikage's figure and exclaimed, "Reikage-sama's lightning-style cell activation training method is also very good. It's a good thing." The Reikage clenched his fist angrily and said, "What are you talking about, little brat?" Gaara walked forward, looked at Naruto with concern and said, "Naruto, how did you become like this? What did you go through? Can you tell me, your friend, about it?" Naruto looked at Gaara and said, "It's a bit complicated. If you are really interested, can we talk alone when the time is right?" Looking at Naruto's eyes, Gaara felt that Naruto as a friend had changed, but also seemed to have not changed. Moreover, Gaara also felt that Naruto at this moment seemed much more mature than before, except for the pair of Rinnegan, which made him look a little strange and cold. Tsunade came to Naruto and said, "Naruto. As the Hokage, I am here to inform you to return to the village immediately and cooperate with the village's investigation. As for the past events." Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, "I can let bygones be bygones. I'll take care of Danzo's affairs, you don't have to worry." Gaara also spoke up, "Yes Naruto, Uchiha Madara is looking for you and 8 Tails everywhere. If you don't feel comfortable with Konoha's protection, you can come to my village and I will protect you." Kankuro whispered at the side, "Hey, Gaara, Naruto may be our friend, but he still has 9 Tails with him. The Hokage is here, and you are saying that." Temari also frowned and said, "Don't forget your identity as Kazekage. This is not a treat for dinner or bringing friends back to play." "Thank you, Gaara." Naruto sincerely thanked Gaara, and Gaara still sincerely regards him as a friend. Gaara looked at Naruto and said, "You're welcome. You once worked so hard to get me back, and now I want to help you get it back." Naruto smiled and said, "No, Gaara, my friend, I have not fallen, I just walked forward, so that you look at me now, very abrupt." And having said this, Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, "Grandma Tsunade, I will not go back to the village with you. On the one hand, I don't have time. On the other hand, it is almost impossible for that Uchiha Madara to catch me. As for what he said about threatening Konoha village, don't worry, Konoha can't be destroyed as long as I'm here." Reikage was stunned for a moment while listening. Why are the rebellious ninjas coming out of Konoha more crazy than others and more tigerish than others? Sasuke, Uchiha Madara, Naruto. Reikage is really depressed, Konoha likes to rebel so much. Also, has Naruto betrayed Konoha or not? This tone is obviously an attitude of protecting Konoha no matter what. Jiraiya listened to what Naruto said and walked up without the slightest alert, even the sage mode was removed. He looked at his beloved disciple, put his only hand on Naruto's shoulder, and said seriously, "Naruto, can you tell me, are you gathering strength and strengthening yourself to protect everyone? It's just that the crisis hasn't happened yet, and we can't see it now, so you think no one will believe you if you say it, so why do you want to fight it alone?" The corners of Naruto's eyes were a little moist, he looked at his teacher and nodded. Then he said, "It's not all about resisting on my own. I'm also growing my own team. Even when I come here today, I also want to try to unite with you." Gaara guessed, is it to stop Uchiha Madara's plan just now? Hearing Gaara say this, Jiraiya and Tsunade all looked at Naruto with hopeful eyes. Especially Jiraiya. Because Jiraiya was rescued by Naruto, after returning to Konoha, the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong, especially after listening to Kakashi's report. Suddenly fainted, and then he changed into a different person, instantly sage art, sage mode, and then he looked very anxious, even Sasuke stopped chasing him, and flew Thunder God directly to save him. It's like knowing in advance. Also, the old boy Danzo who asked for the key to the 9 Tails seal was tricked by Naruto, and he planned for decades and looted them all. Danzo is so skilled, he is synonymous with the dark ninja of Konoha. He has not made a mistake for so many years, but he failed in the hands of Naruto. Looking back on the whole process, Naruto was simply designing Danzo. It was such a clever game. And what he said to Danzo before leaving surprised Danzo, how did he know? Everything is revealing that Naruto must know something, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence, or else he would not act so insistently. Looking at everyone's gaze, Naruto shook his head and said, I am not letting you down to stop the Eye of the Moon plan. Jiraiya's eyes dimmed instantly. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Seeing everyone's somewhat disappointed expressions, Naruto continued, the mission of the Sky Organization is to become a piece of sky that protects everyone's future. Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan is harmful, but the problem is not big and I can still solve it. The real big problem lies behind, but unfortunately, Uchiha Madara is still in the dark at this moment. Naruto, what do you mean by this? Jiraiya keenly captured the information revealed in Naruto's words. What does it mean that the real big problem is still behind, and Uchiha Madara is still kept in the dark at this moment? You mean, there is a traitor behind Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya asked looking at Naruto. Naruto sighed and said, it can be said that, to be precise, there is another traitor behind the traitor at the back. Gaara was surprised, there is another traitor? Naruto nodded. Then, Naruto looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya and said, Grandma Tsunade, teacher, the position I give myself now is to be the ultimate traitor behind the other traitor. Darui frowned and said, hey, Naruto, just talk. Don't imitate our Kumogakure, Mr. Bai, who always raps. I get a headache just listening to that. Reikage on the side agreed very much, and even complained in his heart, why is Konoha's Jinchuriki as unreliable as his brother? It seems that it is right not to let 8 tails and 9 tails participate in the battle head-on. If his brother meets Naruto, maybe 2 people can directly write lyrics and the other sings, then there will be no need to fight the war, and we can just stop. Tsurumi Mei interjected, Naruto of Konoha, can't you tell us all clearly? Since you said it yourself, you are here to join us, so we must exchange information. Anoki stood up and said, that's right, kid, don't you want my technique? If you make a significant contribution to this war, I can consider passing this technique on to you. Kuratsuchi complained from the side, old man, didn't you say that this technique will only be passed on to the next Ōtsutsuki? Anoki was embarrassed for a while, looking at his granddaughter like an idiot. You idiot, do you know what it means to be brave and deceitful? Let's talk about it first. As for giving or not, we'll talk about it later. Naruto looked at everyone and said, I know that Uchiha Madara just told everyone about his plan, so let me tell you about my plan too. With that said, Naruto looked around the 5 shadows and said, I hope that the 5 major villages will unite with the Ninja United Army and then be unified under my command. Moreover, after the war, I continue to serve as the commander-in-chief, and the ninja combined armies of the 5 major villages maintain a unified organization and continue to train under my guidance. When Reikage heard this, he became furious and said, you little brat, who do you think you are? Let us all listen to you. Anoki snorted and said, you are even more unreliable than that Uchiha Madara. Gaara looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. Tsunade scolded, Naruto, this is impossible. This war is fought to protect you and 8 tails. Moreover, letting you be commanded by the coalition forces will not convince the public at all. Naruto nodded and said, as expected, so I said, I just tried to come here to join you and get a vaccination. If it doesn't work, I can follow my plan. You will still be able to do it in the future. Stand with me. After listening to Naruto's words, Jiraiya asked seriously, Naruto, you said that after the war is over, you will continue to train the army. Is this to prepare for war? Naruto took a deep look at his teacher, and there was an intriguing meaning in his eyes. Teacher, do you still remember what I said about the consciousness of God? This time, Jiraiya nodded seriously, because after listening to Uchiha Madara's words, Sage of 6 Paths and so on, had successfully entered their cognition. Naruto smiled and said, look, you have accepted this statement now. Do you still remember what you said to me when I left the village? Jiraiya nodded and said, "Remember, I said you have fallen." Naruto sighed, "Yes, that's how people are. If they don't see it with their own eyes, no one will break their own inherent knowledge and understand new things, just like the 5 major joint ninja armies that are about to be established. If I were here I told you before that one day, ninjas from 5 villages will work together, will you believe it?" Everyone present looked at each other in shock. Indeed, even if they were killed, they would not believe that one day they would stand on a united front and cooperate. So, the matter of listening to my command may seem a bit confusing now, but in the future, it will be a very wise choice. Moreover, as the leader of the Ninja United Army, I can help you quickly to solve that Madara and the Eye of the Moon plan. Tsurumi Mei was surprised, "You have a way to deal with Uchiha Madara?" Naruto nodded confidently. Reikage waved his hand and said, "Are you kidding me? I'll hand over the future of the ninja world to you, kid. Isn't this a joke?" Inoki nodded and said, "I agree with Reikage." Tsurumi Mei looked at Kazekage. He did not express an opinion or object. He seemed to be struggling. Reikage looked at Hokage and said, "Tsunade, you won't be as protective as Sasuke in this matter, right?" Tsunade thought for a while and said, "Naruto, I'm sorry, mother-in-law, I still can't believe you. After all, you are betting on a country, but you can come back. I promise you that with me and your master here, you it can also be well protected." Naruto spread his hands and said, "In that case, there's nothing to talk about. It just so happens that I have something else to do." With that said, Naruto started to take off directly, floating on the spot. Inoki said in surprise, "This kid knows my technique." After sensing it, she was shocked and said, "No, this should be one of the abilities of the Samsara Eye. He changes gravity and repulsion." Reikage gritted his teeth, instantly put on his lightning-style armor, looked at Tsunade and said, "Hokage. Didn't you say you want to capture 9 tails? If you don't do it now, what are you waiting for?" Saying that, Reikage jumped up directly, and came up with a heavy violent flow. Naruto, who was rising, looked at the attacking Reikage. Naruto snorted coldly, smiled contemptuously, and slowly raised an arm. Nozomi felt the changes in chakra and hurriedly said, "Be careful, Lord Reikage." Reikage looked at Naruto like this and said with disdain, "Another pretender. Just like Sasuke." Before he could think of the words, Naruto's voice sounded. "Shinra Tenjing. A powerful repulsive force hits directly." Reikage's fist suddenly found it difficult to move forward, and his body stagnated in midair. Reikage's eyes widened, how is that possible? This powerful repulsive force. With a chirping sound, Reikage was directly ejected. It will take 5 seconds for this technique to be activated again. Everyone should take action together. After sharing the information, Jiraiya started to form seals directly. Ninja technique, the technique of random lion's hair. Jiraiya's hair quickly grew longer, and the hair at the front formed a fierce lion's head, biting directly towards Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, "Teacher, do you want to tie me up and keep me here? What a pity, I'm not Sasuke." Also coming with lion head was Tsunade. She was merciless and punched hard. Because she was not worried at all about Naruto being beaten to death. After all, he had 9 tails in his body and could recover quickly. Inoki also floated up, ready to join the battle. Gaara didn't take action because Naruto was his friend, and it would be too contrary to his true intention to take action against his friend. Besides, he felt that Naruto had his own reasons, but it was just inconvenient to say. In mid-air, Naruto smiled slightly. Whoosh! Naruto changed his skin from head to toe and transformed into Ninetales chakra mode. Golden Naruto reappeared. Naruto didn't move his own hands, and 2 huge chakra hands appeared directly behind him. One hand grabbed Jiraiya's lion hair, and one punch took the heavy punch from Tsunade. Jiraiya was shocked and said, "This is..." Tsunade was surprised, how could it be? Gaara frowned and said, "This form is correct, it is the mode of Jinchuriki. Shijian sensed Naruto's state and found that Naruto's chakra properties had completely changed. He couldn't believe it. What is this? Why, in a short period of time, his chakra amount has become so huge. Reikage roared from a distance. This time he jumped directly on Naruto's head, raised his foot, and was ready to kick him down. Finish you. Righteous Thunder God's Furious Thunder Axe. Naruto frowned. I don't like people standing over me. As he spoke, without even raising his head, two huge chakra arms transformed directly behind him. They clasped their hands together to form a giant fist, then swung backwards with force, and then directly hit Reikage like a hammer. Go! The speed was so fast that Reikage was stunned for a moment and could only block and defend. As a result, he was beaten and flew several miles away. Here, Naruto threw away his master and Tsunade, then took the initiative to retreat, dodged and fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, as soon as I landed, I found myself inside a boxy square transparent body. In front, the floating Anoki apologized very much. I'm sorry, Naruto. Looking at you, you are probably the same as Madara. Instead of letting Akatsuki get you, why not I destroy it myself first to remove the hidden dangers in the ninja world? Madara's Eye of the Moon plan can't be realized either. Saying that, Anoki took action directly. Dust Style, the art of peeling off the original world. Upon seeing this, Gaara took action and the sand floated over. Tsunade shouted urgently, Tsuchikage-sama, stop. The only one who didn't panic was Jiraiya. Because he felt that if Naruto died so easily now, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. Sure enough, Naruto's expression was very calm. Within the square transparent body, white light appeared, and then Naruto disappeared from the spot. Using the earth style, he blocked Gaara's sandstorm attack. Gaara said angrily, Tsuchikage, Naruto is my friend, did you ask me if I agreed to kill him? Anoki looked back at Gaara, then twisted his waist and said, I have no choice but to do it. You young people don't know the horror of war at all. Tsunade was very angry, but was stopped by Jiraiya. The sensing ninja Nozomi suddenly exclaimed, Naruto is not dead, over there. I saw Naruto sitting on a branch of a tree in the woods in the distance, looking at everyone with a smile. The flowing clouds of blue sky and white clouds were particularly conspicuous in the background of the snow. At this moment, he has faded away from Ninetales chakra mode. At this time, Reikage rushed back from several miles away and roared, Where is Naruto? Where is Naruto? Anoki looked at Reikage and said, Calm down, Reikage. Then, he floated forward, looked at Naruto on the tree and said, It seems that you also know some spacetime ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and found that Jiraiya smiled slightly. Nonsense, 4th generation's Flying Thunder God and Tsuchikage's Dust Style couldn't trap Naruto at all. Moreover, Jiraiya, who had fought with pain, also knew that in fact, Naruto could not move and stop there, because in the eyes of Samsara, whether it was Shinra Tenching's repulsive protective circle or Hungry Kido's absorption ninjutsu, he could break Tsuchikage's Dust Style. The reason why Naruto chose to avoid using the Flying Thunder God must be to save some face for Tsuchikage. Apart from this, Jiraiya couldn't think of any other reason. In fact, Naruto didn't use the Samsara Eye, just to save his power and prepare to leave a small gift for everyone. Looking at Naruto in front of them, everyone didn't know what to do for a moment. In line with the principle of information sharing, Jiraiya stood up and said, Naruto can fly Thunder God. He should have marked the woods in advance before flying away. Hearing this, Reikage tilted his head and said in surprise, You mean, the 4th Hokage's technique? Ao was shocked and said, That jutsu of Konoha's yellow flash. Jiraiya nodded, and then said, The jutsu that blocked Reikage just now was the Shinra Tensei of the Samsara Eye. There is a time interval for that jutsu, and it takes 5 seconds to activate again. The technique that blocked me, Tsunade, and Reikage later technique, it should be that Naruto controlled the Ninetales chakra and entered the Ninetales mode. Jiraiya said that everyone present was numb. Darui swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "It feels more powerful than Master Killer Bee." Chojuro scratched his head and said, "Why does this Naruto feel like he is about the same age as me? He is so powerful." Temari said in surprise, "It's unbelievable that I actually mastered 9 tails." Kankuro wondered, like Gaara, will he go berserk? Terumi May looked at Naruto and said with great admiration, "It's unbelievable that such a young man actually has super shadow level strength." Chojuro saw his Mizukage-sama actually praising Naruto so much, and when he looked at himself again, he suddenly felt inferior and unhappy. He couldn't understand why Naruto, who was also a teenager, was so good and knew so many difficult ninjutsu. Jiraiya spoke again, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that this boy can also mount Miyaboku's Sage Jutsu, which is the same sage art as me. However, this boy's sage art practice is better than mine. Even better. Chojuro, me. Everyone. He has the Rinnegan, can also Sage Jutsu, and what's even more outrageous is that he controls the most powerful tailed beast, 9 tails. How can I catch him? He can catch me with his head. No wonder Uchiha Madara wants to threaten Hokage to capture 9 tails, but even Naruto and Madara can't do it." Reikage guard Nozomi sensed Naruto's state, analyzed it and asked, "Jiraiya-sama, you said that Naruto was in 9 tails mode just now. I don't think he is in 9 tails mode now. Could it be that there is a time interval in his 9 tails mode?" Jiraiya frowned and said, "I'm not sure about this." Nozomi looked at Gaara. After all, he was the only one present who had been a Jinchuriki. Gaara said, "I have never seen anyone with a pattern like Naruto. When I become a Jinchuriki, my appearance will basically change. Someone like Naruto, whose appearance is covered with a lot of chakra coats, even his own chakra attributes, it's all changed, I don't know." Naruto floated down from the tree, looked at everyone and said, "Don't guess, I am the one who has successfully mastered the 9 tails chakra mode. I don't have a CD when using this mode." With that said, Naruto directly transformed into Jin Ming, then changed back to his original mode, and then transformed into Jin Ming again, and then withdrew again. "I opened it, I removed it again, I opened it again, I removed it again. Ha ha ha, just for fun." Inoki looked at Naruto, who was suddenly abnormal, frowned and said, "What should we do now? Looking at this situation, it is very difficult to capture him, let alone protect him." Hearing Inoki's words, Naruto suddenly looked at Inoki seriously and said, "Tsuchikage-sama, I'm actually very interested in the dust style just now, besides, I can actually stand where I am without moving, and you can't hurt me. I can even disable your technique." After saying that, Naruto also glanced at his master Jiraiya, because he was the calmest just now. "Why don't I use the Reincarnation Eye? I think some people are curious." With that said, Naruto began to slowly rise into the air, looked at everyone and said, "I know that if I ask for it directly, you will not give me the ninjutsu that I like. Grandpa Inoki, Master Reikage, don't you like to see your strength so much? It just so happens that this place is so empty and there are no people around, so I will perform a show for you and let you see it. Just think of it as my parting gift." As he said that, Naruto slowly floated into the air and said while floating, "How many floors does a bag of rice have to carry? Feel the pain. A bag of rice has to be carried up to the 2nd floor. Think about the pain. How much do you want for a bag of rice? Accept the pain. A bag of rice must have a cinnabar. Understand pain. There is mud in your mouth. From now on. Who gave you a bag of rice? Let the world feel the pain. Spicy and filling. Shinra Tensei." A chirp. Naruto, who was high in the sky, opened his arms, and then emitted a white light that illuminated the earth, causing people below to subconsciously cover it with their hands and squint to see the situation. Jiraiya and Tsunade opened their mouths in shock and looked at Naruto in the air. Boom boom boom. Below, on the ground, a repulsive circle suddenly appeared, and then continued to expand. Everywhere it went, everything was pushed away by the repulsive force and became bare. Looking down from a high altitude, you will find that in the dense woods, there were patches of trees falling down, and a circle of open space appeared out of thin air, and then continued to expand. Gaara was the first to react and shouted, "No, everyone come to me quickly." As he spoke, Gaara's sand floated out directly, pulling everyone to squeeze around him, and wrapped it up directly, forming a large round sphere. The repulsion circle continued to expand, and finally encountered Gaara's sand shield. Gaara formed seals with both hands, trying hard to maintain the defense of the sand, but even so, the defensive ball was still pushed away by the repulsion, and furthermore, showing constant cracking. Gaara sweated and said, "No, this power is too strong." Temari expressed concern, "Gaara, are you okay?" Kankuro looked at the sand shield that was still cracking and said in fear, "This is the first time I have seen it under such circumstances." Seeing this, Tsunade quickly stuck behind Gaara and delivered chakra to him. "Master Kazekage, defend with all your strength, I will treat you and deliver chakra." Ōtsutsuki also came to the defensive wall, stuck it on the wall, formed a seal and cast a spell, Earth-style super heavy rock technique. "Your Highness Kazekage, I have increased the weight of the sand to make it stronger." Mizuki came to the defense wall and formed a seal, lava-style, hydrogel jutsu. From the mouth of Mizuki's flaming red lips, a large amount of water glue was sprayed towards Gaara's sand. Mizuki sprayed it evenly, allowing the sand to quickly absorb and condense. Gaara discovered that after Mizuki and Ōtsutsuki's surgery, the sand's defense was now greatly increased. Coupled with the support of Hokage's chakra, he is now confident. All. Gaara roared, and the condensed sand became even stronger. Rumble. After a while, the sounds outside stopped. Gaara realized that there was no strength to resist outside, so he released the seal and breathed heavily. At this time, the maracas, which were on the verge of breaking, scattered in all directions. Everyone stood up one after another and looked outside. Tsunade was surprised, "This is?" Temari's eyes swayed and she said in shock, "How is this possible?" "Darui, it's almost as powerful as Bai-sama's tailed beast Jade." The big wildwood floated up, and then we could clearly see what kind of damage it was outside. The forest with a radius of more than 10 miles disappeared directly and was all bulldozed to the periphery. The center was even worse. A large pit 5 or 6 miles long appeared directly. The depth of the pit was almost 10 meters, which showed its destructive power. Mizuki Terumi wiped the water glue from the corner of her mouth, looked at the scene in front of her, and said with fear, "It's a good thing that this is an uninhabited forest, what if it happened in our ninja village?" Mizuki's words made everyone present feel excited, especially Ōtsutsuki and Reikage. Because Naruto finally said that he was particularly interested in ninjutsu from their two villages. Inoki thought about Naruto's last words, "I want it directly, but you can't give it to me. In this case, I will show you my strength." Looking at the big pit in front of him, Inoki knew Naruto's strength. "It's so scary, it's like a moving nuclear bomb." Thinking of this, Inoki couldn't help but grit his teeth. This guy is really like Madara, he likes to threaten others at every turn. Jiraiya looked at the deep pit in front of him, and then looked up into the sky. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Reikage looked at Nozomi and said, "Nozomi, sense Naruto's position." Yes. Then, Nozomi sensed the seal. After a while, Nozomi looked at Reikage and replied, "Sir Reikage, Naruto's chakra has disappeared. However, I have written down all the changes in Naruto's chakra form. Once if it appears again, I can find it immediately." Reikage nodded. Darui suggested, "Right now, the possibility of Nine Tails capture should be low. Moreover, looking at Naruto's strength, even Madara probably can't do anything to him. Therefore, Sir Reikage, the top priority is to concentrate our efforts. Let's find Mr. Bai first." Nozomi echoed, "Yes, Reikage-sama." Reikage nodded. Compared to Naruto, he was still more confident about catching his younger brother. At this point, Reikage glanced at Tsunade and said angrily, Hokage. Let me show you how our Kumogakure communicates with Jinchuriki. As long as I say a word, my brother won't even dare to fart. As he said that, Reikage looked at Jiraiya and said, the same goes for you, Jiraiya. You are also Naruto's master after all. What you say is of no use at all. I also heard that you were also our *****D by another of your apprentices, the one named Pain. I did it, right? Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Reikage. It means, if you can speak, can you shut up if you can't? Believe it or not, I will call Naruto back and give you a good F***K. Looking at Jiraiya's expression, Reikage snorted, under my governance, there won't be any such idiots, not even a single rebellious ninja. Anoki smoothed things over and said, okay, now, it is important to form the coalition. The first task of the coalition is to find 8 tails. Do you have any opinions? Seeing the 4 shadows all nodding in agreement, Anoki said, well, in that case, everyone should hurry back to the village to mobilize. Just as Ōtsutsuki finished speaking, a sudden voice sounded. Let me tell you, 5 Kage, if you are fighting to catch Sasuke, there is no need to beat him so hard. Mifune led the samurai, but he arrived late. Looking at the vast pit in front of him, he was a little angry. Damn it, you're not even at home, so you don't feel bad when you fight, right? You can always cause such a big hole for me. Fortunately, Laozi was smart and didn't bring any warriors to support him. He watched the show from a distance. Come here and die. Reikage snorted and said, you can complain to Master Hokage. I'm lazy. Let's go and find Bai. Yes. Darui, okay, boss. Bear it, cry. A long song came. On a huge tree, a 5 or 6 meter long machete was chopped on the tree. Teacher Xiaojin was standing on the handle of the knife, singing passionately. Behind him, Fatty Raccoon was very helpless, but she had no choice but to behave obediently. Stand back and listen. Teacher Xiaojin finished singing emotionally, looked at Killer Bee and said, it's not just about singing, singing is a soul full of emotions. Come and try it. Killer Bee heard Teacher Xiaojin's encouragement and couldn't bear it for a long time. He quickly sang, Ninja, bear with it, delay death. Each sound is more cheerful than the other, and each sound is louder than the other one. Deeply in love, Killer Bee couldn't control himself, he stretched out his rapping hand and made his classic signature move. You. Killer Bee pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground, enjoying himself to his heart's content. Not far away, Naruto sat on a tree, looked at Killer Bee, sighed, and shook his head. He really hasn't changed from his uncle, he's still singing as well as ever. I remember that after the 4th Ninja War, Killer Bee often came to Konoha to see Naruto. Every time he came, he would find Naruto to go to the KTV, and then force Naruto to listen to the new songs he wrote. That experience was really unforgettable for Naruto. Here, Teacher Xiaojin looked at Killer Bee who was enjoying himself, with some sweat on his forehead. Did this guy pay attention to the lecture? I've already acted like this and he hasn't realized it yet. After Killer Bee finished singing, he looked at Teacher Xiaojin with a very proud expression. As a result, he found that Teacher Xiaojin seemed very unhappy. Teacher Xiaojin was furious and said, emotions are too empty, you know emotions. If you act like this, you are looking down on your singing performance. Killer Bee panicked, emotions? Teacher Xiaojin nodded and said, yes, it is emotion. The so-called performing song is just like the literal meaning. It is very important to interpret the world of the song with emotion. There is also the point between the bars, like this, when the energy sinks into the dantian, and then sprays it with the nose the feeling comes out. Just as he was talking, Fatty the big raccoon behind Teacher Xiaojin noticed something strange and immediately turned his head, looking wary. Teacher Xiaojin turned around and asked, what's wrong, Fatty? Naruto looked at the visitor and said with emotion, here he is finally. In the snow, a man walked leisurely with a large sword on his back. Killer Bee understood when he saw the clothes the visitor was wearing. He looked at Teacher Xiaojin and said, "It's Xiaojin's person, Teacher Xiaojin." After explaining, Killer Bee started rapping again. There is no way to take some time to deal with personal matters. I will destroy them immediately. Sing and dance rap. The person who came was none other than Gensaki Kisame. You are so easy to find, 8 tails. With that said, Kisame Kisaki took off the big sword he was carrying, put it on the ground, grinned his fangs and said, 8 tails, my big sword has been thirsty for a long time. It likes a powerful chakra like you the most. As he said that, Kisame untied the bandage on Samahata's body, and feeling Samagai's emotions, Kisame smiled and said, it seems that he smelled the delicious chakra, and you saw that it was excited, so in that case, please make some delicious food from same kin, but if the leader has an order, I won't kill you. Killer Bee waved his little hand and rapped, I will kill you to show you what the gap is. Wake up, idiot. B******************** D. My rhyme. Kisame frowned, it was really unpleasant. Just do it directly, lift the same shark and get on it. Teacher Xiaojin shouted urgently, Fat Tai. As a Jinchuriki, you talk so much nonsense. Kisame complained, and Samahata slashed directly at him. As a result, the rare beast behind Xiaojin, Fata Raccoon, rushed over first, and his claws collided with Kisame's Samakar. With a bang, Fatty Raccoon was knocked to the ground, lying on his back. Teacher Xiaojin was carrying a 4 to 5 meter machete, standing on the raccoon's belly distressfully, calling eagerly, Fat Tai. Fat Tai. Kisame Kisaki was very depressed and said, the bear got us first. What a pity. It's such a big bear, but it doesn't have the energy to chop it down. When Teacher Xiaojin heard this, he immediately became unhappy and rushed down angrily with a big knife on his shoulder, shouting, Fat Tai is a raccoon. After landing, Teacher Xiaojin looked at Kisame angrily and roared, let you see my feelings. Kisame Kisaki put his arms on Samahata's shoulders, looking forward to it with a playful expression. Killer Bee heard Teacher Xiaojin say, feelings. He immediately took out his little notebook and pen and quickly wrote it down. He said in his heart, emotions are used at this time. Okay, Oklahoma. Also, Fatty is a raccoon, this sentence should be written down. Gansaki Kisame looked at Teacher Xiaojin and said disdainfully, in other words, you also want to hinder me, right? Saying that, Gansaki Kisame rushed over directly. Teacher Xiaojin carried a big sword and prepared to fight the enemy. At this moment, a pencil shot towards Kisame who was flying over at an incredible speed. Kisame lowered his head and dodged. The inconspicuous pencil directly penetrated a big tree as thick as a 3-person hug. Kisame would hold the tail of Samahata, and then throw Samahata out. The tail of Samahata instantly became longer, and the entire Samahata was like a machete with a rope, slashing towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee jumped up slightly and dodged. Kisame tilted his head and discovered the big hole in the tree behind him. He sighed inwardly, using the lightning style to trigger high-frequency vibrations to enhance the penetrating ability of the pencil. The super vibration is stronger than the penetrating ability of Feng Dun. If it is hit, I will also get a hole drilled. Thinking of this, watching Killer Bee dodge, Kisame would stretch his muscles and throw it out again like a yo-yo, slashing towards Killer Bee. Yasukuri. Teacher Xiaojin followed up with his machete, blocked it directly, and faced Samahata. Seeing this, Killer Bee saw a good opportunity and drew out the knife from his back, and once again threw it at him like a pencil. Kisame glanced at it from the corner of his eye and thought to himself, are you using the mid-range lightning-style flying ninja tool to find out my moves? Just as he was about to make his next move, Killer Bee was extremely fast, drew his knife directly, and then attacked from behind. Kisame hummed and complained in his heart, this is still a cover, and you still want to attack me from a flank. Killer Bee was running towards me while singing, "That's 2 holes, don't underestimate me." Kisame snorted and said with disgust in his heart, "It's really troublesome, you're going to get hurt right after you get here." Kisame held the Samahata forcefully, pulled it out and knocked back Mr. Kogen. Then he let the first knife thrown by Killer Bee penetrate into his right shoulder. The Samahata in his left hand retreated to block the incoming Killer Bee. A loud sound. Killer Bee looked at it in surprise and stabbed Samahata directly with the knife. Teacher Xiaojin, who fell on the snow, was surprised. How could it be? Bai's super vibrating lightning style knife can't penetrate it. Killer Bee snorted coldly, in that case. As he spoke, red chakra bubbles began to appear on his body, and then 5 tails appeared instantly, causing a wave of wind and waves. "You!" Killer Bee roared angrily, and the bee-like tail bayonet in his hand thrust out even more fiercely. When Teacher Xiaojin saw it for the first time, he was shocked. Is this the clothes from 8 Tails? As soon as Killer Bee put on 8 Tails' chakra coat, his power increased dramatically. Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and used Samahata to resist. He was the man known as the tailed beast. The stronger the opponent was, the more excited he felt. Killer Bee saw that the bayonet could not penetrate at all, so he had to change his attack method. The first 8 cuts. Killer Bee just hits it with his head. Teacher Xiaojin saw this and said happily, "Yo, now the opponent's head is flying off." With a bang. Killer Bee's head collided with Hoshigaki Kisame's head. As a result, Hoshigaki Kisame's head was not knocked off. Killer Bee felt that the tailed beast chakra coat on his body had disappeared, and frowned. "You absorbed my chakra." Teacher Xiaojin said, "Bai, I see, it's that knife is absorbing your chakra." Maybe the chakra of the super vibrating lightning style knife was also absorbed before it reached his body, so it didn't penetrate. Otherwise, how could the knife stuck in his body be so weak? Samahata was gurgling, while Hoshigaki Kisame and Killer Bee were forehead to forehead, looking very ambiguous. "It seems that Samahata likes you very much. You have octopus-scented chakra on your body, and it seems to like it very much. This is the first time I see Samahata so excited." Killer Bee snorted coldly and said, "Your eyes are also very beautiful, but I will turn them into dead fish eyes in no time." Killer Bee said this, and took several big leaps back, ending this ambiguous action. Killer Bee raised his bayonet and gestured, "I will cut you into pieces." Because Samahata absorbed Killer Bee's chakra, its body began to swell like a shark. Because it wanted to continue eating, Samahata stuck out its tongue, looking very eager. Kisame held Samahata and politely introduced himself, "I am Hoshigaki Kisame, please take care of me." When Killer Bee saw this scene, he took out his notebook, put his finger into his mouth, dipped it in ink, and wrote on the notebook, "Hoshigaki Kisame." Kisame sighed and said, "You can actually spit out ink from your mouth. It seems that you really are a B*************** D octopus." Teacher Xiaojin was speechless and said, "Baga, B*********** D. It's already this hour, and you're still thinking about writing lyrics." Killer Bee chuckled and rapped, "Don't worry, Mr. Jean, I will make him cry his eyes out, that be D shark." After saying that, his signature move appeared again. Pointing to the sky with one hand, he roared, "Yo!" The 8 Tails chakra code is put on again, and this time, all 7 tails are out, and the power is increased again. Teacher Jean looked at Killer Bee and said inwardly, "The tailed beast clothes, chakra has 7 tails, and not all of them have appeared. It seems that Bee is not going to take it seriously." Killer Bee looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and asked playfully, "Do you know?" Hoshigaki Kisame asked in confusion, "Know what?" Killer Bee rushed over with a knife and yelled, "Octopuses eat sharks." As he said that, he stabbed directly at Hoshigaki Kisame, who dodged it immediately. Then he swung Samahata and chopped it directly. Samahata showed a big tongue, looking very hungry. You really don't learn your lesson, Jinchuriki, why are you so stupid? Samahata, eat it well. Here, Samahata directly bit Killer Bee's chakra coat, and Hoshigaki Kisame took over and pulled Killer Bee up, then threw him away. In an instant, Samahata tore off a large piece of tailed beast chakra from Killer Bee. Killer Bee rolled on the snow and came to Teacher Xiaojin. Teacher Xiaojin frowned and said, after that knife ate your chakra, it became bigger and bigger. Hoshigaki Kisame felt the chakra eaten by Samahata, which he could also absorb, and couldn't help but look back proudly and said, it seems that this time it's the shark eating the octopus. Killer Bee looked at himself and only had one tail left, thinking, that knife called Samahata, although it has a big appetite and eats quickly, it seems that it can only eat 6 tails at a time. In this case, this form will not work. Killer Bee stood up, inserted the bayonet into the latch, and then changed out of chakra suit mode. It's time to use the next form. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, because Samahata had become so big, he was tired of holding it up, so he just put it down and spread it on the ground. It's the first time I've seen Samahata grow this big, and I'm extremely excited. Teacher Xiaojin said anxiously, what should we do? Compete. Seeing this, a voice in Killer Bee's heart said, I'll join in, let's transform into tailed beasts. The seal on Killer Bee's body, Yuki urged, hurry up and transform into a tailed beast, Bee. Killer Bee stood on Yuki's shoulder and complained, no, idiot, B*************************** D. If you come out, the blow will be too strong and everyone around here will suffer. Teacher Xiaojin and Fatty are here now. And, I have been hiding for a long time. If I let you out, it will be like telling everyone that I am here. If Big Brother comes here, I will be finished. 8 Tails complained, this kind of procrastination is not like you, bye. Killer Bee crossed his arms and said, so what do you say? Should we use the second form? That won't work either. In the fight just now, my chakra was basically taken away. How about your chakra? Lend it to me. Yuki snorted, if you want to use it, use it. Don't do this rap. It gives me a headache. If it weren't for me, you would have lost long ago. Killer Bee chuckled, then returned to the real world, crossed his arms, and began to glow red. Xiao Ba, it's great to have you. I'm so grateful for your kindness, yo. As he spoke, all 8 chakra tails came out. Hoshigaki Kisame was slightly stunned. Then, the 8 tails including Killer Bee formed a circle, and then spun rapidly. A white light flashed, and Killer Bee transformed directly into Form 2, half-tailed beast mode. Killer Bee was completely surrounded by the crimson-tailed beast Shirabi. The package can no longer see the change in its expression. Hoshigaki Kisame was not afraid when he saw this, but said excitedly, oh. It has already transformed into a tailed beast. Teacher Xiaojin said, no. This is the second form that suppresses the power of the tailed beast in human form. A solid cow bone began to grow on Killer Bee's body, ready for impact, and he shouted sharply, lasso. Here, the Samahata in Kisame's hand kept vibrating its scales, making metallic knocking sounds. Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and said, Samahata is so excited that he's eager to try. The amount and quality of chakra are completely different from before. He can control such a large amount of chakra and still stay rational. After Killer Bee is ready, just charge. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at the front and complained in his heart, such a large amount, I can't finish it. Killer Bee was running crazily, holding the cow bones in his left hand, and started the mad cow attack. Kisame Kisaki held the Samahata in his hand and prepared for it. Yo! Killer Bee roared and hit directly. The cow bone directly hit the dried persimmon Kisame's chest, poking a big hole. Samahata also took the opportunity to bite Killer Bee directly and took a big bite. Because the impact of Killer Bee was so great, Kisame was directly knocked away, and the same shark muscle in his hand fell off. Kisame was sent flying out, rolling continuously on the snow, until he fell against a tree not far away and then stopped. He was breathing heavily and vomiting blood from the corner of his mouth. As for Killer Bee, a large amount of chakra was directly eaten by Samahata, and he returned to Form 1. Teacher Shaojin clenched his hands into fists and said happily, "Successful, he is still alive, so I took the opportunity to kill him quickly." Kisame Kisaki spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest. There was a big hole, and the sternum was very visible. He gasped and said, "I didn't expect you to be quite capable of this." Seeing that it was useless, Teacher Shaojin picked up the big knife and prepared to go over and chop him. Samahata climbed over and put his tail into Kisame's hand. Teacher Shaojin asked doubtfully, "What is that?" Kisame's wounds healed quickly in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Killer Bee frowned and said, "So, he can absorb the chakra absorbed by this knife." After the wound on his chest healed, Iniki Kaki Kisame lifted up his clothes with his right hand and was about to take them off. He looked at Killer Bee's shocked eyes and said provocatively, "I belong to the type where the stronger the opponent, the stronger I am. The stronger you are, the more excited I will be, and I won't get tired or fall down." Teacher Shaojin sweated and said, Be careful. This knife can capture someone else's chakra and then turn it into the owner's energy." Kisame chuckled and said, "That's why I'm called a tailed beast without a tail." Saying that, Kisame directly formed the seal to release the technique. Water style, who will fix the dam? Water style, big explosion water shockwave. Naruto frowned and quickly retreated back. He didn't want to be exposed too early. After all, the power of Tiandao had not yet recovered. He would wait until Kisame was almost done before taking action. With Samahata as the center, a huge blister appeared, covering the forest with a radius of more than 10 miles. Kisame held Samahata and said with a smile, "The longer time goes by, you will only become weaker and weaker, but the more you are weakened, the stronger I will become." As he spoke, Kisame's form changed and he began to transform into a breathing shark form. Killer Bee looked at the dried persimmon Kisame in front of him, feeling a little troubled for the first time. Teacher Shaojin hurriedly said, "We can only take his knife. The key to his strength is that knife." Kisame chuckled, and then, Samahata began to slowly integrate into Kisame's body, and then the two completely merged into one. "Yes, as long as you can peel off the same shark muscles from my body." Teacher Shaojin said awkwardly, "It's over, it actually merged with the knife." Killer Bee was shocked, "It's a fish like a human, no. It's a human half turned into a fish." Teacher Shaojin complained, "The explanation is too long, you are half mermaid." Kisame chuckled and said, "Then, I'm going to do it." Seeing this, Killer Bee quickly pulled Shaojin and Fat Tai raccoons away, because if this continued, Teacher Shaojin and Fat Tai would drown and had to escape from the water first. Saying that, he directly opened his second form angrily and accelerated to swim. Kisame Kisaki said, "Stop dreaming, you can't escape from this water style. The geographical gap between you and me is too big now." As he swam, Killer Bee felt bad. He couldn't see in front of him at all. "What the hell is this, what ninjutsu?" Teacher Shaojin exclaimed, the back." Killer Bee looked back and saw that Kisame was really like a shark, swimming very fast and catching up from behind. Killer Bee said disapprovingly, "It doesn't matter in this situation, I won't lose." As he spoke, speeded up his swimming speed. In the sealed place, Gyuki complained, "It's so annoying. You're still rapping at this time. You idiot, you didn't realize that with the half-mermaid as the center, the entire water ball group was also moving. Are you blind? And, he is also faster in the water, and since he is a half-mermaid, he must be able to breathe through gills. If he runs away blindly, he will be killed sooner or later." Killer Bee asked, "What should we do?" Gyuki, Akatsuki's target is you, As long as we run in the opposite direction, he will definitely chase us, and then Fata and Xiaojin will escape from the water mass. Killer Bee nodded and said, I see, as long as he chases me, the water ball will move with him, and then Fatty and Xiaojin will escape from the water ball. As he said that, Killer Bee ran directly in the opposite direction. As a result, Gansaki Kisame only glanced at him and killed Fat Tai and Xiaojin. Since Akatsuki's goal is 8 tails, then the life and death of others doesn't matter. Killer Bee stopped immediately and said in surprise, Nanny. What? This guy doesn't follow the rules. Killer Bee was so angry that he quickly retreated. Stop it, you guy. Kisame chuckled, he must have been fooled. Seeing Killer Bee swimming over in a hurry, Kisame chuckled. The shark mouth that was about to tear teacher Xiaojin apart suddenly came back with a carbine and bit Killer Bee directly. Yeah. It's delicious. The octopus-flavored chakra is delicious. It's so fragrant. Killer Bee struggled wildly. In just a few seconds, chakra was absorbed from Form 2 and fell directly to Form 1. I won't absorb so much chakra for you for nothing. Idiot. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* struggled angrily, and then part of the body of the tailed beast transformed into several octopus legs, which directly wrapped around Kisame, and then dragged him to swim in the opposite direction. The octopus legs strangled Kisame's neck and he couldn't move. He admired in his heart, he is worthy of being called the perfect Jinchuriki. He can actually turn part of his body into a tailed beast at this size. After a while, Xiao Jin and Fatty got out of the water mass. Killer Bee said excitedly. Out! After seeing that Xiao Jin and Pang Tai were safe, Killer Bee immediately drew his sword and prepared to fight back. Unfortunately, he stayed in the water for too long, and the chakra was almost gone. Kisame said proudly, it looks painful. The idea is good, but you have forgotten that if you come into contact with my body, I can still absorb your chakra, and your vitality will only become weaker and weaker. Feeling Killer Bee's immediate state of being half dead, Kisame immediately swam out while the octopus's legs were loosened. Hee, it looks like it's not going to work anymore. Moreover, Samahata is really excited. It seems that he has found the chakra he likes. In Akatsuki, no one knows how to capture him alive better than me. In this water prison, it is necessary to slowly weakening chakra to the edge of the lifeline. It is really interesting to control this speed, just like hunting. Killer Bee glanced at the dried persimmon Kisame with his peripheral vision, thinking in his mind, use the lasso again and see the opportunity. It will definitely work this time. Gyuki spoke to stop him, no, you have no chance of winning in the water. The move the octopus did just now has made him more alert. Anyway, it's better to escape first. Use that move. Killer Bee heard the words and immediately formed a seal, then spit out a large mouthful of ink from his mouth. Kisame Kisaki was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing, how innocent he was. The breathing gills on Kisame's body were fully opened, he swam with all his strength, and pursued him. You are worthy of being an octopus for thinking of using ink. However, since I am fused with Samahata, I can sense chakra through my skin, idiot. As he spoke, Kisame quickly shuttled through the water, and then attacked Killer Bee repeatedly, just like a shark biting its prey. It seems that your chakra is almost over, you be ********** D octopus. Looking at the half-dead Killer Bee, Kisame Kisaki untied the water ball. Killer Bee was lying on the ground limply. Kisame said proudly, it seems that Eight Tails is also quite vulnerable. Saying that, Samahata left Kisame's body. Kisame takes Samahata, walks up to Killer Bee, and says, it won't be fun if you escape and turn into a tailed beast again. To be on the safe side, I might as well chop off your legs first. With that said, Kisame came over with Samahata in his hand, squatted down, and prepared to cut off Killer Bee's legs. That's not okay, Kisame. Kisame frowned and raised his eyes. What did he see? Naruto. Naruto with the Rinnegan. Why is he here? Moreover, why did he appear silently, wearing clothes with the same pattern as Zhao's, but in different colors, squatting in front of him like this? This is unscientific. Kisame didn't have much time to think, so he took action directly. Naruto still had the same smiling expression, but the only change was that he raised his hand. Shinra Tenjing. With a chirping sound, Kisame was sent flying out with his sword in hand. With a bang, the dried persimmon Kisame directly broke a big tree before stopping. This is the power of the Samsara Eye, it's so powerful. Naruto lowered his head, looked at Killer Bee lying on the ground with a smile and shouted, "Uncle Bee, long time no see." It turns out that Killer Bee has the Flying Thunder God marked by the previous fourth generation. During the previous war, when neither side became a Kage, fourth Hokage AI took Killer Bee and had a fight with Naruto's father, fourth Hokage. A duel. Killer Bee opened his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was extremely weak. The visitor's eyes were relatively kind, and he was wearing Konoha's forehead protector. However, this Samsara Eye looked a little uneasy. Gyuki said in surprise, "This is the Samsara Eye. This is something only the old man from Six Paths has. Why does this kid have it?" As if he heard Gyuki's thoughts, Naruto smiled and said, "Is Hachi here, Hachi?" "Gyuki, Waterfa. Why does this guy know my nickname?" After lifting Killer Bee up, Naruto switched to Nine Tails mode in seconds, then pulled Uncle Killer Bee's fist fighting with him, and gave him some chakra. A pair of punches, and instantly, Naruto's mind knocked on the door of Killer Bee's heart. Gyuki was surprised, "Chakra from Nine Tails? You are Jinchuriki from Nine Tails. But, how do you know the mutual induction between hearts?" Killer Bee was also very curious, but since he was also a Jinchuriki and the other party was obviously here to save him, he directly opened the door to his mind and let Naruto's mind in. The two were completely connected. Naruto smiled and said hello telepathically, "Zaihachi, long time no see." Naruto's kindness caught Gyuki off guard. "Brother, who are you? You called me by my little name so affectionately, making me feel as if you are very familiar with me. Also, didn't you conquer Nine Tails? Why can't you hear Kurama's voice?" For a moment, Gyuki was a little confused. Killer Bee felt that Naruto was constantly giving him chakra, and his strength was also constantly recovering, so he said happily, "We are all Jinchuriki, help each other and make progress together, oi." Naruto smiled bitterly. After all, it had been a long time since he heard this song. Although he was very disgusted before, now it sounds really nostalgic. Kisame slowly got up and absorbed the chakra given to him by Samehada again. His body returned to its original state. Looking at Killer Bee in front of him and Naruto with golden light all over his body, Kisame said in surprise, "Is this?" Killer Bee was almost recovered and could stand up. He looked at Kisame and introduced proudly, "This is my good friend Jinchuriki. He has mastered the most powerful Nine Tails in the world. Just wait and die, stupid shark, B**************** D shark." Kisame Kisaki was not surprised but overjoyed, and said happily, "It's really hard to find anywhere, it took no effort to get here. God is really kind to me. He sent both 8 tails and 9 tails to me at once. How can I eat this in front of me? Ha ha ha." As he said this, Kisame Kisaki started to tremble with excitement. At this moment, Samehada struggled in a grunting manner, then stabbed Kisame Inikisaki's hand in an instant, and ran towards Killer Bee. Kisame was stabbed and roared angrily, "Samiki, what are you doing?" Samehada came to Killer Bee. Killer Bee was still in a defensive state at first, but Samehada lowered his head, starting from Killer Bee's feet, and kept purring and rubbing against Killer Bee coquettishly. Killer Bee discovered that Samehada actually absorbed the chakra, were returned to themselves one after another. Kisame Kisaki said angrily, what are you doing, Samahata? You like Eight Tails chakra so much, and you rebelled because of it. Killer Bee confirmed Samahata's intentions through Samahata's chakra, and said happily, so that's it, he forced you, ha 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 ha, then you can follow me from now on. As he spoke, Killer Bee touched Samahata's muscles affectionately. Naruto was on the side, feeling a little sick looking at it. At this moment, a sudden sound sounded. Master Bai. So you are really here. Killer Bee looked back and saw that it was Darui calling him, and next to him was Nozomi, and his eldest brother, Fourth Hokage Ai. Seeing his big brother, Killer Bee knew that he was finished and had been found. Seeing this situation, Kisame Kisaki frowned and said, it seems a little bad, but I'm curious as to how you found this place. The sensing ninja Nozomi complained, please, with such a big water ball, as long as you are not stupid, even a fool will know that there is something abnormal here, and you are so crazy about absorbing the Eight Tails chakra to fight, I can sense it from a long distance. Reikage looked at the dried persimmon Kisame, and then at the golden Naruto next to him, and suddenly felt unhappy. Naruto greeted, hello, Reikage-sama, we meet again. Darui saw Naruto standing so close to Master Killer Bee and said sternly, Bee, come here quickly. Don't stand with this Naruto. He is now a traitorous ninja in Konoha and is wanted by the 5 major ninja villages. Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said anxiously, but it was Naruto who saved me, otherwise I would have been caught by this B**************** D shark and my legs would have been cut off. When Reikage heard this, he immediately became furious, what? Someone dares to hurt my brother. Bye, get ready. Killer Bee heard his elder brother calling him and immediately understood. Kisame Kisaki suddenly felt something bad and quickly formed a seal. Unfortunately, Reikage and Killer Bee's combined attack skills were too fast. Double Lasso. Absolute Bull Thunder Plough Hot Knife. Fourth Reikage and Killer Bee, one on the left and the other on the right, attacked Kisame's head together. Before his seal was activated, they directly killed Kisame's head and left it floating in the air. At this point, Gonsha Kisame's head was in a different place and he fell to the ground. Naruto saw this and smiled slightly, because he knew that the real Kisame Kisaki was not dead at all. At this moment, he was just hiding in Samahata's body. After killing Kisame Kisaki, Reikage looked at Naruto with hostility, and then sternly said, Bye, come back to the village with me. Killer Bee looked at Naruto and thanked him, your name is Naruto, right? Thank you for saving my life. Reikage roared, what are you talking about? Bye, come here quickly. Reikage did not choose to attack Naruto because Naruto's little parting gift had already made 4th Hokage Ai realize that even if the entire Kumoin village came together, they might not be Naruto's opponent now. Since you can't beat him, it's better not to become an enemy. Naruto looked at Killer Bee and smiled, Uncle Bee, let's fight again. I have something to say to you. Killer Bee was a little surprised, but did not hesitate and punched Naruto. After fighting each other, Naruto closed his eyes, and then used chakra to evolve all the past life to Killer Bee and Gyuki, including the scene where he met Sage of Six Paths. As he watched, Killer Bee's emotions changed rapidly from shock, fear, anger, and finally sadness and sadness. After Gyuki saw 6 paths, especially in the picture, the chakra of 6 paths remained. Gyuki couldn't be more familiar with this. Chakra, to him, is like a father, who will never admit his mistakes. The old man from 6 paths entrusted his future to the blue-eyed boy in front of him. Gyuki can't sit still and wait for death. No matter who it is, as long as it is someone recognized by 6 paths, Gyuki will definitely help. Killer Bee and the others shed tears, then withdrew their fists, looked at Naruto and said, is it true? Although he already believed it, he still wanted to ask. Naruto opened his eyes and nodded. Gyuki said in Killer Bee's spiritual place, you can't be wrong. Compared to the old man from 6 paths, I will never admit it. Moreover, when Naruto demonstrated the screen just now, I felt that the old man from Six Paths seemed to be separated by time and space. He took one look at me and believed him, then. Killer Bee wiped his tears and looked back at his eldest brother, Reikage. In the picture, in order to save himself, the eldest brother was directly killed by the person named Ōtsutsuki with one blow. Thinking of the picture just now, Killer Bee felt extremely uncomfortable. Reikage was very confused and said, why are you so stunned? You haven't come over yet. Killer Bee looked at Reikage and said, I'm sorry, brother, I may not go back. Saying that, Killer Bee stood next to Naruto. Samahata also ran over and was held by Killer Bee. Fourth Reikage instantly put on lightning-style armor and said angrily, what did you say? Naruto tilted his head and asked, decided? Killer Bee nodded seriously. Okay, let's go. Goodbye, Reikage-sama. As he spoke, Naruto put his hand on Killer Bee. When Reikage saw it, his cell activity was fully activated in an instant, and he used the teleportation technique to stop him. Unfortunately, he was not as fast as Naruto's Flying Thunder God. With a buzz, Naruto and Killer Bee left. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Aw. The fourth Reikage, who failed to stop Naruto and Killer Bee, jumped into a rage, and immediately the power of lightning style spread out, directly splitting the ground into pieces. It's so annoying. Even if Lousy is faster than me, my son is also faster than me. Reikage AI seems to have remembered some bad memories and made a batch of angry people. Nozomi hurriedly came to Reikage and said, Boss, what should we do now? Naruto didn't know what he said to Master Bai, so he abducted Master Bai. Darui frowned and said, it's really troublesome. Fourth Reikage gritted his teeth with hatred. For a moment, he didn't even want to form a ninja coalition. He wanted to directly lead the entire Kumogakure village and dispatch the entire army to pursue Naruto. No, we can't let Hibi leave like this. Let's go, follow me back to the village first, report to the daimyo, and then dispatch Kumogakure's army to pursue Naruto. Darui said, Boss, you have seen Naruto's strength. If we want to catch him, I think it is better to form a ninja coalition. After all, the strength of one village is not enough. Nozomi also felt so and suggested, yes, Reikage-sama, right now, the most important thing is to form a ninja coalition. Secondly, it is to find out why Reikage-sama is willing to leave with Naruto. This is the key, otherwise we will wait. It would be embarrassing if we go to capture Naruto and Master Bai doesn't want to go with us. Reikage said angrily, if you don't want to leave, then I will punish him with my iron claws. Take him away by force. Darui and she looked at each other, as if they wanted to express, they were here just now, why did you stop them? But they didn't say anything, fearing they would be beaten on the spot. Yuin Village. Naruto appears with Killer Bee. Killer Bee looked around and asked, where is this? Naruto faded out of Ninetales chakra mode, aim hidden village, our base for some time to come. When Killer Bee heard this, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder it had been raining. There was some silence after that, and he changed from his previous hip-hop style of rapping. He looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, have you really traveled back from the future? Naruto nodded, and then said, you are the second person who knows about this matter. I hope you can keep it a secret. Killer Bee nodded, he also knew the heavy burden on Naruto's shoulders, Sage of Six Paths entrusted him with the future of the entire ninja world. Don't worry, from today on, I will help you change the future together. After witnessing the tragic death of his future brother, Fourth Reikage, Killer Bee now shares the same goal as Naruto. Naruto, are you back? Konan and Nagato walked out. As soon as Naruto and Killer Bee appeared and were caught in the rain, Nagato knew. Naruto turned around and said with a smile, Senior Sister Konan, Senior Brother Nagato. Nagato looked at Killer Bee and asked with some caution in his eyes, Naruto, what is this? Naruto was very surprised and shouted, Brother Nagato, you can stand up. That's what you said. He, Naruto-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru came out from behind and looked at Naruto with a smile on his face. Nagato smiled and said, originally Uncle Snake wanted to wait for you to come back before performing the surgery on me, but I couldn't wait any longer and asked him to do it directly for me. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good and the fusion was smooth. Naruto came over, lowered his head and pulled up Nagato's trousers, looked at it carefully, and praised, not bad, the needle is good. Orochimaru put his hands in his pockets, and you didn't even look at who made the move. Senior sister Konan said very happily, Naruto, you don't know that Nagato's surgery was successful and after the recovery was completed, he ran around the Hidden Rain village several times. Nagato blushed a little and said, Konan. Naruto stood up, came to Orochimaru, bowed slightly and said, thank you Uncle Snake. Orochimaru was a little surprised that Naruto was so polite to him. No, Naruto-kun, this is also due to you. Without your key technical support, Nagato-kun's legs would not be able to be so fast. The most important thing is that his own physique, the fusion of Hashirama cells, seems very accommodating. Naruto looked at Nagato and thought, of course, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are related in themselves. They are both bloodlines left by the Sage of Six Paths. In principle, they can be regarded as the same blood. Killer Bee said in surprise, Hashirama Cell and Orochimaru are also here, which is really surprising. Naruto saw Killer Bee speaking, so he came to him and said to everyone, introducing Tion's new member, Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Orochimaru frowned and said, Killer Bee, the younger brother of Fourth Hokage. Nagato suddenly realized, no wonder, when I sensed it, I found a powerful and unfamiliar chakra. Konan was very surprised, Eight Tails was fooled by Naruto's junior brother. Naruto looked at Konan and said, Senior sister, please arrange a room for Killer Bee and find a uniform. Senior sister Konan nodded and said, no problem. Then, Naruto looked at Killer Bee and said, Uncle Bee, let me borrow the same shark muscle in your hand. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment, then handed Samehada to Naruto and said with a smile, what? You also like such a knife? Orochimaru also came over and watched with great curiosity, the second among the 7 ninja swords, Samehada. Naruto took Samehada, and then directly switched to Ninetales chakra mode. Sure enough, he could feel the malicious feelings of Kisame hidden in Samehada. Kisame, are you going to come out on your own, or should I beat you out? Killer Bee was stunned, how is it possible? Didn't that be ********** D shark just get knocked out by me and my brother? Nagato frowned and said, how is it possible that the Utora free technique only senses the chakra of the two of you? Orochimaru looked at Naruto because he didn't sense anyone else appearing, but he firmly believed that as long as Naruto said there must be. Kisame Kisaki was hiding in Samehada. At this moment, he looked incredulous. How could it be possible? His chakra had been fused with Samehada. It was impossible for any sentient ninja to discover him. It must have blown me out. Seeing that Kisame had no reaction, Naruto sneered and said, I am in Ninetales mode now. I can feel the emotions of malice and hatred besides chakra. So, even if you are the same as Samehada's chakra, we can still find you. After hearing what Naruto said, Kisame no longer pretended to be a garlic. Samehada took off Naruto's hand, Kisame's head was exposed, and Samagai transformed into a reptile. The dried persimmon Kisame controlled the same shark muscle, crawling on the ground like a centipede, its iron-like scales tapping on the ground, making a metallic sound. Kisame raised his head, looked at Naruto, and suddenly realized, so, in Ninetales mode, you are different from any other ninja in the state of perception, and can feel emotions and hatred. Killer Bee looked at Kisame and angrily rapped, B*************** D shark, stupid shark, so insidious, hiding in Samehada's muscles, but just now, he clearly confirmed that chakra was not at fault and has been hunted by me. Oh, what's going on? Naruto smiled and said, Uncle Bai, the one you just hunted with fourth Raikage should have been transformed by Baizetsu after absorbing his chakra. As for the real Kisame, it has long been hidden in Samahada's body. Inside, hiding. Hearing that Naruto actually revealed the mystery in one word, Inokaki Kisame looked at Naruto in surprise and said, I didn't expect that not only are you sharp in perception, but your analytical ability is also so powerful. Is this also the ability of the Rinnegan? One of them? Naruto smiled and said nothing. Orochimaru looked at Kisame and said, long time no see, Kisame. Kisame Kisaki looked at Orochimaru and said playfully, it's so interesting that even you are willing to serve under his command. Naruto said, let me explain, Uncle Snake and I have a purely cooperative relationship. We have mutual needs for each other, so we came together. As for you Kisame, do you know why I didn't expose you on the spot, but brought him with me? Did you come here? Kisame sneered, you don't still want to convince me to be loyal to you, do you? Naruto said confidently, don't you want to? Kisame laughed loudly, then looked at Naruto with great disdain and said, Naruto, I admit that you are very powerful. I don't know what means you used to seize Nagato's Rinnegan, and you also convinced Eight Tails and Orochimaru. But let me tell you, after experiencing too many falsehoods, I know that there must be falsehoods behind you, and I don't want to admit this false world anymore. Saying that, Kisaki Kisame was very disgusted and said, it's a pity that such a good situation was ruined because of you. It seems that the latent plan has failed. I'm sorry, I won't accompany you. Saying that, Kisame Kisaki controlled Samahada and ran away. As a result, as soon as he ran a few steps away, Naruto dodged over and hit Samahada's body with a punch. Since Kisame Kisame and Samahada were one body, Kisame Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood. Killer Bee was surprised, this is Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru said with an evil smile on his lips, no. This is an attack teleportation in Nine Tails mode, and the Flying Thunder God is not activated at all. Killer Bee praised, so that's it, I feel like I can compete with the Flying Thunder God, I even feel that at this distance, this speed is faster than the teleportation technique of my brother's lightning style at its highest activation. Kisame Kisaki was very depressed at the moment. He didn't expect that Naruto's attacks in Nine Tails mode would be so terrifying. In order to enter Samahada's body, he doesn't have much chakra. Naruto looked at the dried persimmon Kisame under his fist and said coldly, don't move. Kisame Kisaki didn't believe in evil, so he twisted his body and prepared to escape again. As a result, Naruto punched him again instantly. Wow! Kisame Kisaki spat out another mouthful of blood. Naruto said fiercely, I told you, don't move. Samahada couldn't bear it any longer, so he snored out, vomited out the dried persimmon Kisame, then crawled towards Killer Bee with a snort, and clung to Killer Bee's feet in a grieved manner, snoring back and forth. After Killer Bee's chakra is connected with Samahada's chakra, we can understand the meaning of Samahada. Oh, you mean, you were threatened, right? It was not voluntary. I see, what? Tell that yellow boy over there to stop beating you. Killer Bee looked at Naruto, then smiled and said, it's okay, you are out of the way now, he won't hit you again, what? You said you would follow me from now on, that's good, hahaha, don't bite, you are so cute. Conan watched from the side, with some sweat on his forehead, and said to Nagato awkwardly, why, I feel a little nauseous. Nagato declined to comment because he felt something about it too. After being detached from Samahada, the body of Kisame Ingekaki appeared in front of everyone. Due to the lack of chakra, the whole person was as skinny as a stick. Naruto retreated into Ninetales chakra mode and changed his fists to grasping palms. Hungry Kido. Kisame Kisaki trembled and cursed angrily, are you trying to suck away my remaining chakra? Naruto smiled and said, isn't this to prevent you from getting violent? In the previous life, Kisame Kisame's last action shocked Naruto. He actually used the water prison technique to summon a shark and committed suicide, just to protect the information and his companions in Akatsuki. It was also from that moment that Naruto began to officially get to know the Akatsuki organization. It was not until he became the Hokage that Naruto looked back on the past and realized the true charm of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato's pain represents peace. Deidara represents art. Konan represents friendship. Uchiha Itachi represents family affection. Ju represents domination. Obito represents love. Kisame represents strength. Kakuzu represents money. Haiden represents religion. Scorpion represents childhood. These are also 10 dreams of mankind. After sucking away Kisame's chakra, Naruto twisted Kisame like a chicken, then looked at him with his samsara eye and said, "Give you a chance, cooperate with me, work for me, I will give you have a real world, a world where there is no emptiness between people, instead of the so-called dream world. That world is very beautiful, but it is too fake." Kisame Kisaki smiled, looked at Naruto, and said sadly, "Stop dreaming, Naruto, such a world does not exist at all." Naruto took a deep breath, then looked at Kisame Uchiha and said, "If I say, I can resurrect Uchiha Itachi, will you follow me?" "What?" Kisame Kisaki looked at Naruto in shock, with an expression of disbelief. Orochimaru smiled slightly, as if he had already been involved in Naruto's plan. Nagato and Konan looked at Naruto because they also heard Naruto promise that Yahiko would return to this organization one day. Killer Bee was surprised, "Uchiha Itachi, the man who destroyed the Uchiha clan in Konoha?" Kisame gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, Mr. Itachi is already dead and there is no way he can be resurrected." Naruto said, "Don't question it yet. I'm telling you, if I resurrect Itachi and then ask Itachi to follow me, will you also follow me?" Kisame Kisaki thought for a moment, then looked at Naruto and said, "If you can really resurrect Mr. Itachi, and Mr. Itachi is willing to follow you, and give me a reason that can convince me, I will agree." Naruto nodded and said, "I understand. To be on the safe side, I'll ask you to sleep for a while first." Saying that, Naruto rolled his Rinnegan and placed his hand on Kisame's head. The way of the world. With a hiss, Kisame's soul was pulled out directly. Immediately afterwards, Naruto pulled out a scroll from his waist. Spiritual seal. Directly seal Kisame's soul in the scroll and put it away. And Kisame's body fell directly to the ground like a deflated rubber ball. Naruto put away the soul scroll that sealed Kisame. Then, Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Senior brother Nagato, when you made pain, did you have the corresponding equipment to preserve the corpse?" Nagato heard the sound of the strings and knew the meaning of the piano. He looked at Naruto and said, "You mean to refrigerate Kisame's body and store it fresh, right?" Naruto nodded. Nagato smiled and said, "Yes, I am good at this, just leave it to me." Konan spread his hands helplessly and said, "Then, I will arrange Killer Bee's room and uniform first." Naruto smiled and said, "Yeah, Kisame, let's talk about it later. Uncle Bai, you follow me, Sister Konan, she will entertain you well, I have some things to deal with." Killer Bee raps, "Okay." After explaining, Naruto came to Orochimaru, put his arm on Uncle Snake's shoulders, hugged him and said, "Uncle Snake, did you gain anything from this trip?" Seeing the evil smile on Naruto's face, Orochimaru knew that he meant something, and he was still complaining in his heart, he is indeed Jiraiya's apprentice. Sometimes these two people really look alike. Minato didn't look so much like Jiraiya back then. Pulling Naruto's hand away, Orochimaru walked inside. "Follow me." Naruto saw this and followed him with a smile. Upon seeing this, Nagato directly picked up Kisame's body, followed him, and walked in. "Follow Uncle Snake, go down the stairs, turn around, until you come to Uncle Snake's research room, push the gate of opening." Naruto was slightly shocked. Wow, Uncle Snake, did you carry all this equipment back by yourself?" Orochimaru rolled his eyes at him and said, "It's not like you don't know how to use ninjutsu to seal objects." Naruto chuckled and looked around. It was basically the same layout as Orochimaru's laboratory in his previous life. However, there were not as many equipment as in his previous life, and many of the equipment were not as advanced as in his previous life. After all, by the time Naruto became Hokage, Konoha had officially entered the Electric Age. After observing it for a while, Naruto was full of praise and said, "Not bad, not bad." Nagato carried Kisame's body and said, "Naruto, I'll go next door to dispose of the body." Naruto nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, senior brother." Orochimaru was in front of a safe, entering the password, and then the safe opened with a bang, and a cloud of cold air came out of it. Then, Orochimaru put on his gloves, took out a refrigerated box from it, and came to Naruto. "What you want?" When Naruto heard this, he was a little surprised and said, "What is this?" "Orochimaru, the flesh and blood of Itachi." Naruto glanced at Orochimaru and said with a half-smile, "I knew it, Uncle Snake, how could you not have stored it?" Orochimaru smiled, without further explanation, and then said, "This time I went out, and the harvest was not bad. Basically, several important laboratories were there. I basically got back everything I needed, but I also discovered something." Naruto looked at the box in Orochimaru's hand and asked, "What's going on?" Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said solemnly, "Kabuto, it seems that he has cooperated with Danzo." Naruto raised his head in surprise, and said with some confusion, "Danzo, wasn't he always working with Uncle Snake before? He always had an attitude of arresting Kabuto. In his previous life, Danzo didn't have a good look at Kabuto at all. He had always been arranging for Jiraiya, constantly looking for information about Kabuto, trying to get something good for his own body." Orochimaru frowned and said, "Maybe it's because of my departure and your reasons. Kabuto inherited most of my knowledge and experimental results, and, for now, Kabuto seems to be stronger than me. Naruto-kun, I want to ask you, did you take off Danzo's right eye and right hand?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, Shisui's right eye and the arm transplanted with 10 Sharingan are all here with me. I will be of great use." Orochimaru smiled and said, "I know, after staying by your side these days, I almost know what you are going to do. However, right now, I want to remind you that Danzo, who has lost so much power, if he really follows Kabuto, if we cooperate, Kabuto can recommend an evil human experiment plan to Danzo." Naruto frowned and said, "It won't be the kind where many people will die again, right?" Orochimaru smiled bitterly and said, "Well, to a certain extent, it may be necessary. I only did half of that human experiment, and I died before the other half was completed. But the effect was particularly good, yes, the first choice for gaining strength quickly." Naruto let out a surprised sound, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Tell me, Uncle Snake." Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said, "This method of obtaining power is very evil. A serum is injected into the experimental body, which can change the structure and genetic composition of the human body, making people become manic and thirsty for power. To a certain extent, it can be similar to an ancient evil body that can acquire the other person's abilities by sucking out another person's blood and essence, and can even break through some blood inheritance limits." Naruto opened his eyes wide and said, "So fierce." Orochimaru nodded, and then said, "But there are also side effects, that is, the absorbed power does not last very long. It can basically last for a few weeks. Moreover, to become this evil body, you need to constantly it is necessary to absorb the blood and essence of powerful people, otherwise, the whole body will become cold and the vitality will be exhausted and die." Naruto touched his chin and thought, "It's a bit like using the blood and essence of powerful people as a kind of backup chakra. When it's used up, it has to absorb the next person's. If it's gone, it has to continue. Suck." Orochimaru nodded and said, "This is the principle." Naruto frowned and said, "Let me go, Uncle Snake, how did you come up with such an awesome serum?" Orochimaru chuckled and said, "It is a rare beast found in the primitive forest, extracted from the blood of mutated bats." Naruto was speechless. Then, Naruto looked at Itachi's flesh and blood, as if he thought of something, and asked, "Uncle Snake, do you have Shirsue's flesh and blood?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Don't think about it. As early as 10 years ago, Danzo secretly sent people to search for Shirsue's body many times. I also searched for it, but couldn't find it. Basically, I didn't find it. I think Shirsue is not dead. If he is, the only way to find the body is to ask this person." Naruto asked, "Who?" Orochimaru smiled evilly and looked at the big box in his hand. "Wait for me." Just as he said, Naruto flew directly to the Thunder God. A few minutes later, Naruto directly brought a white Zetsu lurking in Konoha village. Baiju struggled crazily and said, "How did you sense it, you guy? What are you going to do?" It turns out that Naruto just flew Thunder God to the outskirts of Konoha village. Because he was flying Thunder God at a long distance, Naruto directly turned on the Nine Tails mode to facilitate chakra consumption. As soon as he came over, in Nine Tails mode, he sensed that there were many white Zetsu lurking around Konoha. Originally, Naruto planned to catch any of them. However, Naruto felt several strong malicious emotions. He was very curious, so he went there. Have a look. As a result, Naruto discovered something strange. There are 3 guys dressed as Konoha ninjas walking on the road, but they are exuding hatred. Naruto immediately dodged down and shouted, "Stop, you 3 guys, I can tell at a glance that you are not human." With that said, Naruto went straight up to rub the balls, and directly dealt with the 2 people. Sure enough, they both turned into white Zetsu and turned into a tree. "Humph, I knew it, here comes this trick again." Then, looking at the last white Zetsu, Naruto felt deeply disgusted, because he knew that these 3 white Zetsus, the 3 Konoha ninjas they had transformed into, should have been killed. White Zetsu can absorb a person's chakra and then transform into that person, thereby evading the perception of sentient ninjas. From this, it can be seen that these 3 white Zetsu want to sneak into Konoha. Then these guys must not have good intentions, and there must be something going on. With that said, Naruto looked at the last white Zetsu disguised ninja, raised his hand and said, "Wanxiang Tianin." With a chirping sound, he sucked it in directly. Grab the disguised white Zetsu ninja by the throat, and then fly away directly with the God of Thunder. In Orochimaru's laboratory, looking at the white Zetsu captured by Naruto, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Naruto-kun, your efficiency is really high." Naruto was not very interested in Orochimaru's compliments and just replied lightly, "Well, just wait for me." As he spoke, Naruto pressed his hand fiercely on Baizetsu's head, rolled his samsara eyes, and shouted, "The way of the world. Start searching for souls directly." With the power of the human world, Naruto began to search all the information in the white Zetsu's chakra. A few minutes later, Naruto, who understood the ins and outs, frowned slightly and said with sharp eyes, "Attack Konoha?" What a shame he thought of it. After he finished complaining, Naruto raised his eyes and said, "Sorry, Uncle Snake, for keeping you waiting." Orochimaru squatted on the ground, glanced at Naruto and said, "I'm waiting for you, just throw it over." It turns out that when Naruto was searching for souls, Orochimaru had nothing to do. He had nothing to do anyway, so he would arrange the art of reincarnation. Just after it was done, Naruto was fine. With a snap, Naruto threw Baizetsu directly. Baiju, whose soul had been searched, had not fully integrated with his body at this moment, and could not move at all. Orochimaru saw that the sacrifices were in place and directly formed a seal to activate the technique. Reincarnation from dirty soil. All. Baiju let out a scream, and then was directly burned by the power of the seal, leaving Itachi's flesh and blood motionless. Naruto frowned and said, "What's going on?" Orochimaru fell into thinking, checked the seal ritual, and then guessed, maybe, someone got there first. Naruto suddenly understood. It's Kabuto. This guy is indeed an SSS-level card character collecting maniac, and he is really quick to get started. Naruto sighed and said, "I know who it is." Orochimaru smiled bitterly, and he guessed it. With a creak, the door opened, and Nagato walked in. He looked at Naruto and said, "Junior brother, Kisame's body has been preserved." Looking at the magic seal on the ground, Nagato asked, "How is it? How is the progress?" Orochimaru said with a wry smile, "I was taken one step ahead by others." Naruto waved his hands and said, "It's okay, it's not a big problem. I'll still have a solution later. Right now, there's something that we may need to deal with. Let's go to the conference hall and let's have a small meeting." In Kabuto's secret base, Danzo woke up from the operating table. Kabuto looked at the mutated Danzo as if he were looking at a piece of art and said, "Are you awake?" When Danzo heard the sound, he quickly jumped up from the operating table, then rushed towards Kabuto, biting him with a big mouth. Kabuto had already expected it, so he stood on the spot and activated the seal. Boom! Danzo bumped into the barriers, twisted wildly, and roared, "Blood, fresh blood. Such a powerful force, give it to me, give it to me." Seeing that Danzo has mutated like a bat, his hands and feet have grown sharp claws, his eyes are like obsidian, and his fangs are exposed. This is an obvious lack of blood. If he were to absorb a person's blood now, he would briefly return to his original human form. Where can I find it? Kabuto smiled slightly. Didn't Danzo bring 2 people with him? Because Danzo had been lying here for a few days and had found the area nearby. That was just right. Let Danzo try it out. With that said, Kabuto opened the forbidden door of the cave. Then, he stood at a doorway, unlocked the seal, and slipped away. Danzo, who was released, suddenly looked like a foraging beast, sniffing for traces of prey like crazy. Outside the cave, Aburame and Yamanaka were searching for the whereabouts of Danzo. Lord Danzo asked them to stay here for a while. As a result, they stayed there for several days. They were impatient and worried about Danzo. If there was any danger, the search started. As a result, following Danzo-sama's traces, we found this place. Yamanaka wins senses and obtains information. Yamanaka Fong noticed something strange and said, "I found it, Danzo-sama, but there seems to be something wrong with chakra." Aburame asked, "What's wrong?" Yamanaka Feng frowned and said, "I don't know. I feel that Danzo-sama is not wrong, but there are some differences." Just as he was talking, Aburame took the root and said, "There is a situation, something is coming quickly." Yamanaka Feng looked in the direction of the strange movement and said, "It seems to be Danzo-sama." Just as he was preparing to greet him, Danzo circled behind Yamanaka Feng like a ghost, then grabbed him directly, floated to the tree, and then bit his neck, sucking wildly. "Aw!" Yamanaka screamed loudly in pain, but his body could not move at all, because after being bitten, the fangs would inject a toxin to anesthetize the prey's body. Aburame took root and saw that the situation was not good, so he shouted, "Fong, what's wrong with you?" Saying that, Aburame rushed forward with the root. As a result, Danzo kept moving and sucking the Yamanaka wind. Aburame looked at the clothes, it was Danzo-sama, then why? After a while, the Yamanaka wind was sucked dry. After being abandoned in the grass, Aburame caught up with the root and took a look. He was shocked to see that the Yamanaka wind at this moment had become a mummy. What is going on? Aburame is stupid. While he was surprised, a ghostly wind came from behind. Aburame took the root and transformed directly, with poison all over his body. Danzo pounced directly on him. Aburame took the root and hugged Danzo, and turned around to take a look. "Huh? Danzo-sama, what are you doing?" "Ah!" Looking at Danzo's black eyes and fangs, Aburame knew that Lord Danzo must have encountered something. Just as he was about to take action, Danzo bit Aburame's neck. "Ah! How is this possible? How could he not be affected by the toxin?" Aburame was puzzled when he took the root. Danzo swallowed it and absorbed it once. The second absorption was faster. After dozens of seconds, Aburame took the root and turned into a mummy and fell down. After absorbing 2 powerful Jonin, Danzo regained his human form and regained his sanity. What am I? Huh? Who are the 2 corpses at your feet? Danzo, who had regained his senses, looked at his own changes and was a little surprised. Then he looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. From the clothes, he recognized that they were his 2 bodyguards, Aburame and Yamanaka. Wind. What? Take root, foam, what's going on? How did you become like this? Danzo was shocked. He suddenly lost 2 capable men, and they were both of Jonin strength. For him now, this is simply an unacceptable loss. Who is it? Who did it? Danzo cursed angrily on the spot. A rustling sound came, and Danzo turned around sharply. Kabuto swam over from the grass, pushed up his glasses, and said with a smile, "Sure enough, after the mutation, even your perception is different from ordinary people." Danzo frowned. Right, didn't he accept Kabuto's human experiment? Why didn't he come here by himself in the laboratory? Looking at the 2 corpses of his men on the ground, Danzo said sternly, "What did you do to them?" Kabuto swam his tail, came to Danzo and smiled, No, Danzo-sama, I didn't do anything to your men, you did it yourself." Looking at Danzo's solemn expression, Kabuto continued, "I told you beforehand, this is a technique that allows you to quickly gain strength, but may temporarily lose your mind. When they are rational, they are sucked dry by you. If you don't believe it, you can try to use their abilities and you will understand." When Danzo heard what Kabuto said, he took a few steps back in astonishment. Then he frowned and said, "You can't stop me or prepare other food for me. Otherwise, I will lose control and lose 2 powerful people. Go get her." Kabuto sneered and said, "I can't help it. After all, you are very strong when you lose your mind. It is impossible for me to stay by force. Now that things have happened, you should try the ability you just absorbed." Bar. With that said, he left in a leisurely manner. Danzo stood there, thinking for a while, then slowly raised his hand, and then activated the chakra in his body. As a result, Aburame's root-taking poison ability appeared in his hand. Looking at such a scene, Danzo, who was originally a little sad, now became extremely excited because of the power he had gained. "It's really, so amazing, GGG. Yuin." Inside the tower meeting room. Naruto sits firmly in the top spot, followed by Orochimaru, Killer Bee, Konan, and Nagato on the left and right below. Looking at the team members, Naruto said, "Right now, I have received news that the masked man, the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, is preparing to attack Konoha, and has prepared a large number of white Zetsu troops. Judging from the information obtained through soul extraction, the masked man had 2 purposes for attacking Konoha. The first point is to use Konoha as a threat to force me to submit. The second point is to test the combat effectiveness of the prepared army, with Konoha as the acting target, in order to cope with the upcoming 4th Ninja War." Orochimaru sighed, "I never expected that just after the 3rd war ended, the 4th Ninja World War was about to begin. The battle in the ninja world is really endless." Nagato was deeply hurt by the war and expressed his opinion, "So, I have always longed for long-lasting peace. For this reason, I did not hesitate to create pain to quell the war and suppress the war." Konan looked at Nagato. She and Nagato had experienced the war together, as well as Yahiko. Killer Bee rapped, "War is cruel and helpless, but we have to be fearless and continue to fight, and one day we will finally succeed, oh yeah." Naruto smiled and said, "Uncle Bai is right. Although war is cruel, we will one day bring true peace to the ninja world. So in response to such a situation, I may join the war." Nagato frowned and said, "Celestial Organization, do you want to intervene directly?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, but you should follow my basic steps. Over in Konoha, I may go with Killer Bee. Regarding the base, I still have to trouble brother Nagato. And senior sister Conan, Uncle Snake, after all, each of you has projects to do at the moment. Uncle Snake looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto-kun, over there in Konoha, what are you going to do? Naruto thought deeply, with the strength of Killer Bee and I, the 100,000 White Zetsu army, if we transform into Tailed Beast mode, we can directly destroy the Tailed Beast Jade. The most important thing is, the 7-tailed beast trump cards in the hands of the masked man, and there is an army of undead on Kabuto's hands, which is the most troublesome. Nagato asked doubtfully, an army of the undead? Orochimaru added, it is an army composed of the dead reincarnated from dirty soil. There must be many famous ninjas from the past in this army. Moreover, the bodies of the undead reincarnated from dirty soil are basically immortal except for the seal. Nagato frowned and said, wouldn't that be troublesome? Naruto crossed his arms and leaned back on the seat and said, it's very troublesome. To be honest, I'm really interested in such an army, and I even want to take it under my command. Orochimaru groaned, then smiled and said, Naruto-kun, using the dead is not your style, right? Naruto smiled bitterly and said, people change. Killer Bee glanced at Naruto, because he had already seen the future, and he understood the meaning of Naruto's words. Yes, he has changed now. He is no longer the Killer Bee of Kumogakure. Anyway, Killer Bee and I will probably focus our attention on the war in Konoha recently. Let everyone know. Naruto looked at everyone, and everyone nodded. Then, Naruto looked at Sister Conan and said, by the way, Sister Conan, I asked you to find potential children and ninjas in Yuin village. Have you found them? Conan replied, yes, I have been organizing these days, and it will be ready soon. You can take a look when you have time. Naruto nodded and said, yeah, okay, let's set up our defense sensing ninja class first. Brother Nagato will lead the construction of the defense team of Yuin village. As for the others, I will collect ninjutsu as soon as possible, and according to their attributes, corresponding provide training. Conan, yes. Nagato, no problem. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, Uncle Snake, I will find a solution regarding Itachi's matter. On your side, I will give you a new topic. With that said, Naruto threw a scroll to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened it and took a look. The title alone made him excited for a long time. He stared at Naruto with his golden snake eyes, and said with an evil smile on his lips, Naruto-kun, your desire for truth is greater than mine. Under the tall broken cliff, there is a huge keel. Under the dragon bone is a cave. The sound of clogs resounding in the corridor of the cave. Obito walked through the corridor and came to a secret room inside. He looked at the people in the secret room and said, how is it? Are you completely integrated? Sasuke heard the sound and slowly turned his head, his eyes covered by gauze. Next to him, Kaoru stood aside, taking care of Sasuke. Ah! I feel that my brother's eyeballs are completely merging with mine. Through these eyes, I can see many things that were invisible before. Obito smiled and said, very good, the Baiju army is ready and waiting for your orders at any time. Sasuke sneered, why are you so supportive of my actions? Obito crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Sasuke and said, because, I also happen to have a plan to attack Konoha. Since there are people with the same idea, I am naturally willing to help. Sasuke stood up and reached for his bandage, ready to pull it off. Since you're here, it's time to give it a try. Obito sighed in surprise, what's going on? It's already healed. Just as he was talking, Sasuke's Susanoo rose up from the ground almost instantly, and the secret room was directly burst by the huge Susanoo. Suddenly, countless rocks fell down. Baizetsu, who was responsible for monitoring Sasuke, came out and saw this, and exclaimed, what's going on, Sasuke is. At this moment, Xianglong was contained in Susanoo, feeling Sasuke's chakra. Xianglong was very surprised in his heart. What a powerful chakra this was, more powerful than the previous chakra. With a whoosh, a long purple knife struck a white zetsu. Then, Black flames ignited directly, and white Zetsu was burned and shouted, "Ah, no, Sasuke." In the cave, due to the fighting, the stones on the ceiling kept falling, and the entire supporting wall was cracking. Obito said coldly, "Sasuke, you passed." Sasuke took off the gauze belt and sneered, "The eyes my brother gave me allow me to see clearly the endless darkness ahead." Saying that, Sasuke opened his eyes. Obito looked at the patterns in Sasuke's eyes and said in shock, "The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, no wonder the complete Susanoo body is fully expanded." Sasuke smiled and said, "Let's go and try outside." With that said, two Susanoo swords slashed, cutting open the entire top of the cave. Then, Sasuke rushed out directly with Susanoo in tow. With a rumble, the entire cave collapsed completely, and even the huge dinosaur keel fell apart. Obito slowly rose from the ruins. Looking at the situation in front of him, Obito complained, "You are really restless." Sasuke snorted, raised his hand and fired an arrow, which directly penetrated Obito. Obito tilted his head and said, "I have no interest in fighting you. If you really want to find an opponent to measure your current strength, I think Konoha is a place that is more suitable for you." Sasuke sneered, then turned back to look at Karen, who took off his backpack and sword, took out the Uchiha family clothing from the backpack and gave it to Sasuke, asked Sasuke to put it on, and then handed the sword to Sasuke. Obito saw this scene and sighed, "It seems that you have already healed, but you have been waiting for me." Sasuke put on his clothes and prepared his sword, and said, "Where is Danzo now, and what is Naruto doing?" Obito frowned and said, "Danzo, after disappearing for a while, reappeared recently on his way back to Konoha. As for Naruto, he is very powerful now. He already has the Rinnegan Eye and mastered the Nine Tails chakra. Even if you may not be." A hint of expectant smile appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. "That's really what I wanted. It's just right. I'm afraid that after I become stronger, he won't be able to keep up." Obito was very satisfied when he saw Sasuke like this. "Then, come with me, and I'll introduce you to the deployment of the Baiju army." Saying that, Sasuke put away Susanoo and faded Mangekyo. Xiong Phosphorus followed behind. On the border of the Iron Country, Yugo and Suigetsu were walking in the woods. Since the last 5 Kage meeting, Sasuke ran outside the meeting tower and attracted almost all the fighting forces in the tower. Suigetsu found a way to slide off the lightning-style knife, and then met Yugo, who had absorbed the energy recovered from the corpses of dead soldiers. The two of them everyone helped each other and escaped. After that, because they didn't know where Sasuke and Koryosu had gone, the two of them kept walking together, heading towards the place closest to the masked man. However, during the journey, Suigetsu kept shouting to find a handy big knife, otherwise it would be very difficult. Uncomfortable. "Tell me, Sasuke and Xianglan, are they okay?" Yugo is very worried about Sasuke's condition. Shueisha sighed and said, "I said, this is not something that the two of us should worry about at all." Chongwu asked curiously, "Why?" Suigetsu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Assuming that both Xianglan and Sasuke are alive and the two of them are together, do you think there will be a touching reunion when we find them?" Looking at Yugo's wooden head, Suigetsu analyzed him, "Listen, Koro wants to be with Sasuke day and night, so the two of us are the light bulb." Hearing what Suigetsu said, Yugo felt that he couldn't return to Sasuke, so he said angrily, "Really? What should we do now? Are we still looking for a knife?" Listening to Yugo's tone, Suigetsu, who knew that he was a little angry, continued, "Of course I will continue to hinder them. This is my second greatest pleasure after finding a knife. In short, let's explore the familiar spots first, such as Orochimaru. You can also take a trip to the nest. Hidden Rain Village, Orochimaru Laboratory." Orochimaru looked at what Naruto told him on the scroll and said with emotion, "Naruto-kun, you are such an amazing person." Naruto stood aside, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Then it's up to you, Uncle Snake." Orochimaru nodded and said, "No problem, I will cultivate first-generation cells suitable for you as soon as possible and fully integrate them with you." Naruto nodded, then took out Danzo's arm, handed it to Orochimaru and said, "There are 10 Sharingans in here. Do your research, and when everything is ready, we will experiment together." Orochimaru took it excitedly, then looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, you trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will run away with these?" Naruto smiled confidently. "I believe that Uncle Snake is also very curious about the real mystery between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan." Orochimaru smiled and said, "This is natural." Naruto turned around, swung his coat, walked with the wind, and left with Killer Bee.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.